What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak. Back at it again for another post-debate cope stream. Folks, just to let you know, this is a cope stream, so you get to decide how long the cope lasts for. Starting off at 2 hours. And like I said, if you want to keep extending it, we're all for it, baby. One sec, I didn't even get the Discord invites out. I was bit flustered. But ladies and gentlemen, we already have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Reexamination, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Am I really just a black circle on your screen?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened there.
Oh gosh. Okay. There should be some mechanics. Oh, it's like coming out without your makeup on. I'm kidding. What the heck do I do? I got backgrounds. I got avatars. Anyway, so unfortunately, I missed the debate because I went to bed a little early. But how did it go in your opinion, Teriak?
Like, to be honest, like I don't really give a fuck about winning or losing the debate. The main reason why I do that shit is just to gauge the audience. Particularly like the Americans on how they're kind of like what their kind of perception of what's actually going on is. And like for my thing, I'm just shit scared. Like where it's like I thought that it would be kind of like, yes, like America, fuck yeah, and all this kind of shit. Whereas it seems like there's just a lot of people who just don't have faith in it. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing. To be anti-war is cheap virtue signaling because you can always feel like the compassionate one. You can always bring up pictures of slaughtered. Can I say anything on YouTube anymore? You can always bring up pictures of children who were once in one piece and who are not in any pieces anymore because a Tomahawk missile hit their village, right? And you could always say, what about this? What about this? What about this? And you'll feel like you'll have the upper hand all the time. Here's the truth. The Iranian foreign minister was on MSNBC, and I should get that link, but he was saying they had anywhere from like 10 to 11 nukes worth of nuclear material. It was like 60% purification or whatever, and they were like on the cusp, and we hear they're on the cusp all the time. And you know, I don't care who does or doesn't like Ben Shapiro, but there's been back and forth between Ben Shapiro and Megyn Kelly on this. Megyn Kelly brings up all these clips of Netanyahu saying, oh, they're really close in like 2002, or oh, they're really close in 2007, oh, they're really close in 2011. And Ben Shapiro's retort was, yes, all those times they have been close, and all those times they had been thwarted. Each individual close call was followed by a thwarting of some kind. And so it's misleading to say that just because we've been saying they're close doesn't mean that there hasn't been ups and downs in their development. And it's an imminent threat because these people definitely would use it if they had it, or pass it on to any of their terror cells like Hezbollah or whoever. So but all of that just seems to be wiped away if you can bank on the fact that, well, in the future, somebody's going to screw up this war and I'm going to be right anyway. That's what people like to do, is just bank on, I'm the virtuous one because I'm anti the death, I am anti the bombing. And anybody who otherwise does that, they're called a war hawk and they're called heartless and any of those kinds of things. But sometimes war is justified. There's such a thing as just war theory. And in this case, we have all the reason to believe when you chant death to America, like every 5 minutes, like somebody from Alabama says, roll tide, they say death to America. Yes, why wouldn't we want to strike you? Especially even if you don't like Israel, Israel is still an ally. And so don't we have agreements with allies and how we treat them and how we interact when they are attacked and they're undermined? There's just so many things at play that counteract this whole I am the better person because I'm always anti-war regardless of the situation. It's been happening since Vietnam. It was happening in Iraq. It was even Afghanistan. People seem to agree for a while, but we just mismanaged that, unfortunately. So all this to say, Teriak, is I agree with you that Americans are troublingly defeatist and war weary in a time when we don't need to be war weary, and especially at a war we're doing so well in overall. The question, of course, is how do we move forward? And if you look at the polls too, the opinion polls, I'm pretty sure Trump is underwater because now it's been about a month of Iran, and we have not pulled out. We have not destroyed their oil resources. We have not destroyed as much infrastructure as we could to cripple them so as to keep them in that state where they're not going to rise up again and get the centrifuges rolling. So, yeah, go ahead.
100%. Like the like what I expected was this. One sec, let me share a screen. Like this is what like I was waiting for, I was hoping for, like whatever way you want to put it, right? Like this was Donald Trump's response in the Oval Office.
The Iranian government threatened a bunch of U.S. companies today in the region, including Google, Apple.
With what? What did they threaten them with? BB guns?
Well, that's a good question.
What they threatened with? BB guns? We got this shit on lockdown. That's what I was expecting, but instead I was like, oh no, like we need to be weary and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And like
go ahead.
Just real quick, like Dave was saying, it's like what, like he's anti-war, but while it might be necessary, it saddens me. That's not virtue signaling. We all have to do stuff we don't like, and that's what I'm like coming at this from Dave. So I'm not like doing the whole kind of like war hawk, let's take it all and all this kind of shit. I'm coming at the like from this aspect of like it was literally like now or never. Like things are not going to get better in Europe. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'd forgotten the chat. Yeah. So as far as like the anti-war thing, you can be anti-war in general and not be like a bad or weak person or anything like that. But what I'm saying is when it comes to there is such a thing as just war theory. I mean, I hate to bring up the cliches, but let's just say everybody in the chat would agree that there were certain wars in history worth fighting for the fate of humanity, for the fate of the world. And then I don't really think that it's a wild take that if one of our enemies who's crazy gets our hands on nuclear weapons, that for our allies and for our homeland, we should keep that in mind, because it's not like the technology isn't out there for like, say, a suitcase nuke or something like that. So I know Hugh is saying so we believe mainstream media again. Well, you have to have a certain principle of limitations of like, do you believe everything they say? No, but you have to have reasons to disbelieve and not just disbelieve because they're mainstream. And also to address his last comment, Trump said he did already obliterate their nuclear resources. If that's true, then that's great. Then he should also obliterate their oil, because then that would either we're going to like become a regime that takes over the entire country and we take their oil, or we leave it open to where somebody else can take the oil, or they sell their oil so as to gather their resources again and start the centrifuges once more. So I don't think it's a wild take to look at what is actually reported and be like, okay, on first blush, this is what we got. I can take it or leave it, but I'm not going to automatically say it's wrong or automatically be skeptical either.
So like the thing that I point to is that it's like, especially in these situations, like Trump and like this is like just the mere fact of having special operations or like things like the CIA or Mossad or like Secret Service and all this kind of shit. Like a byproduct of that is literally like your government is going to have to lie to you. So when Trump was initially like, oh yeah, we decimated the nuclear resource and all this kind of shit, like if he was to come on and say, no, we actually didn't destroy their nuclear thing, then basically what Trump is doing is throwing the military under the bus and saying the B-2 bombers didn't work, guys. And like, which is more for a sway in terms of the crowd as well. But real quick, I just want to shout out the raid from Speakeasy. Welcome in, boys and girls. I got a few people to introduce backstage, but first of all, when you view Easy along the lines of destroying the Taoist, it's because he's got the logic.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
His name is Speakeasy and he's a logician. And also, folks, I forgot to play this at the start, but the boys are back in town. Shout out to the boys. Also, shout out to Rule of Two, aka Dart, with the 5 gifted memberships. For congratulations to Clayton, Clayton Grant Gordon, Chris Stagg, The Rumbling Show, Elder Lion, and Give. That was a good pull. I'm not gonna lie, that was a good pull, Dart. And also, folks, this is a cope stream, so if you want to extend the cope, William will let you know what we need in terms of the grift. But shout out to you, Dart. Thank you very kindly. But gentlemen,
No.
we got Chaos and Crazy on panel as well, gentlemen. Your thoughts?
Hello.
You see that?
You thought you
You see
really
that?
thought
That's the
you was
smartest
just
thing I ever
gonna
done.
you really thought you was gonna give me an Irish goodbye like that? What the heck, man? What the heck,
Hey, it is
man?
what it is. It is what it is. I gotta please the fans.
It caught me off guard for sure. I'll give you that. It was good. It was good. Ugh.
For re-examination, I believe you were in the middle of kind of saying like, listen, lads, there is justified wars. You know, like,
Absolutely.
it's not popular, but you know,
I mean, the
Alright.
easiest thing is number one, self-defense would be a justified war to engage in. Number two, defensive allies where there are binding treaties where you're supposed to go in because you've agreed to go in case there was a conflict involving your allies. Those would be 2 easy examples. And then, of course, number 3 would be a preemptive strike where you have probable cause. In which, with Iran, how much probable cause do you want to wait for there to accrue over time as they get the technology and the availability, and they're more, amped up than ever because they're engaged in helping Hezbollah with Israel, right? So I don't see the problem here, and especially since we did such a good job just like neutralizing it. I don't see where it's like, well, we got to be against this. Why? Because we're against all of it. It's like, okay, great. You have your points about Iraq, and you can have your points about the bunglings of wars, but that doesn't mean that war is never an option, and it doesn't mean that war is never justified.
I would have to agree with that, to be honest. Like, there's plenty of times where war is justified, and like, I mean, like it's quite evident. Like, I use that same logic when people try to come at me about like the Crusades, and I go, well, if you want to look at like what started the Crusades, why do you think they went and did what they did? Like, was it for no reason, or was there maybe centuries of combative efforts by the Ottoman Empire to essentially try to create an entire rule over the entire known world at that point, right? And back then that was pretty much the Middle East, Europe, the entire Eastern Hemisphere, right? So like it's I use that exact same logic because like I don't think like were there atrocious crimes committed by Crusaders? For sure, there's crimes committed in every war, right? Like I mean, look at Canadians. The things we did in World War I and World War II were atrocious, but were they justified? That's like, can you justify it to some degree?
Well, you can even separate the war itself from the crimes done within the war. Like the war itself can be just, and injustice happen during it, even by the people who you would call the good guys.
Yeah, 100%, 100%, right? Like you can't just like throw away a war just because bad things happen. Like bad things are gonna happen. Like it's a war. Like at the end of the day, like you're not gonna have it's not a pillow fight, right? Like they're not out here shooting each other with paintballs. Like like it's a real life scenario where people end up getting harmed. Children unfortunately face the consequences. Mothers face the consequences. Whole families get destroyed. Like cities, towns. Like this is nothing new. Like this has been an ongoing thing pretty much since the inception of civilization. So
Yeah. So he was asking, should we do want the good guys who committed war crimes to be held responsible and jailed if found guilty? Obviously, that's what we have like court martials for. Like we do have rules of engagement within war. Like, however, I would also say that government, which war is a governmental enterprise, and there are things that government can do that we can't do as people just on the street for specific reasons. Number one, espionage. We cannot, impersonate a cop or whatever, but our CIA can go into other regions and impersonate whoever they want if it ensures our national security, say from an enemy. If we would need that in order to keep tabs on our enemies, keep your friends close, your enemies closer. But also, we have Guantanamo Bay. And the reason we have Guantanamo Bay is because even though what I often hear is that torture doesn't get the answers out of people, it very well could at some other point. And I if we can say that it doesn't, I wouldn't say that it doesn't work. I don't think that's entirely true that torture itself doesn't work. I'm not necessarily endorsing it, but I will say that when it comes to national security, I can totally understand why people would want to have those methods if they catch high-level terrorists who have lots of information and would want to find any means possible to protect their country, because you can't tell who these people are.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't think the idea of it is that torture doesn't necessarily work. I think the idea is that it's hard. It's you're less likely to trust the information because it very well could be coerced. So they could literally just be giving you what you want to hear in order for you to stop torturing them, essentially. Like that's, I think that's the premise of it. So it definitely has an air, like it definitely works to some extent. Like torture is something that was used for like millennia in order to gain information, right? And there's different forms of torture. There's psychological torture, like obviously physical. You can use family as a way to torture an individual, right? Harm a person's family, right? Like there's a lot of different ways.
And none of these are moral endorsements, by the way. So don't take this out of context. I'm talking about the government and what the government does in war and espionage is way outside the bounds of what is morally acceptable, but it's done for the existential crises of a nation. And can that be abused? Yes. And he was asking, so sleeper cells in the USA are acceptable by your logic, React. So what do you mean by acceptable? I'm just saying this is what it is. Let's say we shut down the CIA tomorrow. Let's say we shut down the FBI tomorrow, the NSA, everything. We would be at a major strategic disadvantage compared to every other nation, our enemies and otherwise, who would have all those same equivalent institutions working against us. So I don't see the advantage there.
Yeah, the reality is that like nobody's saying like in a perfect world, obviously it ought not to be a thing, but we're not in a perfect world.
In a perfect world, we wouldn't have cops.
We wouldn't need them. Like I mean,
he's right.
Like, I mean, the funny thing is too is like police started out as a volunteer position. Like you didn't really have police. Arguably, your closest thing to police would be like court guards and stuff. Like, hey, like your military officials were essentially your cops. Like, oh.
But I think an important thing is that like there's holding yourself to a certain standard, and I get that. But when you look at the counter side to it, and a lot of this, like, it's very easy to see in terms of like the arguments that's talked about with the Middle East. It's always talking about Israel, but it's never talking about like the other guys or what Israel is facing. But I mean, it's the same thing with like you're seeing with like Ali Dawa there. Like he was basically all he wanted to do was talk about Christianity. You know what I mean? So like all they do is they talk about your flaws and say, well, you guys are breaking this, this, and this, but you are ignoring like I said, like the mass rape of Europe. You know?
Yeah. And that's why I tried to whoever brought that up when I first came up on Easy's panel there about how it's all predominantly white males. I'm like, yeah, that's true in the Western world for the most part. Like over here on this side of the world, for the most part, that's true. But if we want to go over to Europe, we can find that even though it might have a predominance of being males, it's actually arguably not predominantly white, and there's a huge portion that's females, as a matter of fact. There's a massive portion in Europe that are women that are actively taking part in human trafficking, which is a massive portion of what you would call grape. Like it's any form of coerced activity on that in that intimate realm, like or for that's it fits under the categorization of that. Right? And there's a lot of other cases that aren't reported. Like, I mean, I'm not going to say any guy here that's in high school that's getting it from their teacher is ever going to complain. You know, I mean, I sure as hell wouldn't. But like at the same token, by the same definition, it still is the same thing. So there's a level of reporting on the other side of things that also isn't really taken into account.
And shout out to Darth Rule of Two. Just get. It's always nice to get a bit of confirmation. You know what I'm saying? With the $8 on the PayPal and Ko-fi, or sorry, the PayPal directly. 1 sec. Let me play a clip for that one. Money clip. Also, shout out to Spartacus as well, saying for the $5 says William seen but not heard. Also, shout out to Crazy as well for renewing the membership. Thank you kindly for the massive 7 months. I think you're probably one of the longest members as well, Crazy. So, massive shout out to you too.
Thank you. You lowered the price and I bought it. I haven't left.
My man.
You get your part. You get a pot of gold from me a little bit at a time. That's all right, Terry.
But you'll never get me Lucky Charms.
Right. I'll keep trying though.
Yeah, you know what's funny? It was funny when I was in junior high, I got paid like $20 to go up and down the school bus, and go, there have to be Lucky Charms. They're magically delicious. I did it like 4 times, just running up and down. I got kicked off the bus, but I still got my $20.
And they never found him again.
I was a class clown in school, man.
Must have been a Scottish bus driver who said, "Get off! You're going to the
No,
you're not going to school."
No, not at all. It was a native one.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
the less said about that, the better. Anyway, so
I got no problems with natives.
no, me either. What I'm saying is there's really no good jokes from there, you know. So. But anyway,
Oh, there's plenty. There's plenty, man. There's plenty. Maybe he was just mad because he had a Bannock bum.
maybe he really didn't like Lucky Charms cereal. Hugh Cullen Scholl says, "Logical truth is just saying something. Logically, we could leave the Middle East alone to nuke themselves. They're not going to nuke themselves. They're going to nuke us. We're the great Satan, according to them. We, Israel's little Satan, and we're big Satan. And so they're going to nuke who they don't like, especially far, far away from them."
Well, that's just it. That's just it. And the funny thing is if we take a look into like the formation of these like they call them extremist groups, but if we take a look into them, they're actually the ones following their script, their version of scripture. They're the ones following it almost to the letter. Like that's like there's different there's different levels to Islam. And this is the funny thing is like people are complaining about what's going on in Iran right now, but Iranians wanted this. They've like only 37, I think it's like roughly about 37% of Iranians actually believe in any higher power whatsoever. And then 9% of them identify as atheist, and then the rest are like I think it's like up in the water as to what it is. So like they've been pushing for a secular state for quite some time. Not that I agree with secularism, but I mean I would argue it's a hell of a lot better than Islam. So,
but like this is why I brought up the example of what's going down in Nigeria, and that might seem like, oh, you're bringing up something random. It's like, no, it's to show you like the proof that like they will go after Christians, they will go after anybody. The kafir, they call them kafir, the non-believers.
Yeah, it's funny because if we take a look at like one argument I've seen a lot of like Islamists try to use, which is totally false, is they'll try to say that that it's prescriptive for Christians to do faith by the sword, when in reality that's entirely false. It's not. That's a descriptive factor, as a matter of fact, in the Bible, and it's never been in at least in the New Testament. And actually, I don't even think it's very prominent in the Old Testament, where they're putting people to the sword in order to believe in the faith. Like it's almost universally been a choice, right? And when we look at Islam, it is prescriptive, right? Like if you don't believe in it, then you are to either be put to the sword, and if you are Christian or Jewish, then you can essentially become a slave or pay a ridiculous tax. So either way, you're financially forced to, or forced to through enslavement, or threat of enslavement, or forced to by threat of death. So like, and a lot of times, even when you do convert, they'll kill you anyways, because you just gave up your faith. So how can we trust that you're going to like that's their ideology? Yet in reality, they have an ideology that allows them to feign acceptance of another religion in order to infiltrate.
You're talking about
So, like,
Taqiyya.
Yeah, Taqiyya, yeah.
Right. Also, to reply to Hugh, he's asking for what evidence I have for the case, and it seems to me it's similar to the debate that Destiny had with Vosh when it came to Kyle Rittenhouse. Like Kyle Rittenhouse was being approached pretty aggressively by a guy, and it was in Destiny's mind justified for Kyle Rittenhouse to take the shot. And it would be in my mind too that if you already have a pew pew in your hand, and a guy is coming at you in a heightened tension, violent situation like it was in Kenosha, I believe is where that was, and then you're reading the room, so to speak. You have it in your hand, and they see it in your hand, and they're still going to approach you under those auspices of what would be a threat toward violence. You are justified before having ever been struck to take that pew pew and use it. And the same thing happens. I mean, for example, it's reasonable that if your government is saying death to America all the time, and you're worrying with the centrifuges, and you're in alliance with China, and you're in alliance with Russia, and you are going against Israel, and your whole entire charter is against one of our allies on top of that. Let's say we just even know that it wasn't going to nuke us, and we knew it was going to nuke one of our allies. That's still enough for us to intervene on behalf of our allies. And I know people hate to be, he says, react seemings aren't evidence. Well, when it comes to war, it's good enough. When it comes to nukes, it's good enough, which is, that the more heightened the scales, like it's like you have to wait until the rocket is literally in your lap before you can say, hey, I don't like that. It's just too much.
Well, that's why I made that argument earlier on the last live stream, where I was like, if somebody's building, building up a way to destroy your house, and they live and they're right next door to you, or whether they're next door to you or not, but you know that they're building up a way to destroy your house, and it might take them a long set of time, but you know that eventually they'll be able to do it. Are you just going to sit there and let them build it, or are you going to try to stop it?
Yeah.
And then, of course, I got hit with how does that track to this? Like, I think it's quite relevant. Like, it's quite a relevant question.
Yeah, just real quick, because like genuinely, I think like Hugh was saying, it's like I don't know if he actually like knows about this, but here's the actual Iranian parliament, right? And this is them literally chanting "Death to America." Right? That's the parliament. And then if you're saying, oh, that's just the parliament, what about the Khamenei, the people that Israel just blew the fuck up?
این مسئله آمریکا و ایران اینی که شما میگید مرگ بر آمریکا.
When you chant "Death to America," Magba America, it's not just a slogan, it's a policy. So
yeah, it's messed up.
like at what point do we call a spade here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When the nuke is sitting in our lap.
Yeah, right.
You know, like a little segue here. You know, I think it's real funny when, like, you know, leftists, you know, try to defend these types of people, not realizing that, like, you're the first they're gonna go after. Like, you're the very first people they're gonna try to take out. Like,
Yeah. And let's even say that the people aren't extremists and only the leadership are extremists. Well, then all the more reason if once they have nukes, now we have legitimate justification. I mean, okay, they don't have nukes, literally. I'm gonna take that back. That's a clumsy word. If they have very, very close nuclear capabilities, that would be sufficient justification to go in, do what we did, and if we can get regime change, then really, really quick, and it's going to be good and stable, let's do it. But more likely, we're not going to be able to get that regime change. And so what we'll just do is we'll just have to cripple them. We'll have to blast them back to the Stone Age.
yeah, and I like Easy's argument too, where he's like, if you kind of helped create the problem, don't you think you should probably try to do something to, like, you know, solve it? Hey, and then his response is, well, yeah, but, like, we should do it with peace. Like, there's no peace at this point. Like,
We didn't make the problem with peace, did we?
no, like that's just it. Like, it's like the same thing when when people try to, like, say, well, the Taliban formed because of all the atrocities Americans did. No, the Taliban formed for totally different reasons. As a matter of fact, I believe they were trained by British and American soldiers to fight in the Cold War. And regardless of what you might claim that Americans did to them, they most likely still had motivation to go against them anyways, because it's a predominantly Christian state. Like, they don't want Christian rule. They want theirs to be like, as far as I'm concerned, the Ottoman Empire never ended, and it's still operating to this day. Like, whether you have different countries and different governments ruling instead of one overarching government, like the Ottoman Empire, doesn't change anything. You still have the Ottoman Empire functioning to this day, because they're still going for the same thing. Just look at what's going on in Britain right now. Like, and that's a country they were never able to take in the past, and they've almost done it. Like, they have political officials in Britain making policy. Like, and I'm
like,
pretty sure Britain's right now close to a race war.
But to Hugh's point, he was like, the Iranian government is saying death to America. It's like, that was the first video that I showed you. And then the retort is, you know what I mean? I know, I understand, but like people, like, genuinely, like you get that reaction where it's like, when did they say death to America? Because they genuinely can't comprehend that, like, this is their ideology. This is why, like, Saudi Arabia is a perfect example. Saudi Arabia says, listen, we'll play ball. We'll see how it goes. And then you look like Abu Dhabi's vast infrastructure, like wealth creation beyond belief. And Iran was given the same shit. And rather than build skyscrapers and all this kind of shit, they built tunnels and tried to build nukes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And, like, I understand, like, Devil's Advocate and all this kind of shit, but, like, it's, and, like, that's just trenched at the end of the thing. But, like, Hugh, like that, like, I wish this was not the case. I wish this was overblown. I could say, that's overblown. This is just racism and all this kind of shit. I wish that was the case. It's not. Unfortunately, it's not.
Yeah, it's really not. It's funny because we even here in Canada, we've seen, like, displays similar to this. Like, we've seen, like, major Palestine protests. I literally watched one here in Edmonton, like, live. Like, I was in person, so I live downtown, and they're literally like pretty much saying the same shit about Canada. Like, they're burning Canadian flags. They were like, this whole thing was supposedly to, be about, like, Palestine being free, but then it became a political matter of, Canadians being the problem. But, like, and then there's I forget his name, but there's this guy that he's on YouTube as well, but he posts his own protest videos where it's all about like, you know, like kind of returning to how Canada used to be, and like to some degree, or at least trying to like, you know, maintain the air of like actual cohesiveness between people. And he'll go to these same protests and they'll just treat him like crap. Like they'll treat everybody a part of it like shit. And it's like, you're in, like, no offense, like I'm not against immigration at all. Some of my closest friends are immigrants, but at the same token, if you're gonna come here and all of a sudden start wanting to destroy and dismantle the system and alter something, like you kind of are a threat. And they go, well, you're just an Islamophobe. Well, a phobia is an unjustified fear. At this point, it's not unjustified. Like, you're displaying regularly that the fear is quite justified. So like, and it's the same thing with racism. When people say, well, you're just being racist. Well, I don't know how I can be racist against a faith base. But even if I was, being racist is a sense of superiority. It becomes from a Greek term that means a sense of superiority, unjustified superiority based off of racial or ethnic background. Like, so like, you could argue then that if how are we being racist? Because if I say, for instance, that most Muslims are lesser IQ, is that racist or is that factual? If I say that because they're lesser IQ, they have a higher proclivity to being violent and aggressive, is that racist or factual? Like, so all the counter arguments to like, well, to you know, how we're reacting or how we're behaving in response to it is wrong. Like, is it though? Is it? Like I would agree that murder is wrong regardless, for sure. But are there situations where like if you take what's that one what is it, the trolley car
Trolley problem.
theory? Yeah, the trolley problem. If you like, are you gonna pick the one person or are you gonna pick the 100 people? Like, are you gonna pick the shitty populace that's trying to, you know, like tear down entire like systems across the world and enforce their doctrine everywhere, or are you going to pick the ones that are just trying to, you know, coincide with most of the world?
Yeah,
Like,
well, I would say on the lineage and IQ part, that as long as you're not making some kind of ontological claim, if you're making a statistical claim, that's a little more justified. Even if we grant that there are, you know, hereditary imposed limitations upon the potential for one's IQ, even if you want to say that, as long as you're not saying because they're of this lineage.
I'm basing it mostly off of like if you look at it like historically, like most of the Arab countries like a long time ago were like, they would have been relatively high IQ, and so, but if we look at like, since most of them have been put under Islamic rule, they've been like one of the reasons for it is the mass amount of inbreeding. So because of the inbreeding, it causes their IQ to drop. And then there's quite a few other like aspects to it. I don't have my laptop up and open in front of me right now, but I have an entire thing on this, and and my research on this was totally inspired by Andrew Wilson's debate. But yeah, like there is a lot of fact basis to support this. Like, keep in mind, a lot of Arab countries, like way back when, like way back when, were some of the best in like architecture, like art, like fuck, I'm really blanking right now. They had a lot of advancements, and like they were highly intellectual, but they weren't predominantly ruled by Islam back like during that time. And as it's gone on longer, they've genuinely dropped down in IQ, right? Like, it's funny because I like, and the whole argument that I got off, I just shifted it towards like Islam, but the whole argument that I got that off of, and then followed to do some research in other areas, but was based off Somalians, because the average Somalian has an extremely low IQ, like in comparison to like white populace. So to
And
say
Asian
like
populace and Jewish populace. Yeah.
yeah, so like if a white guy says, well, Somalians are relatively lesser IQ, and then somebody says, well, you're racist for saying that, it's not racism because it's a justified claim. Racism in and
Right.
of itself definitionally has to be unjustified based off of ethnicity or race.
Yeah, so racism, I had to narrow this down because there was a debate between Marte and, gosh, who was the guy who was JS Urban Adventures, about whether or not racism is a real thing. And JS takes from the Jesse Lee Peterson school of thought that racism doesn't exist, and Marte was trying to argue that it does. And my post debate reaction to that was that racism is the idea that you're making either an ontological, moral, or hierarchical claim based on perceived lineage. So you're trying to use those factors to say, essentially, you're this because of your lineage, and this is just inescapable, and it's immutable, and it is without exception.
Yeah.
And you're not doing that
Yeah.
because it's within the realm of possibility that a Somali could be the smartest guy in the world, and you're not
Yes,
saying
kind
that
of.
because of their lineage that they are boxed into this sort of thing, or that they have some hierarchical role, or that they are on a class of humans less human. You're not saying that. So, but once we cross into that territory of your role in life is determined by your lineage, that's when you cross the line to actual racism. But it's concrete.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I kind of gave like the whole like the origin of what the word racism is, because it comes from a Greek word, and by definition it means to be an unjustified sense of superiority based off of your ethnic or racial like background. So it like and that's where it ties into what you just said.
Yeah, but there are different kinds that try and sidestep too. Like there are kinds of racism that say, well, I don't think I'm better than you. I just think that we all should be separate. Like there's some kind of moral ought to how you look or where you come from that must separate you in society, and that
Yeah,
you
but
are.
would that be racism, or would that just be like a separate? Would that just be a desired separatism?
It is
Like,
it's an ontological division of humanity based on arbitrary feelings that you have towards other people. For example, if I said that whites and blacks don't belong together, I'm making an ontological claim. So it's so even if they in their worldview they're not saying there's a hierarchy, there is saying that there is some order, that you are crossing some line by associating with or fraternizing with somebody who has a different phenotype or color or
yeah, I
ethnicity.
can get with that, because I constantly get into arguments with some of my Catholic friends that unfortunately, because I'm raised by a black guy and I got a half black brother, and they're constantly pissing me off with their arguments where they say, well, it causes all these genetic issues when you mix the two together. I'm like, well, to be honest, from research that I've done, there's not that much data to really support that.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't see that a whole lot.
yeah.
I see a lot more. You want to call them, not you, but people want to call them mixed
Yeah.
people, whatever that really means. I mean, we're all descendants of Adam and Noah. But if you want to use that terminology, I don't say, oh, of course they're dumb because they're mixed, or of course they have all these health issues. I just don't see that much. And I know it's a little anecdotal,
No.
but you'd think
Yeah.
you'd see it a lot more and be like, well, that's the obvious consequence. And people from all over the world would have the same exact thing. But no, you don't see that very often. Even more often what you see is people who are too closely related having those issues, not further apart.
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Looks like Teriak's got a clip for us, don't you, Teriak?
I know,
Yeah,
I was just
just-
thinking the same.
Just to address like what he was saying is like, it's the boots on ground that really hurts the position. I'll probably say for the most part, the MAGA guys who vote No New Wars. And this is why I say is like, do you guys not observe? Do you not see the same thing I'm saying? This is the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, what will be the future king of Iran. That's another reason why they're doing the No Kings protest, by the way. This whole thing is he's at the CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Committee, and he's given this speech, and he says something very key.
For all, we leave a legacy of peace and prosperity that historians and scriptwriters could only dream of. That legacy will belong to the heroic people of Iran, and to the only president of the United States who had the courage and the character to see this mission through.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Today, that is the precipice on which we stand, the precipice of true greatness. Iranians are ready to play their part. The final blow will be delivered by the people of Iran themselves. They are already on the ground, and they have already demonstrated their extraordinary courage. They are ready to fight again, but they must be given the chance to do so. As President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, and myself have urged, they are taking shelter while the bombs are falling. But when the right moment arrives, as in January, I will call on them to rise up again.
When the right moment happens in January, like that was basically the test of the Shah. Like, can you actually rally your people? And then that's why the regime started gunning down tens of thousands. You know what I mean? And what Reza Pahlavi is saying there is that you will not have to put troops on the ground. Like, I will give the signal for the Persians, the Iranians themselves to rise up and take the streets if you're just able to take out all this infrastructure. You know what I mean? Also, shout out to Ivan. Welcome in, welcome in. Also, chat, just remind you, we need $2 to extend the show. We need to extend the cope. Lots of copium going on here, boys. But sorry, back to I think we're talking about racism.
I think we covered the waterfront and racism, but if you want to, I think you want to nail your point on Iran. Yes, So I mean, I would hope that would be the case. Speaking of people rising up and stuff, what about Venezuela? I haven't heard a whole lot about it. Is it just like we're gonna once things have gotten boring, we start a new one and to overlap the last news cycle of the previous war? Like, is it Cuba next? How are we doing this?
Uh-oh. We need Cuba.
We want those 57 Chevys.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
For too long,
exactly what I'm thinking.
Cubans have had the monopoly on the 57 Chevys, so we're not going to let it happen, folks. Not anymore.
I would love to see that.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Darth, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Oh, shit. Not him. Oh, hello, Darth.
Baconator.
Join the dark side.
Yeah, I saw that in the comments, man. Well, I saw that in the comments on Easy's thing. Baconator, I almost died.
That was actually Tiny that said that. Like, I wasn't chatting at all. I mean, I came home late, so I didn't actually see like probably the first 2 hours of your debate, Teriak.
Oh, it was me and Trench took lumps out of each other. Like, I was calling him a cunt, a retard, like all sorts of shit. Like, cause it goes deep, you know.
What your beef with Trench?
Yeah, like just the back and forth, because like Trench, like I couldn't help myself but say, like, this is weakness. This is weakness. Like, I'm basically quoting Margaret Thatcher as a fucking Irishman. I'm quoting Margaret Thatcher saying, "It's like, you're a weak lot." You know what I mean?
That's funny.
Man,
you should have won any more.
I got to go back and watch. I got to go back and watch your whole debate, because like when I came on, I was shocked to see Trench calmly talking. I was like, "Wow, this happens."
Which part was that?
Yeah, that didn't last long.
Calm or logical.
It was right around the time where I sent the super chat telling him to pick his hair because it looked like a wild Brillo.
Also, shout out to Carlos for the $5. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Wrong one. But yeah, like, this is why like the whole like geopolitics, like believe it or not, gentlemen, like what I'm talking about in Iran is like like that all ties into what I was talking about before with like the conspiracy theories and like the whole infiltration that happened after World War II in 1947, National Security Act, and all this kind of shit. That's why I keep pointing out that the fact that Donald Trump changed it back to the Department of War to me signifies that Trump's not just going after to free the Iranian people. Because again, like the lefties are right when they say, it's like, do you really think that like Trump really cares about the Iranian people, all this kind of shit? It's about ending this Islamic jihadism and Nazism that's infected like literally your security agency. You know what I mean? There's a reason why they have red, white, and black on their flags. Yeah, good.
I think they're thinking about checkers while Trump's playing chess. Like you're not seeing his end game because you're thinking it's a different game. Not you, but you know.
Yeah. I mean, for sure. I think there's also more facets to it as well. Like, it could very well. Like I'd be willing to grant you that that's a motivation factor for him. But I think there is something to be said also about like who controls like the flow of oil and all these other things. It's a major commodity and there is a massive amount of money. And if you have a natural enemy in control of that, that's going to be a problem, right?
Hold on, didn't China like literally today, well, it was yesterday now, just try to barter a deal for the Strait of Hormuz?
I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to look that up. I've honestly I have to like backdate like all my news stuff.
Seems like they're feeling the pressure.
Well, yeah, like and it's man, don't even get me started on China. The moment you mention China, my blood just starts to boil with all the freaking bullshit happening in my country.
No, I agree. And they're like China and Russia. But yeah, like that was, 2 months ago. Now nobody's talking about China or Russia trying to make deals with us, being like, hey, we need
that's just it. That's just it. Like even if we look here in Canada, like we have some severe issues going on with China. And we have liberal Canadians right now worried about what's going on in Iran. And sure, like it's a problem. And I definitely think our military should be somewhat involved, especially if we're going to maintain this friendship with the US. But like to some degree, like why are we so unfocused on the other things that are also going on? We have an entire election that was fucking influenced by another country. Like it's just kind of funny how all these other problems get thrown to the side when another problem arises.
Well, and I've been researching this one because I've been thinking like what my first actual formal debate would be, and gas prices, I think, would be. And I've been researching it, and like it's kind of weird that the gas prices keep going up by private companies, but yet the U.S. is in a positive deficit. We export more than we use. Like the math ain't.
Yeah, I'd have to say the same with Canada. Do you know what doesn't make sense to me is if you take a look at like Alberta, they make like Alberta, like processes some of the most oil and some of the most like and cleanest and like high quality oil on the planet, and for some reason we're paying through the freaking roof. Like Americans complain about gas prices, we're paying more than you guys pay per gallon, and we're paying for a liter. So like and it takes 4.2 liters to get to a gallon. So we're paying 4 times the cost for something we make in-house.
Not to mention like how quickly we forgot about the Venezuela shit where a lot of oil can be processed. That was a processing place, and how that is all tied together. Plus it's right next to the Panama Canal, which is arguably more important than the Strait of Hormuz, right?
Yeah, but I mean, to a degree, but I mean, like just because of like proximity, maybe. But if you like, this is where I was trying to say, like, if you have an enemy, if you have a known enemy, one that is like Teriak showed in that video earlier, people are chanting "Death to America," and they're in control of the flow of oil. They're in control of they're in control of like the largest export of it, right? Like that's a problem. That's a problem. Like that's a massive commodity that determines a major portion of economic growth in almost every country across the world.
And that's why the Ayatollah got into place in the first place, because during the 50s, during the Cold War-esque kind of era, whoever they elected, I don't know if the term was the Shah or whatever, but the guy who was in charge of Iran, wanted to nationalize the oil supply and just make it their own thing. Come in. And so what we did is, look, if you're going to nationalize your oil and we're not going to take it, us in the UK are not going to take any dips from your oil anymore, we're not going to benefit from protecting you, then, well, we can't just give you free protection from the Soviet Union. So we're just going to have to overthrow you, because you guys have 60% of the world's available oil at that time. So if we didn't protect them, Russia would go in, Soviet Union would be all ready to take on the world. We couldn't let that happen. So like we talked about prior, with the government's ability to use unseemly means like espionage and overthrow, things like that, that's what we did in order to make the Iran we have today, so that we could avoid the kind of Russia that would be an absolute nightmare during the Cold War and would have been an absolute nightmare now. By the way, is anybody anti-Ukraine war at this point still?
Just real quick, Rick Zama got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. RK Mangoes, welcome to the show. But re-examination, you were saying about anyone against the Ukraine war?
Yeah, I still think, because Russia is our enemy and has been from the beginning, I don't understand why we wouldn't stick it out there and continue to weaken them, especially during this point when Iran would have loved to have their assistance, and they're not getting it because they're all tied up trying to fix the hole they've made with Ukraine.
Kind of sounds like doesn't it?
I'm not against weakening Russia to that to in the manner you're stating. My only thing, from a Canadian's perspective, is when you have so much internal issues, especially economically, where to the point where your prime minister is leveraging the Canadian pension plan in order to give money to Ukraine in the billions. You should probably be focusing on your own internal issues before handing over money.
Here's the solution. He needs to sell Canada to the United States. That would do it. That would do it.
It would not. No, because the Canadians would just become another colony, just like how Americans have taken other countries. And no offense, but the Americans don't treat their colonies very well. And it is a really long process to become a state.
No, we'll just make you our largest national park.
Actually, that sounds like a genius idea, Reed.
That wouldn't blow over very well with Canadians.
Don't worry. You'll still have your jobs.
No, you're already part of us. You just don't admit it. That's the difference.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Trudeau
no,
took all your guns, so we're coming in. You know, you think the North doesn't like guns much as the South? Have you seen Chicago? We love guns.
He didn't take away all our guns. This is a really big misconception.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm just joking around. Okay.
I'm just saying. That anybody who thinks Canadians don't have guns is sorely mistaken. Like,
what guns do you have? Pea shooters? You got those water guns and super soldiers?
They have rifles.
I mean, what fucking guns do you have?
Oh no, bro! I'm not about to incriminate. I'm not about to incriminate myself here. But all I'm gonna say is, like, I've seen fresh out of the box, my guy. Like, Canadians don't necessarily adhere to the law all the time.
Yeah, have you seen that?
All right, I'll leave it alone.
Hot Fuzz.
I'll leave it alone.
Have you seen that scene from Hot Fuzz where the old man opens the shed and they have wall-to-wall guns? That's Canadian.
I've never seen that. Sorry, bro. I've never seen that.
Teriak, have you ever seen Hot Fuzz before?
Yeah, it's a great film. It's a great film.
Yeah.
with the whole like, kind of like cult vampires, kind of shit in the village and all this kind of stuff. You go down to the rural, you're like, what the fuck is going on here? Oh,
The great are good.
Beautiful film.
I mean, shouldn't all Canadians just concede that they're American at this point?
No, they're in the Commonwealth.
Well,
we're the only non-Commonwealth at this point.
First of all, Mexicans, Canadians, and you know, people from the USA are all technically Americans because we live in the Americas. But
that would make South Americans Americans too. But I would say we're the only country with America in our name that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, sure, but that all I'm stating here is that, you know, technically everyone in the Americas is American by that just by that alone.
By touching the Gulf of America.
Doesn't mean we're a part of USA.
But if you could vote to be part of USA or stay Canada,
no, I would never vote to be a part of the USA ever.
Interesting. Why is that?
Number one, I'm
Canadian.
a patriot for my country. Number two, I don't believe. Okay, first of all, yeah, we got some issues with immigration, but y'all got a lot of Islamists and East Indians over there too. So don't even.
Oh, we have huge immigration issues.
Yeah. So you can say Canadian all you want, but you know, if you still had Biden in power, y'all would be screwed right now.
Oh yeah, well, actually, it'll be Kamala, not Biden.
To be fair,
keep
was
in
it ever
mind-
Biden in power for real, or was he just the figurehead for the dark shadow?
Yeah.
You mean Sleepy Joe?
hold on. What does that have?
Come on, man.
Answer.
He likes ice
but like
cream.
when it comes to me, like if there was a referendum for Canada to become a part of the United States, I would vote no every time. Predominantly because I like throughout history, I've seen what the United States does to their absorbed colonies, and I don't agree with it. I don't think that it would benefit Canadians whatsoever.
We don't go out and do. We don't do that.
We don't do
You
what?
You don't take resources from. You don't take
We
resources.
take resources.
From,
We don't
from
take
colonies.
We don't
and
colonize.
not do anything beneficial for them.
We have the resources. What are you talking
We
about?
take your stuff, but we don't do anything. You know, we don't take your land. We take your resources.
So there's several colonies that are outside that are not considered states in the United States. However, they are pretty much with little to no help whatsoever.
I think he's talking like
Little to no
Virgin
help
Islands
whatsoever.
and Guam and American Samoa. He's talking about things like that.
And the people that are treated like the people that are relatively treated not so well, not so great.
What?
Their own. They're not. The colonies are not. They don't have any American rights whatsoever.
According to
That
what?
argument
You have a stepchild. You love it.
Considered to be
but it's not the same.
Wait a second, Casa. Here's the problem I'm having with your argument. You're saying that Americans, like the government, don't treat the territories of those people justly, but you got to consider the fact that every government on the planet don't even treat their own citizens the right way. And then it's a false comparison. You're just making it seem like America
So then what
is
benefit?
being an empire.
It's not, because
But
what
at the
I'm
same time,
saying is
look
what benefit would
your own
Canadians
government
gain?
does to your own people. I mean, like if you want to throw shots at American government, you guys ain't much better for what you do to one another. I mean, like what the fuck are you talking about? Like at least
I'm not
at least
throwing
there's better
shots.
arguments
First
to
of
make
all,
not to
calm
be an
your fucking
American.
panties. Calm your panties.
Well,
They're in a knot right now.
no. When you
Because, like,
you just
yeah,
can't
no, because
handle.
what I'm
No, you
saying
just
is there's
can't
no
handle the
benefit
fire
for
that
it.
you're actually started off. You can benefit a lot being American, but I don't mind if Canada says that. Hey, look, I don't want to be American because you guys got X problems. But when you're saying that the government or the people in general don't treat other people well, while everybody is guilty of the same things, it's a stupid fucking argument. And then you're going to tell me to pipe down because you're just being a fucking idiot. I mean, like, which part you want?
what you're saying is because I have in-house problems. So what you're saying is because I have in-house problems in my country that I should go and take more problems from another country that doesn't have any actual benefit.
Yeah,
that doesn't have
more.
any guarantee of benefit for my people. No,
More's better.
the only benefit, the only one it benefits, the only one it benefits would be the USA. The only reason, can I fucking talk? Can I fucking talk?
Yeah, I do know you talk. You just don't like the fact that you don't like it.
Can I talk?
How do you know
Can I
for a
talk?
fact?
Can I talk? My point
Jesus
that
fucking
I'm
Christ,
getting at
dude.
here is the only reason the USA would want Canada in the first place would be for the resources. That's the only reason. There would be no benefit for what are we going to get? Unless there's some contract stated that Canadians are going to have some kind of benefit to this, we're going to still be able to operate as Canadians, and actually still have our own economy, which at that point is pointless because then we're just essentially giving you free access to our resources.
If
Have you ever heard the
I
saying
can
"red
answer
headed
that.
stepchild"?
Hold on. I can answer that. I can actually answer that. You ask me the question, I'll give you the answer. Let's say in a hypothetical that you become American tomorrow. This is what you inherit. You inherit our Second Amendment. You inherit our First Amendment. So like that Bill C-16 bullshit you guys fucking have up there where you throw people in prison for not affirming gender pronouns. Yeah, that goes away. So not only you get freedom of speech, but you also get freedom of due process. And also you actually get an election where people can actually elect their fucking presidents. Not that bullshit you got up there in fucking Canada where you have Trudeau still up there, even though the majority of the people of your
Trudeau.
fucking electric system, Trudeau, is still in fucking power.
It's Carney.
Well, no,
They have Carney.
No, stop. But when they had the election, he was in power. He had to give up his power to another person within his same party. By default, he was still the guy who was elected, though, before he stepped down. That's the problem. So you said, will we inherit? I gave you the answer. You don't like it, tough shit. But here's the problem, though. You can't say that our government does X when your government does the exact same thing and even worse to your own fucking people.
worse.
Get the fuck out of here.
Mega,
Even
Mega,
worse.
Can I please make a point?
Even
Can I please make
worse.
a point that kind of goes with yours. This is going to sound really mean, but as Canadians, you should make the choice before we make it for you.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's a
I mean,
threat.
go ahead.
That's
but
ridiculous.
I'll die fighting. I'll die
Chaos.
fighting for my country. I could
Chaos.
care
This is
less.
not my.
And
By
you
the way,
would say
by the
the
way,
same
Chaos.
thing
This
for
is not my
yours.
position. This is not my. It's not my position that we're going to violently annex Canada. That's not my position.
well,
I
and
was
this-
just kind of teasing because that's what we all do to each other. America has problems.
sure.
You know, Canada has problems. Where I'm coming from is during the COVID-19 lockdowns, I watched this documentary that John MacArthur's church came out with, or at least John MacArthur's church was one of the people. But during the time of COVID-19 lockdowns, I remember there was one or two Canadian pastors couldn't even get to their church because the government had caged off the church, even though the people wanted to still attend on Sundays. And that's just, you know, soft dictatorship kind of stuff.
We've had liberal rule for over a decade now, and it's sickening.
Canada would
100%.
benefit from being part of
100%. We also have extremely good conservative. We also have extremely good conservative policy from conservatives. We have people that are fighting for this. Arguably, one of the best prime ministers ever was Stephen Harper. He took us out of a silent recession in a way that the Americans couldn't even do.
Yeah,
So,
but that's
like,
not uniform all across Canada, is it?
No, look, what I'm saying is that yes, the things are pretty rough. There are many issues that happen. There's many issues with a lot of your former leaders too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Current leaders.
I could go on and on about fucking George Bush Sr. and Jr. all fucking day long.
See, the
Like, they're
difference,
not
though, is
exactly
that we
they're
have
not
the
exactly
monopoly
good
on
fucking
force.
leaders.
Junior was good for a laugh. You got to admit that. Monkey see, monkey
That
do.
was when they threw the shoe at him. Remember when they tried to assassinate him with a shoe? that was pretty fucking hilarious.
That was hilarious.
I will say at least George W. Bush didn't have blackface like Trudeau. That's one. Yeah.
And one,
There you go.
and one thing I'm going to add on to Cass, it's like we don't need to take it by force.
It's
You already
chaos,
got
first
two.
of all.
You don't have to. Yeah.
Oh, chaos. My bad. That's my fault, man. My bad. Okay. Chaos. And there's two things I can add on with it. Like, we don't necessarily take it by force because you already have two Providence, Saskatchewan, Alberta, already making referendums to start the process of becoming part of America and succeeding from Canada. So it's like, which
Actually,
angle
the
do you want to
referendums
go
for
this way?
independence. First of all, you got your facts wrong. The referendum is for legitimized independence. Second of all, it's already been defeated. There's been a counter search for signatures that's already reached over double the required amount of signatures, and the required amount of signatures to stop it was already double than the required amount for the referendum. So
Tell me you're Canadian.
that's already null and void. I know,
Okay.
like I know
Okay.
my shit when it comes to my country, bud.
All right, fair enough. But you said something very important though. You said independence, right? You said that they are doing it for independence, correct?
Yes, and it's a smaller facet of the population in both provinces, and it's not just Saskatchewan. Manitoba's been in the talks of it. Quebec has tried to separate for over fucking almost 100 years, as a matter of fact. Like, there's a major
They've been
like
successful.
But the problem with Quebec is the rest
yeah.
of Canada doesn't care.
Actually, I would exclude Quebec because that's been a long-standing thing ever since the beginning of Canada. Even though when you guys were a domain of Canada under Britain before you got your sovereignty.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
We're
can
still under
understand that.
rule. We're still under British rule. Like to this day,
Still
we
accountable.
still have a king that we have to answer
Okay.
to. So even though we're our own sovereign nation, we still have to answer to the crown. If the crown
Really?
says Canada
Okay.
has to go to war, if the crown says Canada has to go to war, we can deny it, but there's a legal proceeding in order for that to happen.
Yeah, it's to protect you from us.
Yeah.
That's why that's
No more borders. No more borders. No more northern border. It would be gone.
You're
Yeah, but
already just admit it.
Here's the problem. We're not. And I mean, you can joke about it all you want, but there's some major cultural differences. And to be honest, I don't think there's anything wrong with staying separate anyways. I think
Is it
it's
your
better to be
culture
I think it's better to be
prejudicing?
friend nations than not.
Absolutely.
And I think it's a and I also would as a Christian would go against any ideology that would start leading towards open borders and potentially a one world order nation.
Absolutely. And but I still want Greenland. That's all I say. Give me Greenland.
Oh,
we,
same.
you know, we would do a much better job with Greenland just facing Russia over the pole alone. Like you can keep Canada, right? And we'll be friends and we'll defend you and all that kind of stuff. And we got our own problems. But I still want Greenland. It's been taking too long. Promises made, promises broken. Give me Greenland.
Hasn't it been kind
Yeah, I heard a good argument that convinced me that getting Greenland is a really good idea.
Yeah, it's genius.
No, I heard a really good argument, but it's like it's a very and it's very realistic. Like you look at China with their bridge and road initiative of how they make unrealistic, like they make loans of unrealistic ways to pay the debt. And honestly, that's what China done to Venezuela, and that's what China's trying to do with Denmark. I mean, I don't want fucking Chinese military bases in my backyard. So, I mean, like, if Denmark can't fucking keep their shit up, then yeah, there's going to have something to be done about that, because I don't like the regime in China much more than I don't like the regime in Iran and Russia. All
Please,
three of them
Denmark,
are
save
just
us.
dirty regime. They're just dirty,
Well, this
no
is my
good
problem.
fucking governments, worse than ours.
This is my
Much
problem
worse.
with the current liberal state here in Canada is because we have evidence. There's massive evidence towards electoral influence by Chinese nationals, and the RCMP has even been caught in our parliament covering it up. Like they've been caught, they've been interviewed, and they've been caught covering it up, and they can't even answer the questions given to them. Like, and it's all been based off of the liberal government since Trudeau has been in power, and like his re-election most likely influenced by Chinese nationals. His initial election most likely influenced by Chinese nationals.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and if we take a look at Carney, who's currently in power, we like to call him Carnage because he's fucking everything up. He has so much to gain from China, like financially speaking. Like he went and took like a multi-billion-dollar loan out from China, ironically during right around the time of election between him and Pierre. Like, and he even got caught by Pierre, called out for it. Like, and when the entire Canadian government owns the media, like they own over 90% of the media, including independent here. That was
No,
never a
they
thing
wouldn't
before.
control that. No, they wouldn't control that at all, would they? Never.
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
what's your
Let me
thoughts
say
on
this.
it?
I think
you're making
Pierre
an
Poilievre.
argument for being part of America, but
I would say that Pierre
What?
Poilievre is probably the strongest guy. Like, I wish we had Pierre Poilievre as our president down here for a lot of reasons.
Bro, he's the most logical option. He really is. And the biggest argument I hear from the idiotic liberals here in Canada, there's way too many of them. But like they like to say, well, where's his security clearance? He doesn't really need it. And there's a gag order attached to it. So if there's anything to do, for instance, with the Chinese collusion or any kind of crime committed by politicians, if he gets that security clearance, he's not legally allowed to talk about anything. So then he's got his own foot in his mouth.
Right. And I would argue that it's probably, and this is one of the things I said on Abe Dinkus' show a while back, is it's pretty much Trump's fault that Pierre lost. Because Pierre had the numbers. He was beating Carney, or at least he was ahead of Trudeau. Yeah. I don't think Carney would have a platform to stand on if not for Trump arbitrarily punishing our allies, Canada, especially with these tariffs that are just unnecessary to impose upon Canada. Even if you want to say that, we're getting a raw deal and we're ripped off, it's like, okay, but in the grand scheme of things, isn't it a better calculation to be nice to your allies, especially those who've been allies for a long, long time?
The funny thing to me, though, is that like, is it really just one side getting ripped off? Because there's a lot of things that like Canada kind of like for many years has been giving massive deals on certain commodities that we don't give to anyone else, and we don't even give to our own people. Americans get prices on things that come from Canadian borders that Canadians don't get.
Yeah,
like
we're doing Walmart style deals with you guys, unfortunately.
Yeah, so don't get me wrong. The military aspect, sure, we get a lot of protection. I'll concede to that. That would be dumb not to concede to that for sure. But and part of that's our own fault. Instead of continuing to build our own military up, we decided to buy most of our military tech from you guys. So most of our tanks, fighter jets, all of that.
Europe's got the same problem because Europe has been under our umbrella for so long that they've just become flaccid and they've become just atrophied. And so by the time it's time for war, they can't barely get out of their siestas or their tea times to like strap on their guns and get to
Europe
it.
Pisses me off over that reason. I fucking hate Europe with a passion over that one.
The Iran situation.
Bro, wait to hear my take on the EU. But Jamin, I do need to shout out Carlos for the $10 on PayPal. Just as William was about to say to remind us about the goal. Carlos comes in with the $10. Let me give you a shredding clip for that one. And Carlos says, of course, bro, thanks for the background noise. Cheers to you, sir. Cheers to you, too. And even Dart's doing the shredding. My man, with the Baconator in the background. Is there anything more American than that? All he has to do is just play a bit of Freebird, you know what I'm saying?
What model of guitar is that?
Chaos taking a bite of that burger will be American, too. Chaos, come on, man. You know you want to. Join us.
I'm not big on Wendy's. I like A&W
Gobble,
better.
gobble, gobble. One of us. One of us.
And you
I like A&W better.
Answer the guitar question.
Yes, please answer it. Which model of guitar is that?
It's an Ibanez S series. So it's got like the super thin body.
Sweet. I'll get my PRS. Uno momento.
But I've modded the shit out of it.
Don't forget to stroke each other's G-strings, you freaks.
You damn crazy.
Nah, that was a good one. The G-string. That is a good dad joke. I can't criticize a good dad joke, gentlemen.
The G-string always.
Yeah, stroke it, baby. Fucking grasp that neck. Slap that bridge.
What did I tell you, Mangos?
Saying that when we're on Molly and when we're horned up might not be horned up. You are horned up. Oh, please. You can have a fucking chub right now.
Put the chubs away, gentlemen. I know the Baconator is juicy, okay?
Just make sure you swallow after you take the bite.
It's fading into your background. We can't see it, dude.
Yeah, no prep markers. I like that a lot.
There you go.
That's cool, though.
What color is it?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Oh, boy.
What color is that? Chrome? Am I saying that right?
It's black.
Black.
The color of my soul.
I got you. Okay.
The way that guitar kept fading in the background, it's now the
Nice.
Baconator guitar.
Nice.
Oh shit, boys! Is that Les Paul?
I do have a Les Paul, but this is a PRS, a Paul Reed Smith guitar. It's got some nice bird abalone inlays, 24 frets, and you got some coil splitting technology here. So these are humbucker pickups, but if you hit these switches here, you can switch between single coil and double coil. So that's a lot of fun. And I do have my amp right by me.
Isn't that what Mick Thompson uses for his songs when he plays the guitar?
Yeah, we got crazy on the drums as well, boys. We're gonna make a band out of this.
No,
Pearl.
Mick
whole rig out
Thompson.
there.
No, just 1 second. No, Mick Thompson, guitars for Slipknot.
I don't know. I'm not a
Okay.
Slipknot expert, so I couldn't tell you.
Fair enough. All right, Are You Crazy? Your turn.
All right, Pearl. We'll play anything. So we ought to put together something or put something together here. I've got the Sound and Light show out there too. For real. Smoke, fog, all that shit. DMX. I've been doing it all my life. Love it.
Okay.
So we need to make a real song instead of this AI shit. There you go. I can't reach my drums from here. I would already be hitting. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it.
Oh, Smashing Pumpkins. Let's go for a ride.
Go for a ride.
I love Smashing Pumpkins, bro. I miss the 90s.
Oh yeah, a lot to miss about the 90s. That's why I went to go to see Oasis last September back in LA.
Oh, fucking hell.
What do you guys think about the attempt to reopen the Kurt Cobain case?
Oh,
I think that's awesome.
That's way past statute of limitations on that one. That happened like so long ago.
Right up Terry X alley though. With the
What's
sticks.
that? I'm getting the crayons out. I'm getting the crayons out, boys.
Isn't there clauses on that though? Like for statute of limitations, like if doesn't conspiracy, like if it was proven to be a conspiracy, wouldn't they still be able to pursue it?
Honestly, I don't know. That's a good question.
Haven't they been doing the Jean-Benet Ramsey case forever and ever since the 90s anyway?
Statute of limitations don't count for a murder, does it?
That's a good question. No, I guess not, because they've done like cold case murder stuff all the time.
Yep. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Okay.
Oh no, he's got the crayons out.
I got the crayons out, Chairman. This crime scene literally makes no fucking sense. It makes no sense. Because, like, first of all, like, where did all this transpire, right? Because when you look at the gun, first of all, a key thing to know about Kurt Cobain is he was left-handed, but the left hand's on the barrel, not the trigger. The ejection port is facing, I think, like south. It's facing the opposite way to where the shell was found. How the fuck do you explain that? Because then it has to, like, not only hit off the wall and ricochet back, but then it has to avoid the body and then land on the coat forward as well. The other thing is, like, why would he take his coat off after he took out the gun? That's the only reason why the coat would be on top of the gun case. That's another point.
Perhaps he was related to Vince
And
Foster, and he had post-mortem talents that we didn't know about.
Yeah, and then the pen is on the right-hand side of the piece of paper, again, to note that it's a right-handed person. Then he has the root beer can that's right beside him, which it already has heroin in it. So he's basically drinking heroin, apparently. And he also has 5 times the lethal dose of heroin in his system. So why does he have 2 ways to use the heroin? And then he's also putting a lethal dose of heroin inside himself, and he's blowing his brains out. So he's killing himself twice.
Yeah,
it literally makes no sense.
I blame Hillary Clinton.
Well, wasn't the new evidence that the Seattle former chief of police was saying that like, the blood stains on the bottom of his shirt suggested that He was standing up when it happened.
There was something because I heard. I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was something.
Yeah, I think it's wild. I think it would be like pivotal if this got like blown open and like things happen, because I think like this would start opening other cases up, like, and people would start looking more into other cases, like the whole for instance, the whole Michael Jackson thing. Like I 100% believe that that he was killed because of his ownership in Sony Entertainment.
Yeah, Darth was 100% right here. Suggests that he was upright rather than lying down.
But yet they're just going to dismiss it and being like, well, it's no case. It's like, yeah, but Courtney's still out there, isn't she?
There must be new evidence to reopen a case. It can't be just like, well, we sat on it because we had the same amount of evidence and we're going to open it because, well, we're bored and nothing else wrong is happening in the world. So there's got to be something new for them to justify reopening it and using those resources to investigate. So what is the new information?
That's the thing, that why it hasn't been reopened is because technically there's no new evidence. So there's only like new theories. There's not actual new pieces of evidence. That's the unfortunate thing. But for a fact, he was murdered.
Yeah.
Well, and I also can appreciate that, like, from his daughter's point of view, like, let's not rehash this, but maybe also.
How old was she when it happened?
Oh, she was an infant, like a toddler.
So she didn't really get to know him that well, if at all.
No, but she's probably spent her whole life being reminded.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
But she was also raised by her mom, who, like, may have been the one who did all this.
Well, like, that's the thing as well.
Yeah.
Like, she's going to be there saying, it's like, oh, of course the lion's like, would your mom ever like do anything bad to you? And like that whole kind of like mind games and all that kind of shit with it. Do you know what I mean? So like, my heart goes out to the kid. But like I said, like in terms of like that whole crime scene, it just does not make any sense. Especially like the rule of suicide straight away.
When he had overdosed, I think it was 2 weeks prior, and like she'd kind of known that he was gonna file for divorce, which is kind of why he OD'd, which is why he was in the attic of the garage, and she had no idea where he was. Conveniently.
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. And they had all the money in the world. They could, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sure they didn't hear no much to anything. If that makes any sense.
But it's still like developing as of early 2026. Sorry, go ahead, Darth.
Well, also at the time, like right before his death, if you'd like follow Foo Fighters lore and the Dave Grohl, like his drummer, Dave Grohl was writing music and he showed it to Kurt in a situation. Kurt was like, hell yeah, I don't have to write everything anymore. But that went on to be the first Foo Fighters album. That would have been Nirvana.
Which drummer?
Dave Grohl.
Yeah. He's pretty good.
Oh, he was Baseballs. He's probably the greatest songwriter of my generation.
Yeah, he can play guitar and drums. That's what pisses me off. And both of them very well.
I just found this out recently. Dave Grohl was the drummer on Nine Inch Nails With Teeth album, which is,
really,
I think, their best album. He also was a drummer for Queens of the Stone Age, also an amazing band.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he does a lot of shit.
Teriak.
I normally don't say drummers are good, but he is good. really.
Mosman has blessed us with his presence, and even he admits Kurt was murdered. My fucking man.
Whoa! Go back to sleep.
It's there. The evidence is there.
Hey Teriak, not to segue here off this, but I had a question earlier and I just remembered it. I had a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you could pick your like what part you did best in your debate today and what part you think you did the least best, what would you pick?
Best parts from memory, like getting him on the Shaw thing to just expose that like he's literally just lying to you. Like by intentionally calling Reza Pahlavi the king, that forced him into like triggering. It's like, no, he's not the king. It's like, well, you told us you didn't know who the fuck he was. I mean, that was a good one. In terms of like the across the board, I think I basically like negated what would have been his emotional plea that the amount of American life lost with the like this is what the future holds for you kind of thing. Like England is just like, you know, like what America would become if you bowed down to this regime. And I think like the LGBT thing that I flipped back on him, saying why the fuck is the modern day politics all talking about trans? And then I flipped it back by pointing out in 1987 they had already issued this fatwa. Probably the worst parts was when I kind of like seeded into anger and kind of like started calling him a cunt and a retard and all this kind of shit. I think I could have played it better from that angle. But like I said, there was a lot of like shit that was being said where he was like, yeah, there's only like 14 Iranians getting trans and all this kind of shit. I'm like, come on, for fuck's sake, Trench. Don't like out and out like lie like that kind of thing. Because like I said, just by pulling up on the AI, like anybody be able to tell you there's over 4,000 operations and all this kind of shit as well. But like I said, the emotional control or just like the swearing and the cursing, I think I could have done a lot better job on.
Fair enough. That was a great answer. That was dope.
I think he should have controlled him more.
Yep.
He you know his style. He does that shit on purpose. That is his style.
Like, I mean, when I had that one-on-one with Trench on VK, he was just literally talking nonsense and then just started anytime I tried to say anything, he would just start freaking out and fucking just, and then I would I would have to admit, like I'm pretty easily heated. I'm not gonna lie. Like, so I started just going at him too.
Shut up.
But to be fair in your regard, to be fair in your defense here, you're relatively calm most days. So like, you know, that says something. That means he really had to been pushing you. You know, like.
Well, it's also Irish. Quick to get angry.
Yeah, true. There is
that
aspect
have enough
to it.
whiskey today.
Because like the thing about Trench is that it was literally kind of like I was showing back like I'm waiting like up to 5 minutes at one point. I gave him grace and all this kind of shit, and then it was like as soon as I said the first sentence, he's interrupting constantly kind of thing. So that's one thing where it's like obviously, like I said, I could have done a better job on it, but like for me, like fundamentally, like the whole thing, like leading into this with the whole kind of like Iran thing, it's like the same thing with the Kurt Cobain thing. It's like you'll ask me for like like what would be the like irrefutable proof like that he was murdered. I can't give that to you, but it's like this picture that we're being told does not add up. And when you look at like the fact that there's so many Americans that are literally saying it's like, oh no, like we need to run away from this, and it's like, motherfuckers, you are at the finish line. You know what I mean? There's a reason why Reza Pahlavi is at fucking CPAC giving this speech to say, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, how long are we gonna prolong this shit? That's the part that chaps my ass. It's like, fucking end it.
I wanted it done like 30 days so he didn't have to file for, you know, or 60 days. Sorry.
Chapped cheeks? You get chapped cheeks, bro?
Yeah, quickly.
Yeah, quickly.
I said it chaps my ass, not cheeks.
I know, but your cheeks are part of your ass. So.
I know, but it means it pisses me off real quick.
The things you learn.
No, I know.
The more you know.
I was just trying to make a funny.
Well, like the aspect for me is like like that to me is like that whole kind of like demoralization, all this kind of shit. You even seen it with like Haku. Like he's more interested in like defending the Iranian regime than actually, because like I was pulling the Britain statistics purely like because like that was another aspect with Haku, where I was kind of going like, how are you explaining the 10 times increase of rape in your country? You know what I mean? And like he doesn't have an answer to that other than, oh no, they just got better at reporting it. Okay, well then the Me Too movement was in America. Why is there not 15 million rapes being reported a year or 900,000 rapes being reported a year from 2000? But why is it you see the same thing in Germany? You see the same thing in France. You know what I mean? Absolutely
The funny
balloons.
thing
But then
is, too,
Poland
is with the Me
remains
Too.
the same.
The Me Too. Oh, sorry, shut my bad.
Well,
I was gonna say though, the funny thing with the Me Too movement is that like, I don't know if this has been confirmed or not. So I don't want to make this put this as like something that's in solidarity, but I would argue that the amount of false claims since the Me Too movement skyrocketed.
Which just credits the actual people who are.
Okay, I am
Right,
tempted
and
now
then-
to bring up the Tilly versus Andrew situation at hand because this is the perfect segue to get into that. Now, I
hate her.
I have major differences of opinion with Andrew. I have a lot of overlap of agreement with him, but I have certain particular major differences that I think justify me opposing him on certain topics. However, in this topic, if he's going to go with this lawsuit, and if this lawsuit is a winnable thing, he should win it and ought to pursue it for the very fact that the Me Too movement went too far, because it became open hunting season for a lot of people to make false allegations. And this would be a statement in the opposite direction of, okay, you can make those allegations. Is that going to stand up in court? And if so, is this case, the Tilly versus Andrew case, going to be the definitive turning point where people say, no, you have to back this up with evidence? It can't just be your word alone, because your word alone can destroy a life irrevocably forever. Really, forever.
I think it's a good step towards it, and it's funny because I was watching Andrew's live when he was talking about it, about like going to court for it, and he pretty much, that was his reasoning. He's like, it's not so much that it's about like me, it's the fact that if she's willing to do this to me, she's willing to do this to other men, and it's entirely false, and it's harmful. This could literally destroy other people's lives.
Absolutely.
Like, what if it's somebody that doesn't have the money to back themselves up in court, and then they just end up in jail because somebody's just making a claim that they did something horrendous when they never did it.
Absolutely. And that's why it's just so weird that she took that extra step. Maybe in the UK it feels safer to make horrendous claims like that. But I mean, I wonder if it's going to be taken to an English court, a British court, an American court. Teriak, do you know the legal situation of where that would land? Because
wouldn't this fall under an international court? Like wouldn't this be like, wouldn't this have to be almost like a, yeah, wouldn't that be an international court case? Like they would have to pretty much like fight this like.
One sec, John. One sec. We got Nelson Muntz with the big 50 says, regardless of varying perceptions and perspectives, I appreciate the good and moderately honest and reasonable tone of Teriak and Speakeasy channel. Hey, shout out to Easy. Like I said, he's literally the fairest moderator I've ever witnessed on YouTube. So again, massive shout out to Easy, and thank you very kindly, Nelson. Absolutely shredding it, William. You got to let me know how long the stream is going to last, but appreciate you kindly, Nelson. The job you were saying? Oh, sorry about the Britain case. The thing in Britain is that the implied consent thing doesn't exist in America. Sorry, it doesn't exist in England as it does in America. So it's going to come down to like a technicality of like, okay, is like, do we refer to like American law? Or do we defer to British law? I don't know how it works in the international cases. I'm not like 100% on the legal, but I think that's the avenue that they're trying to go down, where it's like, well, technically in Britain, you know, the implied consent is not a thing. So technically under British law, he would be a rapist, versus America, he wouldn't be a rapist, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? But from my thing, it's like, to drill down on re-examination's point, one aspect of this is like this whole thing of like pushing back against this whole Me Too movement, and like, you know, demonization of men and all this kind of like toxic masculinity, all this kind of shit. I get that, but this is going to be used in conjunction with like to try and explain, oh, there's 80,000 rapes because all these women are just lying about men, like that. This is how like the Muslims react, and this is why I keep pointing, like this whole red pill and manosphere thing. There's a reason why all the top dogs are all Muslim. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like, hold on. You said the whole applied consent thing, though. Wouldn't that would that even matter? Because he didn't do anything that would require the consent in terms of rape.
Yeah, no,
So
but
that would
he's
still fall short, wouldn't it?
yeah, but like Andrew said
Or am I
on cam
wrong?
that like he's woken his wife up with sex,
That.
right? Yeah.
Oh,
That-
with that.
I've been married for
Yeah,
a
but
while. That's I'll do that whenever I feel like it.
That's duty as a wife.
Yep. Yep. And it's duty as your husband
Yeah.
too.
Mm-hmm.
If you think about it.
I mean, I guess if you want to look at it from that perspective, mate, I still wouldn't call that rape. I mean, like, if that's the case, then
It's
I've
not
been
rape.
raped so many times, I can't even count, because I've had almost all of my exes do that to me.
Yeah,
And
man.
I'm a happy man. I
Yeah.
wake up a happy
That's what I was
man.
going to say. If that's what grape is, do it. I don't care. It's all right.
But in that case, there would be what you would call implied consent. It would not. There's like the unspoken understanding, as opposed to like, no, stop, blah blah blah. That's not the
Yeah.
same thing.
Right. But the funny thing is that, like, regardless, she's still making a claim. So even without the implied consent law, she's making a claim that he raped his wife. But
Right.
his wife.
Well, she didn't actually say
this
who.
case, when we look at, right. Well, for sure. But if that's what she's using, let's say, okay, let's then posit this. If that's the basis of what she's going off of, then that now defers to his wife and whether or not she feels like she was
Right.
raped.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I
And
take
if she
that back.
says no, then it's a false claim.
I take that back, because Tilly did do a response video, and I haven't watched all of it, and she may have used the debates between himself and Rob Noor and the statements he made, both on, well, mainly on Whatever, and maybe another podcast where he talked about doing that to or with his wife, depending on what the appropriate word is for that context. Yeah, if,
He
if
did
she
that on
cited,
whatever. I know. I've seen him, or I watched a couple of them where he did. Yeah.
has everyone here seen the debate Andrew did with Rob Noor on marital consent?
I have not.
Okay, that might be
I've seen
like
clips.
yeah. I know Cool Vic still has a video up of some, if not all of that. So but I think the rest of it's behind a paywall at Crucible, if I had to guess. But that might be like the chief piece of quote unquote evidence she's going to use in court. And it's just, even though I think it's an egregious debate, I don't think that's going to be strong enough to actually convict him of an actual crime, much less the crime she specified.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is like, isn't he the one who's initiating the court action?
Yes.
Like, he's essentially trying to charge her for slander, right? Like,
Slander or defamation, maybe one of the two.
yeah.
I don't know which one, because I think is it the defamation you need
Well,
to prove damages, and slander
isn't-
you don't need to prove damages?
I thought though slander defamation is required for slander. Like in order to slander somebody, you have to defamate somebody, right? Like,
We need a average female debater here, or a lawyer, or Ryan Mullally, or some kind of law adjacent person who knows,
Yeah.
because I can't speak to that.
yeah. I mean, I'm just trying to, like, I'm not entirely sure myself. That's why I'm asking.
But yeah, otherwise,
Great family.
sorry, you were going to say something.
No, you're just making me jealous because you can play while still talking. Have a one input audio.
Yeah, we heard
on,
that.
Oh, sorry, dude.
on
No,
the whole
it's just
Me Too movement thing. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say. Now that I got my guitar in my hands, it's just way too much fun. So go ahead, Chaos.
I'm doing it, and you just can't.
On the whole Me Too movement thing, though, one thing that I've noticed is, and I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but if you take a look at like the entire dating scene, the boldness in men has like gone down so to the point of like, I've noticed even just like when I walk through West Edmonton Mall, I noticed that guys like literally just avoid females like the plague.
Mm-hmm.
Like where guys that like you take a look at it and like, nah, this guy should be able to pull, and he won't even make the effort. Like the only time I see it maybe is in a bar, and even then, like the bars are like relatively.
That's the problem.
It's
not worth it.
It's just because it's like a fear now, right? Like even myself, like I'm like I've had it like instances where like I just go to help somebody and like just acts in an adverse manner towards me, and it's like, whoa, like okay, sorry, I was just trying to be polite, like.
And also, Edmonton Mall is massive, so that's a huge sample size.
Yeah, it's huge, bro. It's literally I did the estimation of it like a long time ago. It's like the size of a small neighborhood. It takes about 10 to 15 minutes to walk all the way from one end to the other, roughly. Like and then like and if you're gonna and there's like I think like over 2,000 stores or something like that inside the mall, or maybe even more. I could be wrong on the number. So like if you were gonna try to go to every single store, the mall would close before you could. Right.
Isn't the mall idea kind of outdated though? It's like an 80s kind of.
It better not be. Where else are people going to meet each other? What am I going to do in the winter? You know, I got to go to the mall, get my mall walking in. You think I'm going to go to the gym and that's going to do it? How we're going to see people? Nobody congregates anymore. The offices are closed down.
Nobody congregates.
Hold on. I work in an office. One of my jobs is in an office, right? That office space is dead. Everybody is remote now, right? And outside of that, yeah, people still congregate. People still go to concerts and shop. Things are getting closer to normal, but it's not like it used to be. The scars are still left there. The real estate scars, the economic scars, the social scars, the schooling scars are still out there in terms of their effects and how they've made so many dead zones. And malls are one of those things that have been hit pretty hard. And then you put on top of that all the economic pressures that have come with the war and inflation and all that stuff. And it just makes worse upon worse. Hey, we got Original Vintage and Shiva in the chat. Welcome, gentlemen.
Yeah, to be honest, the
feel
mall
free
thing,
to click
like,
the
when
link
it
as well,
comes-
gentlemen.
When it comes to West End Mall, the thing that differentiates it, I would say, from most malls is like the attractions. In it.
Shiva.
Like it's certainly geared more towards like tourists. But if you take a look at it, like we have like there's an entire water park, a relatively large water park inside the mall. There's a theme park inside the mall. They have like an entire mini golf section. Even they have like a very miniature SeaWorld type thing. Like there's a spot where you can go overlook and you can literally like watch sea lions and like penguins and shit. Like, so they have like all these different attractions. There's a freaking ice hockey rink in the middle of the mall, for crying out loud. Like,
yeah, it's better than any of our malls.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I would argue like Mall of Americas. I would say is probably pretty close to that because what is it? I don't know if it is. Is it Nickelodeon now? But I think it used to be Camp Snoopy or something like that, right?
Yeah, it's got a huge theme park in the middle of it that's Nickelodeon themed and all that stuff. But it's nothing. Not nothing, but it's definitely doesn't hold a candle to the Edmonton Mall. Edmonton Mall is one of the places I would like to hit up in Canada if I could, travel, and in British Columbia. But yeah, Edmonton Mall. I like malls. I like seeing how the different regions make their malls and how they market to their people. And that's one of the things I wanted to check out because it's very impressive.
Yeah, it's cool for sure. One thing I would suggest is if you do go there, just be prepared to like weave in and out of like the foot traffic like you're driving. Because like that's literally what you're gonna have to do. Nobody has any like sense of like common courtesy here in Edmonton for some reason. Like I grew up in Winnipeg. We would hold the door open for each other, take the door for the other person, say thank you. That's a rarity here. that doesn't really happen here. Like, there's not really that much kind of common courtesy. And if you dress nice, everybody's just going to be talking shit about you while you're walking through the mall.
Not even
that
a
you should
sorry?
care. I don't give a shit. Bro, I'm serious. Well, fuck, you'd be surprised. I mean, if you bump into someone, they might say sorry, but like,
I'm a tank. I'll bump into everybody.
Can I tell you how it is like in the rural Midwest as far as malls are concerned?
Yeah, sure.
It's just a place for people to get shot. They're all closing. It's just nothing but crap.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but like, was it always like that?
No. In the 90s.
When did that? When do you
late
think that started changing?
Well, anecdotally, I'd say about 2008, 2009.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, I think like there's a lot going on in the world where like purpose is kind of like really lacking, right? Like we see this a lot in like even impoverished like communities where you have a high density of people seeking some kind of purpose, and I like in my own home community, like where I'm from, back in Winnipeg, there's a lot of people that end up getting involved in just bullshit, just for the sake of it, because there's nothing else to really do.
I think they're not seeking that, which is the problem.
Well,
They
no,
gave up.
that's what it's not that they're not seeking it; they're seeking it, but they're not like whether they're doing it consciously or subconsciously is not the point. What I'm saying is that like whether like, it's almost an inherent. Like I think people are inherently seeking for that kind of purpose, and then instead of finding it, they're finding other ways to try and
See,
fill.
that's
that
your
kind of,
Canadian
like,
politeness right there.
I'm
I
just
don't
trying to
understand
word
that.
it in a way that's it's not politeness. I'm saying that people have a natural propensity towards purpose, but if they're unable to find it, they're going to find other avenues to take that energy like out in some way. Like if you have a group of people that are relatively impoverished and they have nothing really to do other than cause shit, they're gonna probably go cause shit.
I agree with half of what you're saying. I do believe the distinction should be the poor and the rich, as opposed to all this racial bullshit that is always brought up.
Oh, racial
I
bullshit?
don't agree with the second
like
half.
privilege.
I didn't say anything about race.
No, I didn't say you did.
No, he's talking about the
okay.
libs. I think he's talking about libs and maybe the far right.
Oh.
But yeah, we obviously you lose God, you start becoming cavemen, you go down to the lowest common denominator of thinking, which is I kind of think where we're unfortunately headed. The lowest common denominator is the widest market, unfortunately.
But all it
And I
devolves
think
down to
people are-
re-examine. But all it devolves down to is might makes right, and that's why you go to the caveman. Oh, me smash! Like that's literally the mentality you have. Is whoever has the biggest dick on the playground, he decides what the rules are. Whereas when people actually say there is an objective power that we can compare this to, it's called logic, it's called reason, it's called empirical evidence. You know what I mean? Then all of a sudden you can have disagreements, but you can still function as a society. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, seeing as I would attribute logic and reason to the mind of God, the God of the Bible specifically, and the purpose being to be like Jesus Christ, as you know, Jesus has intended us to be. Then, yeah, we know what the perfect man is. It's Jesus Christ, and so that is our model, and also the source of our strength to be more and more like Him is submitting to His rule and relying on His power to continue to improve us. As we rely on it only, and we can't do it by ourselves. We can't do it by the strength of our own selves, because otherwise, if we could, then why did He die on the cross for us? You know, if we could do it all ourselves, then there's no reason for Him to die on the cross, for our place. We can't raise ourselves from the dead.
People are seeking that.
Yeah. Anyhow, I got to get ready for my day. But gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Good debate, Teriak, I hope. And good to see you all. Have a great night.
Have a good one.
Re-examine any shout outs or anything coming up you want to, any debates or anything like that coming up you want to give a shout out to?
So there may or may not, probably going to be a discussion with at least myself, Mo Rebuttal, and Aiden Linden on theory of government. So maybe you guys will be interested in that. That's in the works. I haven't solidified anything yet, but in the next couple of weeks or so, that might be a topic that you guys would be interested in. So all that being said, you can check me out at Reexamination Show. I got a link tree in the description of my channel. Go ahead. Are you crazy?
Is Rev back? Do you know?
You know, I don't get a whole lot of contact from him either. You know, he showed up on VK and then he's just like the wind. He comes and goes. So I wish I could give you an answer. I obviously miss him being like the lone Protestant out here.
Yeah.
But it'd be cool if he was back. I agree.
Yeah, I was wanting to interview him. I might get you at one point or some point.
Yeah, just reach out anytime, you guys.
Yes, sir.
And unfortunately, I failed at my Irish goodbye, so I'll just say an American farewell.
My man.
Mhm.
Appreciate you, Reexamination. Make sure you go check that out, folks. Well, yeah, gentlemen. In terms of the like I said, it's a cope stream, so you can, if you have any kind of like topics that you're kind of penned down yourself, or if there's anything like coming up for yourselves as well, or any questions, or any tips you want to ask me for as well, more than welcome, gentlemen.
Teriak, I'm gonna go over to Ireland. I'm gonna pop up out of nowhere. I'm gonna catch you in a net, and you're gonna give me gold. I don't care what you say.
You might get me gold, but you'll never get me Lucky Charms.
Shit.
My
I actually have
all the time. They don't
I
like the
I have a debate actually tomorrow. Like basically, I have to go at it again, back to back, to say the topic's going to be atheism is dead. I'm basically taking Nietzsche and fucking it right back in the atheist face. Because when you read that passage, like there's no way you can convince me that Nietzsche was an atheist.
Well,
Have you guys read that passage?
atheism never existed because it's not a thing. It's the
Yeah, that's the thing.
absence of a thing.
Like I had fucking like people are now saying atheism is a religion just to try and trying to hold atheists in office and all this kind of shit. It's like, no, it's not a fucking religion. Get the fuck. You know what I mean?
It's the absence of religion. Like it's in its own definition.
Well, like,
Mhm.
isn't the whole idea of calling atheism a religion is that they worship nothing?
Yeah, like,
Which
but there is
is
no higher
the
power.
absence of religion.
Yeah, I know there's no higher power. But like, it's the whole idea. Like, this is one of the arguments that I use against atheists. Is like it takes less faith to believe in Christianity than it does to believe in atheism. Because in order for you to believe in atheism, you have to believe that everything came from nothing. So
Well, I'm
like
not trying to
like
convince.
it's just nothing created everything. So you believe in nothing. I believe in something. You believe in nothing. Essentially, is like the
And
argument
my
that I
something
typically
doesn't
use.
have to be specific. Like that's I think the end all on that is like doesn't matter what the something is as long as it's something. Otherwise, it makes no
100%.
sense, right?
And we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Harford Gaming, welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up? What up, dude? Yo.
So yeah, let me show you this, gentleman.
Whoa, I'm in the middle of the torch. Whoa.
My man. Right. So this is a bit of Nietzsche for you, because a lot of like Christians like shun away from this, and I really don't think you should, right? This is the madman. So here's the passage where it's the infamous quote like of God is dead, right? Have you not heard of that madman who lit a lantern in the bright morning hours? So let me translate this, like when I call like light bringers and all this kind of stuff. The madman is Nietzsche. Like think of all like the goofy pictures of Nietzsche, and he literally looks like a madman, right? So this is Nietzsche saying that he lit a lantern, he held up a light in the early morning hours. He's a dawn bringer, right? Ran to the marketplace of ideas and cried incessantly, I seek God I seek God. This is Nietzsche telling the reader that, like, I seek God. I seek that higher power. As many of those did not believe in God were standing just around then, he provoked much to laughter. Has he got lost? Asked one. Did he lose his way like a child? Asked another. Or is he hiding? Is he afraid of us? Has he gone on a voyage? Emigrated? Thus they yelled and laughed. The madman jumped into their midst and pierced them with his eyes. Whither is God? He cried. I will tell you. We have killed him. You and I. All of us are his murderers. But how did we do this? How could we drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? Any Christian or Jew will be able to tell you this, the way that he's starting to talk now, is the exact same way the dialogue is in Book of Job. When God shows up to Job. Where were you when I created the horizon? Where were you when I created the seas? All this kind of stuff. What were we doing when we unchained this earth from its sun? Whither is it moving now? Whither are we moving away from all suns? Are we not plunging continually, backward, sideward, forward in all directions? What is he saying here? This might sound familiar. This is the whole motion argument where I point to, like, the physicality, the empirical motion that we see in the universe is what tells us there's an unchanging principle causing all this motion. You know what I mean? And then he says, has he not become colder? And then it's like the heat. Do we not need light lanterns in the morning? Are we not light bringers? Are we not dawn bringers? Do we hear nothing as yet the noises of the grave diggers that were burying God? Do we smell nothing yet as the divine decomposition? God's too decompose. God is dead, God remains dead, and we've killed him. How shall we comfort ourselves, the murderer of all murderers? What is the holiest and mightiest of all the world? That is, like, what's the higher power we're going to point to as an objectivity here? What water is there for to clean ourselves? What festivals of atonement? What sacred games that we have to invent? Think of the Olympic Games. Is it not the greatness of his deed too great for us? Must we ourselves not become gods simply to appear worthy of it? Then we have Marilyn saying, we're all gods and all this kind of shit. There's never been a greater deed, and whoever is born after us for the sake of this deed, he will belong to a higher history than history hitherto. Here the madman fell silent and looked again at his listeners. It says listeners, but he's really saying, here Nietzsche fell silent and looked again at the readers, and they too were silent and stared at him in astonishment. And then he throws the lantern out and he extinguishes the flame. So this passage is not a thing of, like, justifying atheism and all this kind of shit. This is basically Nietzsche being completely 100% honest with the reader and saying, I seek God. It might not be, Christianity might not be the perfect form of it, but, like, this higher power that the Christians are pointing to, that is real.
Yeah, you know, things are things. Phenomena persist.
How's the retard supremacy movement going? Any signups?
It's growing day by day. There are more and more retards standing up and saying, I am a retard and I am proud.
Just like Socrates said.
What's up, Kieran?
Kieran's here? What?
Wait, Kieran's here. What the fuck?
Yeah, what?
Where's he at?
That was me making a retard joke.
Oh.
Welcome.
That's funny. He's like, Kieran's here.
So I hear from the chat, I heard someone say that, and I'm kind of straw manning a bit here, so I'm sure they'll correct me. But atheists secretly believe in God.
No, Nietzsche particularly, that passage.
Well, it's not to say, like, I mean, there's even some people who believe in God who deep down in the back of their mind have a doubt that they might be wrong, but it's better to believe and be wrong than not believe and be.
Well, I think what you were saying, I think what he's asking is what you were saying earlier about how people deep down inherently know that there's more to more to it than there being no higher power.
So when you say they know, by what faculty do they know this?
Subconsciously, like just somewhere deep down inside your own organic.
So when an atheist says, when you get someone who issues any sort of magical thinking whatsoever, like are they lying to themselves or just deluded?
I guess I wouldn't say lying to yourself, because it could be like lying to yourself but not knowing it. I'm not sure how that would be a lie.
Right, that would be delusion, right? That they would be deluded.
So, what do you? Sorry, never mind. I don't know what.
Because I would contest the claim quite strongly that people who are I mean, let's just call them atheists, for want of a better word, that they secretly believe or subconsciously believe in some sort of higher power. Because I think that those people that do believe in some sort of higher power, they would just kind of say, I mean, right.
Do you think there was any atheists during the Canaanites?
Do I think there were any atheists among the Canaanites?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I suppose statistically there must have been, maybe. I don't know how prevalent religious belief was back then. I'm guessing it was probably pretty widespread.
Well,
and
Canaanites actually had physical beings almost practically representing them. Even the Bible mentions Baal, saying that he was like a type of individual that was trying to represent himself as God, but God came down as the Son to prove that motherfucker is not a God. He's actually using some type of higher power to make himself seem like a God.
Right.
And then
I'm not sure how that addresses my.
Well, I'm saying like it. I just, to me, I don't really feel. I feel like there could have been non-believers in a sense, but I felt like they had a belief in something in that time and
Right,
age.
but what
I feel
about
like-
non-believers today?
I feel like it's completely different. Like to completely believe in the absence of something creating something, like just that it came from an arbitrary, random sense of creation. Because I used to be an atheist, but
Right.
to me, I feel like I had I've mentioned this before, where I had to basically throw out all of my morals and just everything had to be incorrect to me. And the reason why that's basically a contradiction in itself is because if everything is incorrect, what I'm saying would be incorrect.
Yeah,
And-
yeah. Like so, but there's quite a lot in there. First of all, you're assuming that all atheists believe that the universe was created. Some atheists hold the view that the universe is eternal.
Are you claiming it wasn't created?
No, I'm claiming that some atheists hold that view.
Yeah, there's
I
certain
don't actually
atheists with a worldview that believe it that way.
Right, but
yeah,
that's
I
usually-
don't
that's-
actually. This is going to annoy you, but I don't actually hold a view about whether the universe had a beginning or not, because there doesn't seem to me to be any way
that
to
would
know.
annoy me.
And it doesn't seem to me that you can reason your way into knowing, because there's a
Like
cut-off
reason your
point,
way
you
out
know.
of knowing.
So, also, even assuming that the universe had a beginning, that doesn't necessarily mean that it had a cause.
Are you assuming it didn't?
No.
Well,
So you're saying
there was no
hold on. So you're saying that just so if something has a beginning, there's no cause to the beginning. Is
Yeah,
what you're
so
saying that they
this is the,
doesn't
the-
necessarily have the cause.
This is the atheist worldview where it's an effect.
Wait, stop. No, stop. No. There's no atheist worldview.
Okay.
Like, because atheism doesn't carry with it a whole set of other beliefs other than the rejection of the belief in a deity. Like, you can't say that's a worldview. any more than you rejecting the belief in werewolves is a worldview, right?
Yeah,
Like you see how that would be a bit
Can
silly.
I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Shiva? Just curious here.
Sure.
I'm not trying to
Sorry,
like end a full debate. I just want to pick your brain.
Shouty. I'll try not to get shouty. Like,
I just want to pick your brain here on this a little bit. Like just get under a better understanding of your thought process on the matter.
Sure.
Would you say that it takes far more faith to believe in nothing than it does to believe in something?
Oh, no, he doesn't believe in nothing.
Wait. When you say believe in nothing,
yeah,
I don't really understand what that means, because there doesn't appear to be.
Okay, so let me elaborate on that. So, like, for instance, I'll just use an example. This isn't like the end all be all of my explanation.
Sure.
It's just a single example. We'll take, for instance, Big Bang Theory. Okay.
Right.
So we have an event that happened that, by the theory, created all that is, right? That was caused by essentially nothing.
No, that's not what the Big
There's
Bang
random chance with no discernible causation.
No, I mean, okay, so look, when you're talking about the Big Bang Theory, colloquially, people use the Big Bang to refer to the creation of the universe, but that's not what physicists mean when they use the term Big Bang, because what they are referring to is the expansion of matter that already exists.
So right, and so my point here that I'm getting to is that the matter, when you ask them about where did this matter come from, they say, well, it already exists, and you say, okay, but how does it already exist? What created it? Well, nothing created it.
Okay.
So if nothing, so how does something come from nothing, right? That's my point. Is what and I'm not trying to get into my belief or the debate on it. But I'm just asking.
Yeah. Okay. So, but you're like, when you say nothing, like, I was watching a stream with he's an atheist, which might put you off him, but he's a physicist.
Can you define what nothing is? Just
well, yeah, I was watching this stream with this physicist called Dr. Blitz, who's an atheist, and he was actually asking this sort of question, like, what do you mean when you say the word nothing? Because, like, science, when science says nothing, they're still like quantum foam, right? Like, that still is
nothing by definition is absence, right?
Out if there's nothing.
Is right. So how do you know?
By definition, nothing is absence.
So in order to say that, I
just want to clarify for the panel. Just let like Shiva go do like the one-on-one kind of thing, because like if Shiva gives an answer and then like three of you are then giving an answer, then it's basically impossible for Shiva to actually have like a conversation. So just the Chaos, you go first, then Darth, and then Halfwood, you're up after that. So Chaos, when you're happy or satisfied, then we can pass on to Darth. But go ahead, Shiva.
So in order to claim that the universe came from nothing, you would first need to establish that there was nothing. And that seems to me to be a problem.
Right, and this is where I kind of find the atheistic view, and this is just from my perspective, right? You could pick it apart how you please in your regard, but from my perspective, the atheistic view is kind of a bit of a dead end, because if for instance, if you're to say that there's no like if there's no creator to some degree, or if there's nothing to ground your basis of understanding in, then you
wait. You're moving goalposts so far that you're now playing a different game.
Sorry. Explain to please explain to me how am I moving goalposts?
Because at the moment you're talking about causation, and now you're pivoting.
Right, but what I'm trying because this leads to my original question. Right, this is all a part of the original question, is where I asked you. do you think it takes or do you think it takes more faith to believe in nothing than to believe in something? So if
Okay,
I were to
I would
say,
say
if
it
I were to
takes
say
as much faith.
as much faith, because
Yeah.
I would say, okay, I mean, fair enough. But would you mind explaining to me why you would say that?
Well, yeah, sure, because it seems that we have two propositions. In proposition 1 is there was something, right? Whether you want to call that something God, or you want to say that the universe is eternal, or that the universe grew out of dead universes that existed before it, or whatever, right? On the one hand, you have the proposition there is something, and something is responsible for the rest of something, right? On the other hand, and that seems to me to be an unfalsifiable view, right? But then you also have there was nothing, and the universe spontaneously manifested out of nothing, and that seems to me to be an equally unfalsifiable view. And so if you were to hold that view, that would require as much faith, in the sense of confidence in what you're saying, to like as saying that there is a God.
I mean, fair enough. I can definitely respect that. That's probably one of the best responses I've got to that question so far. I've asked that like amongst my own personal circle, and I can't really seem to get an intelligible response from the average person. But my response to that would be that, like, from my perspective, anyways, it would take less faith to believe in something. And the reason I say
Right,
that is
but
because if you have
well,
for instance, right, if you have if I were to say, for instance, well, these trees, and I never knew how these trees were planted, never knew how these trees came to be. But if I were just
right.
popped into a forest with no prior understanding of how it came to be, and I were to say, well, these trees were put here by their leaves falling to the ground, and somebody else were to come along and say, well, no, these trees just came to be, just how it is, no explanation whatsoever, I would find it far easier for myself, and I would argue for the average individual as well, to believe that the trees were put there by the leaves that fell on the ground,
Right.
than
I
just
mean, you'd both
randomly
be
being
wrong there,
placed there.
right?
Well, yeah, we'd both be wrong, but I'm not arguing off
I
something that's
the
objectively true.
counter the problem is that you're not just positing something, you're positing a very specific thing, and the thing that you are positing seems to me to be far more complex than someone who's positing no thing. And so if we're trying to be parsimonious,
At that point, though, I don't. This is the thing, though, is I say the same thing.
Wait. If you're trying to be parsimonious, and I do try to be parsimonious, then it seems to me that the more rational line of reasoning would be to take the less complex thing, the thing that's simpler.
But
right?
that's where I argue. This is where, like, it's funny, because from my perspective, I'm arguing the same thing, that it's simpler from my regard, because in order to explain that nothing created something, you have to
Right.
somehow be able to have more to back that up in regard to the opposing claim.
Do you know? So, are you aware of the decay of isotopes?
I've read, like, I think, like, one thing on it, like,
Right.
a while ago, so I
Okay.
wouldn't say that I'm well educated on the subject.
Right. But so were you aware that the that radioactive decay is stochastic, which means that
Yeah, actually, I am aware of that. Yeah.
right. So that's appears to be an example of a process that begins but doesn't have a cause. Right.
Or is that just a cause that hasn't been found?
Well,
That doesn't
not
fit.
well, no, because then it wouldn't be stochastic. It would just be something that we don't know the answer to.
But I think isn't that kind of the dilemma though? Is because that's an inference that it's stochastic, right? It's not.
Mm.
It's not actually.
I mean,
It's not actually proven.
all scientific observations are inferences. They're all guesses, essentially.
Well, not all things. We have objective truth
Yeah.
within science.
No. All scientific claims are essentially guesses. They're probabilistic because they're inductive. That's the nature of inductive reasoning, is that it's probabilistic.
So if we can put under a microscope how a cell functions, that's all inference.
And well, no,
And we can study how it works, and we know
I mean,
how it works. That's an inference.
I mean, yes, it's inference, but you get inference in deductive reasoning as well, right? But the point about observing how cells behave is that the cell isn't going to behave like that in every single instance, right? So it's probabilistic. It's not deterministic. Like I
Okay,
don't
so-
think. I don't think.
Hold on. If we know a blood cell carries oxygen, right? That's objective. We know that. That doesn't change. That's not probabilistic. The only thing that'll change that is like whether a mutationary aspect, like if a cancer cell infects the blood cell, or if like some form of
if an
invasion.
oxygen molecule lands on the blood cell or not, right?
Right, but
has to happen.
that's something that's an external factor changing the outcome. That's not the cell itself behaving
of course.
different.
That's
in a
the nature
normal
of the universe.
right?
That's the nature of the universe. That's
Oh,
what
it's
makes
nature.
scientific claims inductive.
What is nature?
Yeah, but
no, we're not
that's
doing
not
this.
to say
Get a
all
dictionary.
scientific
Get a fu-
claims. That's
Get
not
your
to say
fucking
all
dictionary.
I have
That's
one
not to
right.
say all
We are
scientific
not
claims are
doing this
inferences.
because I can play this semantic bullshit game just as well as you, and we'll just end up annoying each other.
but Shiva, it's wait, was it someone else to go after me, or was
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
was it
Because Shiva and I could do this back and forth all fucking day, bro.
is it more of like a theory, like it's an effect without a cause?
I mean, yeah. Look, I'm not a physicist. I'm not a physicist.
Maybe, I don't know.
But my understanding is that there appear to be certain quantum events, such as the beginning of isotope decay, which the start of it appears to be probabilistic rather than deterministic, because that's how phenomena on the quantum level appears to operate.
Are you
right?
claiming that radiation is what we're talking about here?
We're talking about when the isotopes begin to decay. Right. So there's a moment when they're not decaying, and then there's a moment
he's
when
talking
they
about
are decaying.
radiometric, using radiation to evaluate, essentially, like radiometrics.
So it's radiation.
It's a fuck. Isn't it low? It's like localized. It's like localized radiation to
Isn't this
gauge something,
theoretical?
I believe. No,
radiometrics.
We use radiometric dating. We use radiometric.
Yes, but
dating.
it's based on observation. But yeah, it's theoretical. Yeah.
Observation.
Yeah, it's all based off inferences. Yeah.
Right. Should we not?
Which is
should we not make inferences
not all
based on
science,
observations?
not all science. I mean, I'm not going to say that there aren't places for inferences that you can use logically to discern something. That's not what I'm stating. What I'm stating is
you would
that
have to use inferences in logic.
Yes, but what I'm saying, what I'm saying is there are things that are just objective, right? Like I don't need to use an inference to say that a tree is a tree. I can objectively say that.
Wait.
tree
No. That's like you're moving. Like
an inference is an assumption.
Can we not stick to one thing? Because now you're
So you're gonna say A is not A?
shifting onto identity, which seems to be like I don't mind arguing that, but that's like a complete.
I'm not shifting onto identity. What I'm saying is that there's things that are objectively true within science, and within
right. That doesn't mean that
you
they're
can
not
observe
inductive.
something.
Right. That doesn't mean that scientific claims are not all inductive. All of them, every single fucking one.
How are they all inductive? If you can objectively prove something to be something, how does that make it all inductive? That's a bold claim to jumble every single scientific observation, every single scientific evidence that's ever been there to say that this is entirely probabilistic instead of deterministic.
Because that's how those types of claims are categorized. That type of reasoning. Inductive reasoning, right?
I would argue that everything is based off inferences until proven otherwise.
No, stop using the word like you use inferences in both deductive and inductive reasoning. Like there's nothing special about inferences in inductive reasoning.
Well, an inference
right?
is subject. An inference is an assumption. It's essentially what it is, like in layman terms. So you're assuming something, right? Like that's essentially what it is. Like you're using deductive logic essentially to make your best case assumption. You're
okay, right? You're not doing that in inductive reasoning. You're only doing that in deductive reasoning. And it seems that you're a little bit confused about how the two operate.
Is that right? Okay, well then educate me then, good sir.
So like, okay, let me look this up because I don't want to fuck it up. Deductive versus inductive reasoning. Right, so deductive reasoning moves from general premises to specific certain conclusions, top down, while inductive reasoning moves from specific observations to broader generalizations, bottom up, right? So that's how scientists work. They start from a specific observation about a phenomena in the world, and then they build their case to a hypothesis, and then to a theory, and then to a law, right? And where they are moving from specific observations to generalizations about how that system behaves. That's inductive reasoning. That's what scientists do.
I can give an example. The
And
time that we
just
use
real
today.
quick. Just real quick, I gotta address the moolah. Gonna give you a sharing clip for this one, folks. Shout out to Shazzy for the Big 10. Says round and round the garden like a teddy bear. One step, two step, and a tickle under there. 100% appreciate you, Connie Shazzy. And also shout out to Dart, aka Rule of Two, saying with the $5 on PayPal as well. And welcome to the show, Jack. Just to let us all know, Jack has a little bit of spice that he's working on. He's got a hot take apparently, but let's keep going with this one first, though, Jack. Do you have a the floor is yours?
And let's not even bring abductive reasoning into it. What was your example?
I was going to say, like the time that we use today, it's all based off of a crystal that we use inside of clocks and watches and stuff like that, based off of the time frame of most people think that it's the world rotating around the sun and all that stuff, but there's a certain category of time that's missing from that 24-hour period that we don't use. That's why we use that fallback time during that. But the crystal is completely based around the 24-hour period that we made up. It's like it's completely subjective. Like it's like the time that we use today it's not the real base of time that's used in the universe. We just completely created it based off of I think we use quartz to wire that specific time.
Yeah,
just for funsies, can we remind
oscillate,
everybody what the 3 laws of logic are?
Doesn't it? The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
He's right, you know.
Mm-hmm. There's two others that can sometimes be used too as like a fourth and a fifth law of logic too. I forget what they are.
Yeah, but generally when people ask about the laws of logic, they're asking about the 3 Aristotelian laws.
Yeah, the 3. 100%. Yeah, I was just adding that little tidbit in there because something that I was reading into recently.
So I think the difference between deductive reasoning and inductive reasoning is that if in an argument, in a deductive argument, the premises are all true, then the conclusion necessarily follows, like it has to follow. Whereas that's not the case with inductive reasoning, which suggests what's most likely to happen, rather
Which doesn't that reduce to harm principle?
Doesn't that reduce to harm principle? In what sense?
Conclusion.
In what sense?
Well, as long as I don't hurt anybody, everybody's okay.
Right.
Is that right?
I mean, I wouldn't. I think that would be an example of maybe abductive reasoning. I mean, if I don't harm anyone, then everyone is going to be. I mean, that would seem very faulty reasoning. If I don't harm anyone, then everyone's going to be okay. Because that's not necessarily true at all, is it? It's like...
I agree. Are you not going to take that to its logical conclusion?
The non-harm principle? What's the logical conclusion of the non-harm principle?
Well, there's no moral basis. I mean, if you're claiming that creation is an...
All right.
Can't...
I mean, I'm not entirely sure why you're bringing the no harm principle into it, but if you want to talk about morals, is there a moral basis?
Yep.
Can you demonstrate that?
Mm-hmm.
Go on then.
Well, from my worldview, there's an objective God and an absolute truth.
Can you demonstrate that God is real?
Yep. Nothing comes from something.
Nothing comes from something. Did you mean?
You mean nothing?
The other way, yeah.
You mean something can't come from nothing? Is what you mean?
No. How do you know?
I don't have to know.
Well, okay. If we're taking that as the first premise of the argument, what comes next?
Well, you can't prove that something came from nothing, or nothing came. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, that's the first premise.
Yeah.
So what's next? I mean, the second premise would surely be there is something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the conclusion must be there has always been something.
Yes. I mean, time is a construct. I mean, omnipotence, right?
But that's some. See, it seems to me that like you're falling back to a brute fact, which is God. But I don't see why I can't just fall back to a brute fact, which is reality.
Oh, you totally can. Doesn't mean
if
I don't know if reality is the right. I don't know if reality is the right word you want to use, because within his worldview, reality is created by God. So that might not be the word you want to use.
Well, no, that's fine. Like he can make that claim, but then he would need to like justify that claim, right? Right. Otherwise, it's just a claim.
Fair.
Well, I mean, like if I was in his shoes, I would jump into the pivot of there's been no observed evidence of information arising from non-intelligence. If I was in his shoes, that would be my argument.
There's been no observable instances
Evidence
of
of information. Evidence of information arising from non-intelligence.
Sure. When a subatomic particle manifests, right? Like we get information from it, right? Like we can get either its velocity or its position. Yes.
Aren't they having a problem with that right now?
Oh yeah, always. Richard Feynman, or Feynman, I don't really know how you pronounce his surname. There's a quote from him, which is, and I'm paraphrasing, if you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics.
Oh man, it's such a rabbit hole in and of itself. Quantum, even just string theory alone, like on its own, is like.
Well, I mean, string theory is kind of.
Well, that's kind of been almost proven wrong.
Well, it's a part of quantum mechanics, right? String theory is a part of quantum.
It's a part of physics.
Under the umbrella, umbrella.
Yeah, but it's not like what string theory is trying to do is try to unify quantum mechanics with macro level physics, you know, like gravity and whatnot.
But this still isn't solved for X though, because dark matter is like X, which they can't define. Like dark matter is like
dark matter is an umbrella term for matter that's just on
exactly. It can't be defined.
Well, and also it should be dark matter and energy.
Oh yeah, even the name dark matter is like a misnomer.
Well, I think they think that some of it is matter, about 30% of what we can't detect, although how they know what the ratio is beyond me.
Well, we don't even know. That's what's even more fucky about it, right?
Well, I suppose maybe matter and energy behave differently, and you can probably describe that mathematically.
Isn't that a loophole to say energy, though?
Well,
say that again.
Well, I mean, yeah, no, go ahead.
Well, I was just asking, isn't it kind of a loophole to say energy when we're talking about matter and dark matter? Because
I mean,
no real
sort of, but it's like it's the same loophole that we're using when we're just talking about matter and energy. In that there's a certain view, like a physics view, where matter is just a different form of energy.
But couldn't I make the claim that dark matter is God?
You can make the claim, but it would need justification.
I would think that would be just a piece of advice. I do not think that would be a smart claim to make.
Can't explain it.
Right, but does that mean that dark matter is sentient and has a will?
Omnipotent? I don't know. We don't know
Well, no, I wasn't even getting to omnipotent. Just like, is dark matter aware of the rest of the universe? And does it have a will?
We don't know shit about it.
Yeah. What? I don't, bro. You were going somewhere, and then you said dark, and then you said, "Well, what if I said dark matter was God?" You just killed your whole thing.
I said, "What if?" I didn't make the claim.
I know. I know.
What if dark matter was
You were
blancmange?
doing so good. You were doing
Darth.
so good.
What if dark matter was blancmange? Dark matter blancmange. Hey?
Fair enough.
Although, if it, that might be an oxymoron.
Yeah.
Because the blanc in blancmange is obviously referring to white. So it can't be dark.
Hey, here's a good joke. Here's a good joke for you, Shiva.
Go on then.
What happens when a retard takes Oxycontin?
You end up being me.
Does he call himself Chaos Nova?
He becomes an oxymoron.
Who said that?
Very nice. That's dad joke level.
All right, Jack.
I am a dad.
Let's hear it, Jack. Let's hear it.
Okay, so I just got to ask maybe one or two qualifying questions, and then I'll give the take. Is that fair?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So how long in the Middle East, I'm not too great about that part of history, so excuse me if I seem ignorant, but how long have Muslims been problems to their neighbors and other people? Does anybody know?
About 600 AD.
Thousands.
680. Okay, so quite some time, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I've had this crazy take for a while, and it's definitely gonna upset the whole panel. I have no doubt. But what it occurs to me is that's been a long occurring problem, and this is a solution that I have. I think there's problems with it, so I expect pushback on it. But like in the area of the Middle East, like what you would consider the Middle East, maybe not the whole thing, but I would say generally the ones that have problems. Why don't we just glass the place? Like, if there's a way to get citizens out, I would rather have that happen, but why not just level the place and just be done with it?
Hasn't that been the argument this whole fucking time? Right? I mean,
no, I'm talking about I'm talking about wiping it clean, like clean.
We could have.
William, this clip is well deserved. Boo this man!
Boo this man!
Jack, like you just don't wipe out a bunch of innocent people.
Well, I know, obviously, like I said, if there's a way to get them out, I would rather do that. But
if there's
you can't trust that situation.
Right, I'll tell you why, Jack. Leaving aside the kind of moral considerations, America is currently complaining that it's being forced into the position of policing the world. Well, you can't, on the one hand, complain that you're being forced into the position of policing the world and then police the world.
We wouldn't have to police it anymore, though. We'd just wipe out the problem.
You know, you'd still have another problem.
I mean, that seems naive.
A problem always arises. Like, you can't, like, you like, the reality is like, we could wipe off the entire Islamic threat off the face of the planet, and you're still going to have more problems.
Well, of course, you're always going to have problems. I don't disagree with that.
It doesn't eliminate Russia, which very well could become an international threat to many countries at any point.
Well, I agree with that, but they at least seem rational.
China's another one. Rational? You think Russia's rational?
In some sense,
yes. Seen what they do? Have you seen what they do to other countries? They literally have been picking. They literally spent like I don't even know how many years on and off just tearing apart Georgia, just for the sake of it.
Yeah, I get that. What I'm saying is there's a huge difference between the two. You know, where they seem to have some type of morals and consideration. We may not understand it, we may not like it, but I just don't believe that there's anything with the Muslims that I would be like, oh, that's something, you know, because I wouldn't say it's completely like every single one's been bad. You know, if they can kind of change, I believe that's a totally possible thing. There's good citizens, don't get me wrong, if that was a way I could get them out. But I'm just saying, these people have been problem to their own neighbors, to the other countries. That isn't always things with other countries. you know, that are doing these
The
barbaric
problem
things.
is the problem isn't the people. The problem really isn't the people here. The core of the issue here, like, and this is something that's already been spoken on, is the belief system they believe in, right? Because as a true Muslim, these are the ways that you are supposed to behave, right? So like it's not so much the people. It's a vast majority of people who claim to be Muslim don't actually adhere to the Quran as like even nearly as much as like as would be expected of a
So
so-called
what
true
percentage would you
Islamist.
say that are the problem then?
I don't think like again like I don't think I'm educated enough. I don't think I'm educated enough to give you an accurate guess on that. But what I would say is
Well, can
that
you give like I'm not expecting
there's
an
a lot
actual
of
number.
hold on. There's a lot of people there was a lot of people in Germany that were entirely against the Nazi war, right? If we had just entirely wiped them off the face of the planet, then all of those people would now be subject to the mistakes of everybody else involved. There's plenty of
And just-
people that are from Arab countries that have done nothing wrong. Like,
And just real quick, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Machine Lies. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, blessings.
What up? What up? But yeah, I don't know. I just felt like, you know, it's like if we've had this problem for what, thousands of years or hundreds of years, why not just take care of it? You know, because we haven't had this many problems with other countries.
Because Hitler had the same idea.
1,000 years ago.
Because
Even
Hitler
wiping
had
out
the
the-
same idea and we vilified him.
Even wiping out the
For
Middle
good
East
reason.
wouldn't do anything because there's still that's still 26% of the population that are Muslim that you would have to take accountable in other countries.
That's fair. That's fair too.
Yeah, that's true.
But hey, look, Teriak, thanks for having me up here. This is dope for hanging out with you guys. I stayed up way later than I thought I was going to. I got to be up in like 3 hours, and
same here.
And it's 6:22 in the morning, so I'm gonna do my best to try and nod off here.
100%.
Yeah.
Appreciate you coming up, Chaos Nova. And I also appreciate you
course,
coming up,
man.
Shiva, as well.
Chaos, just say
Always-
Canada.
It's always is you fuck, man. God damn it. It's always fun coming up. It's always fun
Yeah.
coming up here.
Hell yeah.
And if anyone's watching, give Teriak his gold. He's a leprechaun. He needs his gold.
100%.
Yep.
That is true. That is true. Appreciate you,
Have
Chaos.
a blessed night, guys.
Yeah, you
See you,
too.
man. Sir. But Jack,
But yeah.
back to this whole glassing a full continent off the face.
I don't
of the
mean to
planet.
interrupt, but I am.
Well, that's the
you
kind
do
of sort of retarded part about the proposal is that it's not a continent. Like, there's no physical place where like Muslims are located that you could just glass. Like, that's actually this pretty much the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, there's a couple countries together that are.
There's like
Where's
a billion Muslims on Earth. How are you gonna glass the Muslims?
Well,
that
that-
sounds retarded.
Well,
it's
like I
not even
said,
a possible
One
proposal.
sec, John. One sec. Crazy. Are you heading out, or what were you saying there?
I said I DM'd you some stuff. I was messing with AI during your debate.
Ah, yeah, I seen it.
Yeah. It broke it
Is
down
it-
pretty good.
Yep. Appreciate you sending me that on, bro.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm always doing something.
I got an idea to glass their morale instead of actually glassing the people obliteration wise.
There ain't
Yeah,
no
they've already
morale
done that.
there.
It's called liberalism.
Hold on.
It's called
Hold on.
liberalism. It's called
Hold on.
liberalism.
Now, yeah, that too. But hold on. They really, really love.
Yep. Yeah, but the problem is that it's poison to you too.
They really love Muhammad. He is supposedly buried under that temple that's supposed to be somewhere in Jerusalem or wherever he is. If we dig him up, if we just dig him up and just piss on him and throw him back at the end.
Nobody gives a fuck about the body of Muhammad. That's
You can't
retarded.
even tell a
Nobody, gives a
picture
fuck.
of that without
Nobody
them
prays to the
hurting you
body of
really bad.
Muhammad. That's retarded. How much do you know about Islam? You sound like a moron.
No, I
You think they pray to
It was
the
a
body of
joke.
Muhammad? You think that's a sacred object in Islam?
No, they don't pray their body.
And this fucking idiot thinks you can, you know, blow up 1 billion people on Earth. Like, what a fucking morons on panel, you know? A real group of like smart dudes.
I'm sorry I didn't go into the exact details of the exact
No, you
location
can't. No, you
that I
can't
want
because it's
these things.
impossible, retard. That's why you didn't go into the exact details
Jack,
because it's fucking impossible.
To be fair, one sec, Joe. One at a time. Let's have a rational conversation. But to be fair, Jack, you did say
pray to Muhammad. What the
why
fuck
not
are you talking
just glass the whole Middle East? I believe that was your direct quote, Jack. You want to amend your plan here?
I want to
It's like a
glass the
Jewish
place. I
idea.
was
It's
serious
straight up
about
Jewish idea. Right.
Right, so,
right. For the
like,
Jews,
that's that like Iran alone has $25 trillion worth of resources. Just
right.
natural
Right. That way you
resources.
can create greater Israel. You know. Yeah. You ever hear about Eretz Israel, the project for Greater Israel that they're trying to build by bombing all the Arab countries?
Yeah.
You help create
Here's
them.
my plan.
Yeah, you help create them by handing it over to them. You fucking moron.
Yeah, so here's my plan, Machine Lies, right? By the way, for everyone on the panel, Machine Lies is a Muslim.
Yeah,
but
just hand it over to the
here's-
Jews. That's real smart.
Yeah. Here's my plan, right? It's going to be like Joe, the Saudi Arabia Peninsula. So that we give that to the Arabs, right? Then we have Greater Israel, and then we have like the return of the Achaemenid Empire, something along those borders, kind of thing. The Russians with the Caucasus might get a bit
Achaemenid?
tricky, but yeah, we're gonna make Iran great again, baby.
Anyways,
I
like
think you've
was
been watching
saying-
too much fantasy shit with Giorgiani, dude. What the fuck, dude? You need to get out of science fiction class and get into real life. Like, you know, that's fantasy shit with. Yeah, Reza Giorgiani is fantasy shit, bro. It's fantasy, yeah.
Who brought this
Science fiction, fantasy shit, yeah.
All right.
Who did
glass-
that?
Anyways, like I was saying,
Yeah.
160
Back
IQ.
to
Who did
Jack's.
Yeah, like you were saying, your retarded plan. Yeah, let's hash it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's try to get a solution here of glassing the Middle East. Go ahead, Jack.
like I said, if there was a way to get the good citizens and the people that want to
Yeah, I think
change
you should just
out,
destroy
I'd
Israel.
be-
I think.
Can I
I
get
think.
my
I think
point
you
out?
should Israel. I think you
Can I
should
get
get
my
Israel.
point
I think
out?
get rid of Israel. You get rid of all
Can
the
I
wars.
get my point
Israel has
out?
attacked all the Arab countries. You get rid of
man,
Israel.
get my point
Don't
out.
make me regret bringing you up, Machine Lies. Just give Jack, give him some time to land
Just
the plane,
let,
Machine
just let me
Lies,
get it
okay?
off, man. I understand it's a bad take. I get that. Completely get that.
Hey,
All
why
I
am I
wanted
getting
to
muted
do
here?
is
There's no need to
You
mute
keep
me.
in-
There's no need to
you
mute
keep
specifically me.
interrupting Jack. You keep interrupting Jack. Jack,
I just
make
came
your
on
case,
just
sir.
now. I just came on just now. I'm just saying it's a retarded idea.
okay. That
Yeah,
I
so
completely
let me
agree with
flesh
you.
it
I'm
out.
allowed to. I'm allowed to voice my opinion.
Wait to hear the
I
rest
agree
of
with
it.
I'm
you.
getting
I
muted. I'm
completely
getting
agree
muted
with
on the
you.
panel. I mean, it's just it's not good decorum. All right? I don't.
Let me
you know,
speak to Machine
I've had
Lies.
Tariaq
anyway.
on.
Let
I mean, I've
Jack
had Tariaq on
finish
many times.
his point.
I've had Tariaq on
Machine
many
Lies.
times. I've never muted him.
Just let Jack finish his point.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Go ahead,
sure.
Jack.
You know, the muting's unnecessary. It's bitch
Okay.
shit.
Okay. Anyways, I completely agree that it's a retarded idea. Whatever you want to say it is, I completely
Oh, yeah.
agree with you.
Right.
Okay.
exactly.
I realized that. That's why I said in the very beginning, I was like, this is going to upset the whole panel. I get it. It probably upset chat. I'm not even looking at it. But here's the thing is I said it to kind of get a discussion going, you know, like I
Right,
said,
but
if,
you
if
gotta
there
have
was a way to
discussions
get
on intelligent stuff, not like retarded fantasy shit. You know that couldn't even be possible. Or like let's set our discussion
Let
around
the
logical
man
issues that actually
land his
are of
plane,
actual
Machine
import.
Lies.
anyways,
You know what
like
I'm
I was
saying? Not
saying,
accelerationist retard shit that you just say on the internet to get a reaction out of people because you're LARPing on the internet. Like let's be
literal
serious. Like let's be
I don't
serious.
think you
dude.
know anything about me, man. Like this is the most spicy take I've ever gave in my life.
Right, because
So I
you're a
don't think you
LARPer on
know
the
it.
internet. Right, because you're trying to get reactions on the internet, so you think you're spicy. Dude, you're not
I
controversial.
have no
voting
YouTube
account.
channel, man. I don't
Yeah,
have a
you're
YouTube
Jewish.
channel. I'm not seeking
No, you're a
content.
Jewish accelerationist. No, you're a Jewish accelerationist LARPing on the internet.
I
Shut the fuck
don't
up.
even like the Jews.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
First
up.
of all,
First of all-
paint to bone with you.
Yeah, gentlemen, we have the clip. What even is a Jew?
First of all, the fuck is a Jew? Is this the nigga in Israel? No.
Yeah.
I also just remind everyone we're extremely close to 120, so get the donos in, gentlemen. But yeah, Jack,
Anyway,
please, Machine
yeah.
Lies, just let him land the plane. Let him land the plane
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
then you
sure.
could-
He's got
you
it.
could- You could roast me after that. I don't really care. But anyways,
No, I'm good. I'm cool on you, man. It's,
Okay.
it's no worries. Yeah, blessings. I mean, I roast everybody.
No, that's
Mute your
fine. That's
fucking mic, for
you're
fuck's
good. I'm
Yeah, I
not.
roasted Tariq
I'm not
tons of
upset.
times. Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
that's fine. Anyways, what I was saying is, if there's a way that we can rescue the people that want to change and be good citizens, the problem is I don't think we can distinguish. You know, a lot of those people will sneak in, you know, little things going on, you know, strapping things to themselves and
Yeah, let me
all that
ask you.
stuff.
Let me ask you a
Hold
question.
on, let me finish though. I just got a little bit more. I promise I'll be real quick. Okay,
Dude.
I'm not gonna.
All
I'm not gonna
right, all right.
dig this
Yeah.
big thing. But what I'm saying is, in a lot of those cases, we can't do that, so we have to do things from the air because that's where we have it, you know.
Yeah.
And I feel
Yeah,
like
sure,
within those countries, even though that it's not in a perfect circle, it's not its own continent and this and that. I think the ones that are causing the problems we have to take care of. If they want to change, I'm perfectly fine with not doing that.
Okay.
You know, if there's
okay,
a way
so-
we can not do that, I would love that way.
Wow. Yeah. So so let me ask you a critical question to your entire plan. Right? What is a Muslim? Right? You guys asked what is a Jew earlier. I'm sure nobody on this panel can successfully answer that question. But let me move on to this other question. What is a Muslim? I'm pretty sure nobody on this panel can successfully answer that question either. What is a Muslim to you? Because you said certain Muslims are problems. You
You
admitted
just
that
repeat
not
the
all of
same
them.
thing twice.
You said
Yep.
that not all of them are a problem.
Okay.
So which
Just want
one
to make sure I
are?
wasn't having an aneurysm.
Yeah, because a lot of times people don't understand the question. So are you clear on what the question is?
Yeah,
No.
I do.
During the Canaanite times, it was literally just someone who believed in God.
No, I'm not asking what a Jew is. That's what I'm asking.
No,
What a
I'm-
Muslim is.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, a Muslim was literally just a follower of God.
A Muslim is a follower of God. So you want to nuke followers of God.
No, that's literally what it was during the Canaanite times after the Quran.
Only if they cut your head
So,
off.
so let me get this straight. So this guy wants to nuke followers of God.
Only if they cut your head off.
You're not listening. I literally just said during the Canaanite times, that's what a Muslim was.
Look here. No, you're being retarded, dude. I'm asking him, right, because he's saying he wants to nuke Muslims. I'm asking him what a fucking Muslim is. Not fucking Canaanite that believes in God. That's not what a Muslim is, you fucking retard.
I didn't say
Let me answer the
Canaanite. I said
question.
during Canaanite times, you stupid son of a bitch.
No, you stupid son of a bitch. That's not what a Muslim is at all. During Canaanite times, people who believe in God.
Okay,
become
then what
Muslim.
is a
That's
Muslim
not what a Muslim
other
is
than
at all,
dirty
you fucking
degenerate who
retard.
marries children?
Go look up what a Muslim is right now, you fucking moron. That's not what a Muslim is. You got it wrong. Let's move on to the guy who I'm asking the question to. What's a Muslim? You
Yeah,
fucking moron.
mute yourself so that anybody can ask you a question. How about not?
No, this fucking moron responded to the question I asked
You're a
you. Do
fucking
you want to
moron.
respond to the question or not?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what's the answer?
Yeah. Do you think for a second if Iran had enriched?
See, he doesn't know what a Muslim is. He doesn't know.
Well, you're not really
Do
letting
you
him
know what a
finish.
Muslim is? What is a Muslim is a fucking question,
I'm
retard.
louder, so I'm right.
What is a Muslim is a question, you fucking retard. Do you not understand it?
You know what this
A
is?
follower of Muhammad. Would that be a suitable
No, I'm asking this guy. I'm asking this guy.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah,
Who's
go
this
ahead,
guy?
gentlemen.
The one with
Good
the-
lord,
This is
dude. You
training
keep
day, by the
helping
way,
him.
gentlemen.
It's not a fucking coward.
You keep helping him.
Yeah, no, I'll put myself backstage. I'll put myself backstage, gentlemen. Show me your best. This is training day, okay, gentlemen?
Oh god. Yeah, leave me here with these tards. Yeah.
I'm too
I
fucking
don't even
busy.
know these people. Tariq,
That
come on,
you
man.
willingly engaged with? Yeah, okay. Are you gonna like?
Look, he left me here with you. You're in my hands now, motherfucker. What is a Muslim, bitch?
What is a Muslim?
I can't hear this other guy that keeps cutting in. What is a Muslim, guy? You don't want to answer the question because you're too fucking afraid?
I don't
You're a
have to,
fucking
'cause I'm not a
moron.
Muslim.
You're a retard.
Follower of Islam. Like what definition? Are you
Follower of Islam. Follower of Islam. Bro, you're
Turka, Muhammad Jihad.
right. That's about as much as you guys know about Islam.
He follow. He
You're
follow.
watching
Hey,
fucking South Park movies.
Like
I'm watching fucking
like
Hollywood
I literally
movies.
said in the beginning, I don't know about the history.
You don't
that
know.
should've
You
told you
don't
the
know
whole
about
thing.
who you want to kill. You're that much of a fucking moron.
Okay,
You're that
and
much
I
of a
told you I
fucking
was.
retard.
I told you I
okay,
was.
Okay, thank you. All right, cool. All right, bro.
Yeah, see,
Now
I'm immune to shit, man. I'm immune to shit.
Oh, you're
I
not immune to
recognize.
shit. You're a fucking moron,
Okay, and
you admitted it.
And you're a
okay,
retard.
and
So what? You're a fucking retard.
we're all retarded. What are you talking about?
No, except for I'm not. You're actually a fucking moron who doesn't know shit about jack shit about what you propose in real life.
Keep your
All right,
feelings in
ask
your
me
back
a
pocket.
question. Let me answer a question. Ask me a question and let me answer it while you mute yourself. You see how, like, when you mute yourself like this?
Oh, dude, you're drunk. You look like shit. What's wrong with you? Like, you sound like
you see
shit.
how it shows that you muted it.
No.
Uh-huh.
What's wrong with your eyes, bro?
What are the 3 laws of logic? Can we fucking establish that? Make yourself sound retarded.
Who established the laws of logic? Let me ask you that.
What are the 3 thoughts?
Who came up with them? Who came up with the law of excluded middle, law of non-contradiction, the law of
Are you gonna
identity? Who
answer the
came up with them?
question, or are you
Who came
gonna
up with them?
ask the question?
Retard. Who came up with them? Retard. Who came up with them? Let's have a
Are
quiz
you
here.
gonna
Who
answer
came
the
up with them?
question or
Who
ask
came up
a
with them?
question?
What are they?
I just answered your question. Now, who came up with them? I just asked you a question. Fucking moron.
You didn't answer the question.
I just did. I just told you the 3 laws of logic. You fucking moron.
Really?
Are you
You
that retarded?
must have said them so fast. I just didn't hear it, man.
Oh yeah, you didn't hear. You didn't hear law of excluded middle, law of non-contradiction, and law of identity. You
There
fucking
you
moron.
go.
Now, who invented?
Yeah,
Who invented the laws of logic? You fucking cocksucker. You drunk moron. Who invented them?
You're arguing.
Oh, you don't know. Oh, you don't know who came up with them. It's fucking Aristotle who invented the
Yeah.
laws of logic. You
Gentlemen,
fucking drunk
ancient
fucking
Greeks.
idiot,
But
moron.
to
Go
correct
take
you-
a philosophy
to-
101
to-
course
to-
and
yeah,
shut the
to
fuck up.
correct you,
Stop
though,
warping on the internet. That's a fucking
to
moron.
correct you, Machine Lies, the laws of logic were
out.
not created. The laws of
They
logic
were
are
created,
eternal.
you
They
fucking
were
bitch-ass
discovered.
motherfucker. They were created by
They were
Aristotle, you fucking
discovered,
moron.
sir. Yes, they
They
were
were
discovered
recorded
by
by
Aristotle.
According to who?
Not
According to who were they
created.
He didn't fucking
discovered?
create them.
He created the laws of
He
logic,
didn't
you
create
fucking
them. You put
moron.
him down. He
did not
discovered.
create
He
them.
Was
discovered
logic
the
around before you
pattern.
were around?
No, you're getting into another philosophical discussion about whether logic is invented or discovered. That's a whole different
No.
discussion.
It was
You don't know the
discovered.
answer to that.
Everything
You don't know the answer to
discovered.
that question. Nobody does. Logic. Logicians, mathematicians, they've
Would you have
debated
to
this for
discover
centuries.
something to create
You
something?
fucking morons wouldn't even know. You morons wouldn't even
I'm
know
a
that.
retard.
This
I'm
thing
not
has
a
been
fucking
debated
moron.
for
I'm saying he
centuries.
discovered
You
them.
don't even
That's
know
all.
who made up the laws of logic. You're a fucking moron.
They were not created.
Like
They are
Plato.
eternal.
According to you, that's your opinion.
It's your opinion.
It's your
What you
fucking opinion. Nobody knows if they were created or
Yeah,
discovered.
bro.
You fucking moron.
They're fucking
We know-
discovered. I'm
Divine
telling you right
principle?
now.
We know they're
Somebody
invented by
told you you got your
Aristotle.
answer. You found your answer. They're discovered.
They're discovered. That's just made up. That's made up by you.
No,
Burden of proof is
Yeah,
on you.
it's made
is
up.
discovered. Everything was here. We just name things so we can keep up with it and talk about it. That's all.
Sure. I agree with you, sir. Mostly.
Mostly.
And shout out to OG for the $5. Let me hit you with a money clip for that one. Some golf for you, Terry. God bless you too, OG. Thank you very kindly for the $5. But yeah,
Now let me
gentlemen, I
ask you
believe
something.
Machine
Is
Noise was
math
calling us
based on
retarded.
logic?
Is what?
The last
Is
one.
math based on logic?
Yes.
Okay, and is math discovered or invented?
Discovered.
Math is truth.
You think all of math is discovered and not invented?
The patterns were discovered.
Or bowl. Do you
You
know
don't
what
think
math
you don't
is?
think there's no math that's fabricated, that's made up?
Well, I'm sure they are.
One
Yeah,
doesn't
there
know
is. Of course there is.
based
I'm
on
sure
your-
they are.
That's why I'm saying that not all knowledge is discovered, my friend.
Fucking retarded. Jesus Christ. Can you
Not
make up
every.
something
If you're going to go down into the
look-
meta, I mean, Jesus
Darth,
Christ. No.
Darth, you're done. You're already done, Darth. You didn't know who invented the laws of logic. You're fucked up.
I don't care. They are
fucked up in the
laws.
game.
Well, God created that. I was avoiding saying that.
No, God didn't create the laws of logic. That's
God
fake
is
info.
logic. What the
Where are they in the Bible? Are they in the Bible?
hard?
Well, how come they're not in the Bible?
Why do they need to be in the Bible?
Because I thought you said God created them.
Why does it need to be in the Bible for God to create them?
That's a good point.
Yeah, literally Genesis 1 is
It literally
the law of
says in the
identity.
Bible that God created everything. You fucking moron.
Yeah.
Which
And
would
how does
include
he
the
create
laws of
anything
logic.
without identity? Yeah.
What are you talking about?
What the fuck?
You think those are outside of God? Like, that's crazy.
Oh,
Tell me
So,
what is
so you
the
think God is bound by logic? So your God is bound by logic.
we gotta.
No, he made
Your God
the
is limited
logic.
by logic.
That's the point.
He made the logic.
Yeah.
But you need logic in order to know God.
No, God is logic, you retard. Like,
How do you know that? God is logic. Oh, God is logic now. But you said that God isn't limited by logic, but God is logic. You're a fucking moron.
Yes,
You're a fucking moron. You just contradicted yourself plain daylight. You just contradicted yourself. God is logic,
yeah,
but he's not bound by it. Can you explain the contradiction, you fucking moron?
Yeah.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. Yeah, you don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you want
bro.
to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Yeah, earlier I said it on the panel, and this this guy didn't even hear me. It's hilarious. Man. Sorry, I almost said the word.
Yeah, I just you said it really fast, and then there was other people talking, so that's why I wanted you to repeat it. I'm
Right,
sorry that I
it's
wanted to
fun to
hear
listen.
you say it.
Anyways, dude, have fun listening to others. Have a blessed day, Tariaq. Thank you for having me up.
You too, Machine Lies.
Yeah, blessings, and yeah, and thank you for I'm doing the debate with Trench. I had a good time watching it. So I only watched like the first 10 minutes, but I
You
think
two
I'll
are going
watch
to do well
I'll watch
together.
it later. I'll check it out for you.
later.
Yeah, blessings.
Take it
brother.
easy, bro.
Yeah, peace. Yeah.
But yeah, gentlemen, how did we think we done? Like I said, did you get any training for that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you got to put your feelings in your back pocket and just go off on him.
And also, shout out to William. I do got to do a shout out to William. He's been managing in chat like while I've been trying to keep up with everything, all stuff. So this one's for William.
Oh shit! I just realized too. All right, it's 4:30, guys. Oh shit! Right on the button. William's like, I'm not letting that. I'm not letting that.
Get it. But yeah, shout out to William, and also I typically see Machine Lies in Gnostic Informants chat as well. Like it's good to.
I brought him up with that crazy take.
It's like the one thing, and you have to give him credit for is he is kind of like was it like fierce in that whole thing, like the whole thing of like he's going to like bring it right to your face. So it's like it's
Oh
good
yeah,
to
for
get,
sure.
like that kind of experience. You know what I'm saying?
But see that's the thing is like for me not really running into that much, but the thing is there's not a lot that I know, and I can admit that, and so they can't use it against me because I'm retarded.
See you, machine.
You know, so it just bounces off me, man. It's like what's that famous saying? Whatever, it's like rubber. You know, made out of rubber.
Yep.
So
Hey, can I
You know what I'm
engage? a
saying?
little
It's Socrates. Yeah, go ahead.
No, everything's Plato. Just say everything. He did it all.
It all came from Plato.
Pilates.
Yeah, who the fuck knows who did what? Plato did it. He did.
As far as like the glassing, we could have done it. Like as far as America is concerned, we could have done it. It's been an issue since Noriega, Panama.
You could do it, but you'd have to take the whole religion out. And you can't. The religion's not in the people, or not the people. That makes sense.
I think the issue is that we're worried that if they have enriched, I almost said enriched uranium. I fucked up. That's where I lost. If Iran has enriched uranium, do you think for a second they wouldn't use it?
Oh, they would use it as soon as they get it. I mean, as soon as they get it
That's the difference.
compiled and put it together. Yeah.
The only reason I brought this up because obviously we were having perpetual problems with it, and I think this went back to the debate and what I was seeing in between Tariaq and Trench. They had different ways to go about it, but I don't think they're against like the concept of war itself if it's necessary. But here's the thing: is I feel like when you get in a lot of those situations, like I said, even if you're trying to rescue civilians, they've been known to put people in there with things strapped to them, and they could set that up, as a way to. They know you're going to pick these people up, sneak a person in there, and then suddenly you lose soldiers. And I don't think that's a good way to do it either. But like you said, there's the ideological way. But I think if we're looking at it from the physical aspect, I don't think it's a good idea to do that, because that would obviously upset other people. Like you said, you'd have to go into other countries and this and that. But I think at the end of the day, it's literally going to be a forever thing. That's what always people say, is that we're going to keep continuing to have problems. And I think that is going to be the case, unfortunately. But I don't think you can ignore it at the same time. So it literally is creating a circle on itself. So I don't know how you can break that unless you just do the whole thing away,
What is the Muslims? All I want to know. Yeah, moron.
Well, what I was trying to get to, that what I meant by Muslims who it's part of the Abrahamic tradition is where it comes from, and even Abraham, Moses, all them, they were Muslim. It's just it had a different term back then than it did and does now, is what I'm trying to say. And what I was trying to say to him, but he didn't want me to fucking say it. But
that was the whole point, I believe. He wanted to call you moron.
But I mean, I have Muslim friends. We talk all the time. I got nothing against them. I might call them a piece of shit if they believe in Sharia law, but that's me.
That's what I'm saying. I think there are good ones. I don't think it's like a whole thing, I would hate to do it. Like I said, if there's a way we can not do that, I'm all up for it. But it just seems like it's continuously being a problem for thousands of years, and we just can't seem to solve it, and it just keeps going. It's like, to me, it's just like,
they see death as a good thing. That's what they don't mind death. So how can you fight an enemy like that?
What's also interesting is he's just like Manar. So every Muslim, they're gonna do the same. They get this aggressive take on people, and then later on, after they get that aggressive take, they'll be like, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it to be that way." And then
I don't think he was. I don't think he was as bad as Manar. Manar is a whole
no, he's
level.
not. He's not. But I'm saying there's this thing that they do where they get aggressive, and then they feel bad that they got aggressive, but they'll get aggressive again, and then they feel bad they get aggressive. It's hilarious to me.
That's the thing, is I'm not taking these things personally. I don't mean that, even though this is my opinion. Like I said, I don't want that to happen. I really don't. If there was a way to keep everybody alive and just change, I'm up for that solution. But the problem is we don't seem to have a solution for anything.
Well, converting would be really the only way of doing that. That wouldn't lead to a mass genocide.
Yeah. No religion is going to convert. Probably either one of them.
Not easy. Not easily. No religion can convert easily.
There will be a lot of death.
Yeah. So it all leads to war regardless.
So I think what Jack is kind of pointing out, and maybe I'm jumping to a conclusion here, but America has a fucking monopoly on force. And if anybody else opposes that monopoly on force, then fuck you.
Yep.
But we're choosing to not do that, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But when we do it, as far as Iran, all of a sudden, we're the assholes, but yet we're supposed to be the world police.
Yeah, and we're holding back. We are. We're holding back big
We want
time.
to get rid of something that we hate, and it's beyond something that we don't understand. But when I think about that, it's like there was even people that didn't understand most of what Yahtzees wanted to do. But it's the same premise. It doesn't matter. There's stuff about it we don't like, that we see that's immoral, and that's why it should be getting rid of. It's simple as that.
Yeah.
Just because your religion says it's moral doesn't mean it's moral. Our religion is based off the real one true God.
I don't care about your religion.
Well, not
the
just
craziest point of holding back. If fucking Jack was in Pete Hegseth's position, Iran would have been gone.
Several
would have been an Iranian war.
Jack would be all like, all right,
Jack would have been fucking fist bumping the fucking button to launch the nukes. Get rid of them. Get fucking rid of them, boys.
We're dropping 25 of the 100.
Should be they should be happy that we haven't glassed them.
We're taking an aircraft carrier downtown and ain't even no water. We're gonna do it. we're going to make a whole new valley.
Everybody relies on that fact, you know. And I feel like if we done something shocking like that, I don't think people would know how to they wouldn't know how to react, and then in the aftermath of it, they would completely be outraged and stuff like Darth said. But you know, it's like you show them, and then people go, oh, like this is a real thing. Like there's a threat behind this, you know, and they actually start thinking about it.
Twice?
Yep.
2 times? Didn't we already 2 times?
If there is a world,
Well, on
government,
Japan, yeah.
it's highly governed by the United States in a higher proportion, because why would the world government allow a nation to go billions and trillions of dollars into debt and do nothing about it?
Well, money's fake. So.
Well, yeah, it is fake. That's what I'm trying to say. But if there is some type of world government, it would have more leniency, or there'd be more people part of the United States that would govern it than other countries. I'm just saying. Because if it was other countries governing it and less United States, then the whole being in debt.
They want us to do it. Isn't that the whole NATO deal, though? Right? And everybody's butthurt that Trump's like, fuck NATO. We're out of this shit.
Trump's really important right now. He's really important.
Mm-hmm.
I got faith in him. I got trust in him.
Yeah.
He's got
I don't like half the shit he does. He's funny, but he's taking care of business.
I think he's got a plan, and stalling it, and even having to lie, put a white lie here and there. I think that's okay for the simple fact that we don't need to know all the truth just yet.
He's a damn expert at putting little white lies.
If everyone knows what's going on or his plan, then it's gonna get squashed if everyone knows his plan.
Well, he's been proving it for fucking 10 years now. That he's like, hey, I'm gonna say this thing, focus here, and then I'm gonna.
And some people tell me.
You can go back to like the date that this shit went down, and like Rubio gave the fucking like press conference, like literally the stream that I covered that, I'm like, Rubio is lying to you, but he's playing a blinder, and this lie needs to be told, because this is the only way to circumvent Congress to do this shit, because we need to do this shit now. England's about teeter, and France is fucked. Like, France is so fucked. I want to see, I can't even say it, but I want to see a certain individual swinging from the fucking Eiffel Tower for the best shit that he's betrayed the West for.
Didn't France just join today?
Wait, French?
Yeah, I think France just joined with the troops.
Well, they fucking better, because they denied airspace. They denied Americans flying over. They wouldn't even let them fly over the country. And Israeli literally cancelled all defense military contracts with them there and then in the spot.
I wonder if they'll give them back.
The only thing I want to be hearing from the French is, oui, oui, Monsieur Donald. That's all I want to hear from the French.
Uncle Donald, how you doing?
Yeah.
They say that's his nickname now in Iran is Uncle. Nothing else, just Uncle.
I think it's just the whole thing is just a tough position, and that's why, you know, even said, you know, Easy said within the next week he's going to have even more debates on just that topic alone, because it's such a hot button issue right now. And I think it's such a kind of middle ground to it, because there's a lot of nuance to it. But I think that at the end of the day, you got to do something about it. As much as I don't like the world police label, I've never liked it. I think we should just stick to our own shit. But when people are being massacred in the street, I think we have to stand up for that.
I think we need to help the people, the citizens, not the damn government or whatever they.
Yeah.
Whatever they have.
Like, I literally almost got emotional when Donald said, "I want you to take back your country. You know, you take this back." I almost teared up, because I felt the meaning behind that.
Yeah,
we're
going to make it
being in that position.
Do that to it.
Yeah, and being in that position, and then being able to do that, like you're claiming history. You're trying to change it back to what it was before all this shit happened.
Yeah.
You know, because like Teriak showed
and all that. Trump ain't like that. Trump ain't. He's different. He's not going to. Yeah. He's going to say, "Here, we're going to protect you for a minute. You figure out what you want to do."
Yeah, but like Teriak showed, he showed pictures and everything of how it used to be. That looks like America. Like, that's how everywhere should kind of be. You know, we should have that type of thing. They don't have to be a one for one of us. I think we should be the shining example of the whole world.
And if we stand there and take care of them, right? We stand there and make sure they can do it, and we don't interfere. that will make us stand up, in my opinion.
For sure.
If we don't
Like I
have
said-
an objective standard of what our morals are, we are doomed.
Oh, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
That's part of the problem too. That's why I said it's nuanced, because I think there's a lot of little things. You know, everything's playing into it. You know, and this has been a problem for so long. That's why I said it's like, if we want a clean slate solution, that's why I said that. Even though it's not a popular opinion, I know I'd have pushback on it, but it's just, you know,
Well,
it's like, what can you
last
really
year,
do? It doesn't seem like there's really some clean solution to things.
If
I always said, if you make me go to war with you, we don't normally start a war, but if you make me go to war with you, you're going to have a really bad day, because I'm coming at you with everything I got. I'm going to take you out. That's what war is.
Yeah.
That's just the way I am. I mean that too.
Oh no, I completely agree with you. That's how it should
I
be.
don't want people to get hurt, but one American hair hurt would just set me off. It would just, it wouldn't be good. Because we don't start wars, as far as I know. We will finish them.
No, we prevent war.
Yeah, we prevent them and end them if we possible, or help end them. And people ask for help, we help.
Yeah, I think that's fine. But like I said, it's like when you're down the ground and they have these situations, and particularly with them, is they get people in between there. They know you're going to pick somebody up, and they have an operative in the crowd that's strapped, and that's all it takes. You know, and then that whole sets off another half to thing, because then that sets out outrage, and yeah, it's just, you're just asking to get whooped on then.
Yep.
So on the other
We
hand,
almost have
it'll
to.
be forgotten in like 3 weeks.
Do what?
On the other hand, it'll be forgotten in 3 weeks.
After it's over, it sure will.
Yeah, that's how everything is.
Unless it gets
Everybody
really
moves
ugly.
on.
If it gets really bad, it won't be forgotten. It'll take 6 weeks.
It'll take a little bit longer.
Whatever, it doesn't
yeah.
matter how many weeks, right? I mean, it'll still be forgotten and
Oh yeah, it will.
gone in the wind, right? Dust in the wind. Kansas.
Unless you had if you had a stake in it, or really wanted to see it happen, you might keep up with it.
Or just usually anniversaries of things that gets
Yeah.
brought up, you know.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah, usually it becomes a history book
Just
thing.
yeah, something.
Yeah. Which is sad, because there's been plenty of things that have happened in the past that people made sacrifices. That's always what I hate about the culture nowadays. They just don't appreciate what came
They don't
before. They
care.
don't want to learn the history.
They do not care. I have no respect, no nothing for anything like that.
I remember 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Like they want to make these racist claims, and it's like, well, if you go back and look, we're talking like 60 years ago versus 1,000 years of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the old saying? They told George Washington and his men had to eat the damn leather on their shoes to keep. It wasn't a meal, but it kept them from going their stomachs and all that. Kept them from starving to death.
Yeah.
Eating the
That's
freaking
commitment.
leather off their shoes.
That's commitment.
Yeah, I mean, how can I can't even imagine doing that.
No, I
George
don't think no
Washington
one
wouldn't do it.
survived nowadays doing that kind of shit.
Yeah, it wouldn't happen. People would just say, "Okay, I give up."
Yep. I'd
One bite
starve,
off
yeah.
that leather, it'd be like, "I'm done. I quit.
Yep.
I'm going home."
Yeah, I'd have laid down. I'd have been like,
Mhm.
I'm good.
You really have to be a different type of human, but you
Yep.
got to think they were pushed to that.
Yes, they were. Imagine what took them there, and I mean, something. Jesus Christ, I don't know how they did it. I don't.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like you see these man in the street interviews where they go up to people and they're like, "Who was the first president?" It should be a div giveaway. We all know that. Like, and then I've seen people botch questions. I mean, they had it on like literally it was like 2 whatevers ago. They asked the same question, like, "Who was the first president?" And there was a girl that just couldn't answer, and I was like, "For real? Like, we
Yeah.
don't know the very first president? That's like alarming. Like, I don't expect you to know certain numbers of ones that happened earlier on, but the first,
Yeah.
like what? Like that's wild.
But just
to me.
just
That's
remind
more
you,
than
'cause
alarm. That's freaking disturbing. What that is.
Shazzy.
Because Shazzy brings up a good point. Like we always kind of talk about it's like the Muslim threat and all this kind of shit. But like when you look at like particularly what's gone on in Northern Ireland and all this stuff, like that was like Christian versus Christian. You know what I mean? But that's why I keep pointing back to it. It's like there's far more in common between them than the actual thing. Like it breaks my heart when it's when I see shit like that, because like fundamentally, like I see that as brother versus brother for no fucking reason, because the important thing is God is that grounding factor. And like I said, through that logic, reason, empirical evidence, like that is all possible. You know what I mean? To focus on that rather than to nitpick over the differences, I think is the main thing for it. But like I said, if there's one thing that this whole shit has actually kind of like revived is actually, I think, this whole thing of like Irish people looking at each other and saying like, I'm with you and you're with me, but these cunts coming over here raping our daughters, they're the actual enemy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah, they
I think
are.
for a long time we forgot about that, but finally you're actually, I think when all is said and done, this is actually will be a revival. You know what I mean?
It's got to stop. Where you are, where we are, it's got to stop.
But
no man has a right to do that to another man or a woman, whatever.
It would have been impossible for me to imagine as a kid that I would see literally like the Ulster flag right beside the tricolour and both of them walking arm in arm like down the same streets in Northern Ireland. I'm like, well, if there's anything that we can like point towards as like some sort of hope and all this kind of shit, that's what's been getting me through this whole thing. I mean, reading off the whole fucking thing and all this kind of shit. The fact that like the like Ulster like will actually unite with this, like that's potential, babe. But what Ireland, and this is me calling out the Republic. We need to get back to our nobility. We can't keep doing this shit of like fucking, no, we're all just going to be liberals and progressives or socialists or any of this bullshit. It's like we need to return to nobility. That's the only thing that will actually unite Ireland.
Yeah, you got to be united in your faith and your culture, and then well, anybody tries to change that, you just got to mess them up. You got to get rid of them.
Possible at this point, though.
Abe wants all the smoke. You're all wrong. Everyone's wrong.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah, Abe got jealous of Machine Lies, like with the trolls. Like, I got to throw something. There. How's that? Appreciate you. Yeah. Exactly. Shai's saying we need to complete Ireland again. You know what I mean? And like I said, like this whole thing, the mere fact that like it was Catholic versus Protestant was literally like that's literally fucking like the Roman Catholics trying to take shots at England. Like the French tried to supply us with arms, England cut that shit out and all this kind of stuff. When fundamentally, like the reason why Northern Ireland was even a thing is because if England had just given up control of Ireland, there's literally a back door into England from like the mainland of Europe, from all the way from the Germans to particularly the fucking French, who want to annihilate Britain. Like France does not have a king. They threw away their nobility, and that's why you have Macron with his husband. Okay, that's the one thing I'll give Candace Owens. She was right about that. Okay. They have no nobility, but England still has her nobility. You know what I mean? And that's why, like as a kid, I was like vehemently like against England. Like fuck this. Like the weather was bad. That was England's fault. Like that's the mentality that I was in. So I understand the whole like Duisburg shit and all that stuff because I was there before. You know what I mean? But when it comes to like the fundamentals, it's like there's far more in common here between us than there are differences. But when you start putting all these like invaders over. The difference is fucking night and day. You know what I mean? And like I said, hopefully like we'll actually have United Ireland, like and not doing this whole fucking like sectarian wars and all this kind of shit. An actual United Ireland on the commonality of at least the Christian sovereign.
It's in your freaking DNA. You know?
Exactly.
Ireland's in your freaking DNA. It's not in theirs. No. They want to make it that way, but no. It shouldn't. No man has got a right to do that to another man, especially over religion, but we always have.
And this is why it rains every day.
Yeah. Yeah. For real. A rainbow while it's raining, the devil's whooping his wife.
But like I was quoting Margaret Thatcher in the debate earlier. That would have been something I would have never thought I would have ever done. But I was literally like, you're a weak lot. Like anybody who's saying that America does not got this is a weak lot. This is a
we
weak
got it.
mentality, and it's like
Yeah.
I've been there. You need to get that weak mentality and drive it out of your head. You need to just rewatch Team America. Just watch that on repeat until you regain your American spirit.
It's a documentary.
Well, like do not predict France.
Well, they'll say, what if that'll happen, blah, 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 blah. They'll get mad, blah, 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 blah. So we can't do anything right now. Well, when are you going to do it?
Doesn't the Team
I
America
would rather do it and get it over with.
kind of signify how long this has been? Like, why?
Forever. I think that no matter what happens in Iran right now, I think there'll still be battles. I hope there's no wars, but you know what I mean. There'll be groups doing whatnot, but the shit needs to end. Yep, in my opinion, across the planet.
Mm-hmm.
I believe a
And
war will
we
set
ought to
them back
stick
for a
together.
couple of years.
Do what?
I believe
I didn't
a
hear.
war will set them back for a couple of years.
Yep. I believe it will.
But
And the way they operate, they don't. There's not like a central. There's not like an army that comes out. That makes sense. It's all little cells and little this and that. You never know. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But
I
you
also
make-
believe that. Oh,
Go ahead. No, I'm listening.
I just I was saying with the only argument I could see from America, which they can do this as well, so I could see the other side of it, but we're estranging with so many different things happening around the world. We're kind of splitting ourselves up. Granted, I think we have the forces to do that type of thing and still do everything that we need to do.
Oh, yeah.
But I hope we just don't push too far and do too much and then become vulnerable to like Russia or China or something like that.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
We could go through there and probably 48 hours, 72 hours, something like that, and wipe the whole place out. But that would mass casualties. I don't.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. It's like
Yeah, I don't.
in a lot of those places, I think they're being held instead of it being their whole identity. The problem I have with the Muslims particularly is that I feel like it's ingrained in them, where I feel like in other places they're just being held hostage.
Right.
You know,
And they don't mind to die. That's the problem too. If it's really
Oh, yeah.
ingrained in them, they don't care. It's like, okay,
that's what I'm saying. I think there's good and bad ones, but it's hard because, like I said, it's like a circular thing, and I would love to see a good way that we don't harm anybody. I would love
Right.
that, honestly, but
Yep.
I just don't think that's possible, unfortunately.
well, they're talking about fighting with drones and stuff, but still, somebody's driving the drones, right? There's always a human behind that drone right
Oh,
now.
yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So the intent's out there. It ain't going no place.
I just know if they push too far, they're going to push us too far. And I could see him willing to go, okay, you want to test me? All right,
Yeah.
we'll really drop the shit on him.
Yeah, that's what I hope, and I believe he will. I believe that.
Oh, yeah. I don't think
I
he'd
really
hesitate.
do
He'd just be
believe
like,
that.
let's do this shit.
Yeah, he'll be like, okay, I'm done now.
Yep.
We're done playing.
There's a level, there's a bar to it. And I don't want to get to there, but who knows what that's going to look like.
Who knows? They keep us 20 years in the dark on weapons and stuff, so who knows what we can do?
Oh, yeah,
Who
we're
knows what-
probably honestly farther than that, to be honest.
Yep.
By this point.
But who knows what the other, who knows what they have? They've done pretty damn good. I have to say it with those drones, the way they did it. Build a
Yeah,
bunch
but
of
that's been their
chickens,
best thing.
yeah, and dropped them in like a.
We do have ways
Humble.
to tackle that too.
Oh, I'm sure, but it was again. What would be
You know
the
what's a
death-
good way? You know what's an excellent way of actually probably neutralizing people that people don't know about? I don't know how much we are into. I imagine we are pretty proficient in this technology. Maybe you guys can correct me. But couldn't they just drop an EMP and just straight go in there right after and just completely?
They're already
You know?
used to living in the dark. What's that gonna do?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing
You're
is
talking
it
about the
won't
drones.
it won't function the drones and everything. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like they wouldn't have no
Perfect.
counter offensive. They can be
They
used
can
to the
do
dark,
EMP
but they ain't gonna do a lot for
They can
them.
take them out and fly it for sure. They can do that. From what I heard, with they have a
Well, they
range
can already do
weapon to
that
do that with.
now. But I
Yeah.
meant like have like a force that just immediately comes in and just take care of shit. Like I honestly I
Yeah,
don't
I
want
bet
a
we have
ground
something.
thing, but if that's how it has to be done, you know.
I put money. We have something.
I don't want to dox myself, but I live next to the newest drone plane, Boeing facility, and they kind of leave them outside from time to time.
Yeah,
They're scared.
You get to see them test them.
We have them. But I did want to bring up a point. As far as like, are you familiar with like? I mean, this is biblical to an extent, but the thorn in the flesh.
Amen, David.
You talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not. I'm not caught up on. I'm still in Genesis. I'm still reading.
Oh, right on. I mean, I can give you the reference. 2 Corinthians 12, chapter 12, verse 7 and 9.
Could you read it?
Yeah. There was given to me a thorn in my flesh, a message of Satan to torment me. 3 times I pleaded with the Lord to take it away from me, but he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness.
Okay, and how do you
My
interpret
power's
that?
made perfect in weakness. That's
I think it
something to
means.
think about.
I mean, it's Paul saying this, so
Right.
we can take that into consideration. I kind of think it means trust.
Okay. So trust in the what did we trust in, like Donald
The
Trump
things we-
or
no, the things, yeah, Donald Trump. The things we don't know.
okay
Yes,
the
they're not-
uncertainties.
Mhm.
Yeah. I believe in that. You gotta trust in the process, you know.
But that thorn's been there for a long time.
You talking about the Iran thorn?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It's a special place.
Yep.
Tariq knows. They came down through the back. Who was that? Tariq Persians or something? I can't remember.
From a non-religious aspect, I'm coming at it from a religious.
Right. I mean, the first peoples
Mm-hmm.
that went there.
Well, basically like the whole kind of like Iran itself like was like a breakaway from like the Hindus and all this kind of stuff. It was like the Devas and the Devas and the Ashuras, I think. But fundamentally, like this whole kind of like when you look at like the ancient world, like that empire that was like like what the Greeks would have called the Persian Empire, but it has names like Achaemenid and Sassanid and all this kind of stuff. That basic empire was like the culmination of what would have been like modern day America in ancient times. It was like this like melting pot of like the Kurds and the Persians and all this kind of stuff. And even like I said, it's literally in the Bible where Darius the Great frees the Jews from Babylon, and then sets them on track to rebuild the Second Temple. And Darius the Great, the successor to Cyrus the Great, is actually like spent money from the Iranian treasury to actually help build the temple. And when you look at that as a general principle, well, first of all, Cyrus the Great was, the first Zionist in recorded history, apparently. But this whole aspect of like they seen a people that were like that were basically like put under slavery and all this stuff, and they recognized that like there's intellect with these people. You know what I mean? And like if you actually hold that higher principle, like that's basically what it comes like. In order for intellect to even be possible, for information to be even possible and rational and coherent, and there has to be some sort of grounding higher principle. And that's what they seen all the way like thousands and thousands of years ago. They recognized that. And that's why, like I said, it's literally the most beautiful story. If and this is like Reza Pahlavi even says this in his speech, like not even the greatest fantasy writers or historians could even possibly imagine. that Cyrus the Great's descendants are going to be freed by the people that Cyrus, the descendants of the people that Cyrus freed. That shit is just like, if you want beauty, what's more fucking beautiful than that?
And it's real,
100%.
So it's possible. We can do it again. It can happen. With all the bad, good could just win over. It could happen. It could happen.
100%. But the Dart's quote there of like if someone got to it, like, in weakness, like, you'll find the strength.
Yep.
It like, to me, it's like the whole gambit that this whole Middle East has been. You know what I mean? Like, we've given the Iranians power and money, and the fucking Obama giving them, sending them billions of, like, literally just crates of fucking, like, billions of dollars and all this kind of shit. We've given Hamas all this money and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And what have they
Look
done
all the way
with it?
back to Reagan, man. He had to get some hostages out of there. I mean, whether he did or not, I don't know, but he got the credit for it. But
It's actually where my
that was
name
way back. That was in the 80s, 1980.
Yeah, go ahead, Darth.
That's actually where my name Rule of Two comes from. Is like, so like on the dark side. I mean, Star Wars reference incoming. The reason the dark side struggled so much was that they were constantly infighting. So therefore, the strong could never be the leaders, right? Because the strong would get beat by the weak. So therefore,
Torn up from within, right? Divide and conquer. That's what, if you want to conquer somebody, divide them. Control the water, divide them. Hell, you got it. You sat there, and life about it.
Yeah, the infighting never ends. As long as
Nope.
there's infighting, then the strong will never be in charge.
And like I said, if you want to see a person's true character, give them at least the illusion of power and see how they act.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's like
You
the
get
whole thing that
you get
Donald
these little
Trump's doing.
managers on a power trip. I laugh at it now. I didn't used to. I'm going to admit, I used to get mad about it. But you know what I'm talking about. Any restaurant, any store, any place like that. Somebody on a power trip. Jesus Christ. You want to hit them.
And like the thing to me is that I there's just little things that like I pick, and I was getting this like through the debate that I was reviewing on Rachel, where it's like when, for example, when she read out the super chat and the bitch, the blind bitch that Rachel was debating said, "Oh, she said the super chat," but the super chat was just something like facts don't care about your feelings or something like that, right? So it was like a non-gendered name, right?
Right.
And then I picked up on it instantly and saying, it's like, why is she calling the super chatter a she? The vast majority of whatever podcasters are he. So you'd naturally go to, it's like little things like that. And if you notice, like about like a week or so in, or 2 weeks in, like Trump was started doing like a knock test. You know what I mean? Like knocking is like, okay, who's actually my ally? Because in that moment, when you know you're going to win, you can pretend to be in a weak position, and all the rats on your ship are going to expose themselves, and all your true allies are actually going to rally around you in your weakest moment.
You're weak,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Yep.
So
When you need the
my
help.
question was, why the fuck is Donald Trump asking China for help? The motherfucker's been roasting China for the past 10 years, probably longer at this
He's
stage.
messing with them, Terry. He's trying to keep them on their toes, keep them on the edge. But he don't want nobody knowing what he's really thinking. I don't believe.
Because there was the saying where it's like everyone else is playing checkers and Donald Trump is playing chess, right?
Yep.
And then people were like, no. Everyone else is playing checkers. Everyone else thinks that Donald Trump is playing chess, but he's actually playing 4D chess. And it's like, no, motherfuckers. This motherfucker is like 12th dimension.
He might be. You never know. You never know.
Back on that one.
Do what?
I think Trump is not nearly as conservative as he needs to be. I think he kind of fucked us into thinking he was conservative.
He
Well,
didn't
he used
fit
to be a
where he was at.
Democrat.
Yeah, he didn't fit there. He no longer fit.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going hard enough.
When Obama got him in that press conference thing and did that to him, he created a damn monster. Is what he did. He did.
Pokes the
I don't
bear.
think he's going
He
hard
did.
enough.
He pissed him off, but he wasn't president once. He's been president twice. He carries two
Through
numbers.
all the bullshit.
Yeah.
If I had to go through that much bullshit, dude, I'd.
Jesus Christ! They investigated his toenails for God's sake.
You don't like the way you comb your hair. You know.
It's a wonder we don't know all about that. You know.
I mean,
you know it ain't real. Something happened to his head.
He's only
He got run over by a train or some shit, but something happened to his hair. I don't know what happened to it. And the orange, I don't know. It's cool as hell. He does that. I mean, really, he does it.
He tans, and then I think he probably sprays, but who knows?
But it's cool. He does it. He's like, fuck y'all. I'll wear it if I want to. I don't care.
One-footed. Isn't he only kind of one-footed?
I like the man. I really do.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying, if Teriak's making the claim that he's going to be the greatest president when we look back, I think I'm going to be frustrated that he wasn't more conservative, because he ran on that, and then, I mean,
You're talking about conservative, like
conserving
all the way red line over there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I know what you're saying.
But like,
don't get me wrong, I like what he's doing. I just don't think he's doing enough.
Like this to me is just like, how can you not like this guy?
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead.
The United States launched a targeted operation against that compound.
They did a lot of shooting, and they did a lot of blasting, even not going through the front door. You know, you think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you say, knock, knock, may I come in?
After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body.
He died like a dog.
Like,
Hold on, Hillary Clinton said that. He's quoting Hillary Clinton on that one. He died like a
he
dog.
died like a dog. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my god, man. This guy, he just cut through the whole bullshit. He died like a dog. What do you want to talk to me? You know what I mean?
His death does not mark the end of our effort.
A beautiful dog.
Give thanks for the men who carried out this operation.
Beautiful dog. And I don't get any credit for this, but that's okay. I never do.
That's true.
May God bless
That's
you.
true.
And may God bless the United States of America.
And I'm writing a book.
And I'm writing a book. It's gonna be a tell-all. You know what I mean? It's literally the fucking thing from the interview. You know what I mean? I'm gonna write a tell-all, and it's gonna be the blades of glory. It's like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
I'm gonna make a few million off this
like that, you know?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a few million, maybe a billion. I don't know. People tell me.
Well, not only are you crazy that like Obama, it was a correspondence dinner when he fucking, and he actually Obama did some really good jokes on Trump.
Yeah,
But,
he did.
Not only the correspondence dinner, but you look at the DNC 2015 of how they sabotaged Bernie Sanders' campaign. It pissed off a lot of Bernie bros, and I always say that I do believe that a lot of people who were voting for Bernie voted for Trump out of smite, because a lot of Bernie people did not like fucking Hillary. It's funny because a lot of Bernie people looked at Hillary as former Bernie bros look at Trump. You know what I mean?
I do.
Hillary was just she's just I don't
They done
trust
Bernie wrong.
but
They really did. They did Bernie terrible bad wrong. They made him come out.
fucked over.
He had to come out in front of all those people and say what he had to say. That was wrong. Just wrong.
I agree with that.
And yet they say Donald Trump is a threat to democracy when they have no democratic process to have their to elect their primaries for presidential candidate. Crazy.
forget about the DNC just like making Kamala a thing after we determined that
After like
Biden-
like
Biden's
Biden got
Kamala.
fucking destroyed on that bait, and Trump was very fucking mellow. Like he wasn't Trump, you know. He was, and you know, like I'm willing to believe like that whole thing in Butler, Pennsylvania, really calmed him down for a little bit because you saw how he acted, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Just
don't
real
think
quick,
it's hard
Williams requesting a clip. We gotta let the madness ensue, boys.
King's like, no more revive. King, you know what happens when you tell them not to do that, right? Wait. What is this?
Wheel?
Wheel. Oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing.
I don't think so.
Let the madness ensue. Let the madness ensue, boys. Also, welcome in, Joe. I'm just going to grab a real quick drink, so I'll be back. Behave yourselves, gentlemen. Behave yourselves.
Yeah.
Do you
What
think
is that?
that Trump could be going harder on this? Because, like, from a conservative point of view, especially after Rachel was talking to that dumb.
Jesus.
Really
Something else.
like, wait, why are we not being more conservative? Like, isn't that what we put him there for?
Yeah, that girl that Rachel was talking to, she had her own version of conservative.
Yeah.
Absolutely, they made up. Yeah, I don't like that part. I like this part.
That's
Oh, that
scared
part don't
that
work for me.
that was a part of a TPUSA, you know,
Yeah,
because that
because-
that highlighted what was behind the scenes.
Yep.
Which I know I was inspired by. I won't say his name, but I think a little bit of it. All of us were inspired by somebody getting unalived.
Well, it's an eye-opening thing. You know, it's like we had been talking about it and the possibility because there'd always been like fights or threats, but to actually see it play out, yeah, that changes things for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we got the wake-up call to when it happened to Donnie. So, so I think that was the first thing where it kind of ramped up the conversation after that.
you know, that just caused me to remember something. Iran had a hit out on our man.
Oh yeah,
More
I'm
than
sure
one,
it's
I
still
believe.
out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure now.
It might be doubled now.
Yeah. They might have a whole airplane full waiting on him someplace to be dispatched. Who knows?
I know that.
I just thought I forgot about that.
I know that it's been discussion of, he's having this 250th anniversary at the White House, and they're going to have the UFC fight and everything. I hope they have enough security for that.
I do too. I hope they bring in. I don't know, damn Italian or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
So do you know how they're doing it?
I don't.
So the UFC is paying for all of it. This is no taxpayer money involved. The UFC is doing it because Donald Trump helped the UFC back when, like in the early 90s, when they were trying to get their start. And the commissions would approve it, but nobody would let them do it in their buildings. And Donald Trump actually was like, do it in my hotel.
Yeah. See, he does shit like that. He had the first, he put women in charge every place. You know what I mean? Not little, not small jobs either.
Yeah.
I'm
Big
talking
high-level jobs.
Yeah.
This is the UFC tipping the hat back to him. Like,
Yes, it is. What's his name? What's his name that owns it now? I can't ever remember his name. UFC.
Dana White.
Dana
Who?
White's the
Yeah,
CEO,
Dana.
but there's a Fertitta. Well, not
The TKO thing. Yeah. I forget his name. I know who you're talking about though.
Hunter.
He has a weird name. Yeah. There's actually a few of them, but
It's hard telling who he knows and how many people he's, you know what I mean? Help.
because WWE is part of TKO now.
Yeah.
WWE?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump was big time into that one.
Well, it's all under
Zuffa.
Yeah.
TKO boxing, WWE, UFC. It's all under the same Zuffa umbrella. But it is
That's a lot of money
to Trump. It's actually on his birthday, 6/14.
It was actually last year was the first year that WWE outmade UFC. If anybody didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's going to get smashed because Conor McGregor just got confirmed for his return.
Oh shit! Hell yeah! I'll have to see that one. I think.
Although he did fuck up and call him an Irish fuck, which means it's got to be in Gary, right?
What's this
And
about Conor McGregor?
He's coming back. It's announced. I mean, the deal's not this. They haven't announced too, but I think he's
Teriak, I think we're getting somewhere. If we can get Conor McGregor in a fight, we can unify Ireland. Boom.
He tried
Future's
to
bright.
He got shut the fuck down. Connor's pointed out the issues that the
Oh yeah, I remember seeing a video of him talking about it.
Tucker. I mean, fuck Tucker, but Tucker gave him the time of day. And he didn't seem all fucked up.
I guess that's a different side of him for sure. But he's definitely a character.
Oh shit! It's 9:30. Gentlemen, I can talk to you guys all day, but I gotta go do some work. I'll be listening though.
You take care, are you crazy?
All right. I'll see you next time.
Crazy.
You have a good one. I'll be listening.
You too, dude.
See you.
Later.
Oh, he's a good dude.
He is.
Yeah, he's awesome.
But yeah, it's with the whole event, I just hope it's all covered well, and maybe on that half of it he can, at least have advanced security there and police and just have people on standby on the outside and just the right precautions.
I bet you there's going to be like F-22s in the air, like guarantee you F-22s, F-35s, just making sure it's like max out security, National Guard.
Oh yeah, I mean, does everybody remember that military show they did? I think it was it last year or so?
Yeah,
I think it was last year.
He threw on a parade and shit. Yeah,
that was nice. I was watching that, and I was really impressed on how he did that.
So, like, the UFC is going to have like.
No, what was impressive is that he was at the Army Navy game and presented the commander in chief and done the coin toss. That was pretty fucking cool. Like, hell yeah, let's get patriotic in this bitch. I'm a football guy, so like Army could not withstand the Navy's offense. Like the Navy's offense is really fucking solid. I love Navy's offense. I can't wait till football season comes back.
How do you feel about the Patriots next season, boys?
What Teriak?
Patriots. We fucking made the Super Bowl and we only had half a fucking string of rosters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they got their asses kicked. Fuck them. They won too
What
many
are you
Super
talking
Bowls.
about, bro? This was supposed to be maybe, bro. After the first game. After the first game, they were like, yeah, maybe we made the wrong pick with Drake May, okay? We went from there to the motherfucking Super Bowl, okay? So don't be saying, oh yeah, you didn't. We weren't even supposed to be in the Super Bowl. in the first place.
Just like
right, that's
just
number
like
one.
just like on my team, we only lost a game after I think it was like 5-6 games or something like that, or maybe early on, and we were pretty much undefeated, and then we just started a losing streak, and yeah, we would have been top
Whose
one.
team was that?
Colts.
Oh, I don't follow NFL. That shit's rigged. I follow college though.
Well, I still won because IU won, and that
IU?
was nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Kurt Signetti. Yeah, I'll give Kurt Signetti a lot of credit because he took like the worst fucking program in college football history and won a national championship in 2 fucking years. That has never fucking been done before. Ever.
Yeah. I just I like their quarterback. I guess he's going to play for the Raiders. I hope he does really well.
Fernando Mendoza. Yeah, you know his
Yeah.
little brother Alberto Mendoza is going to be the starter, and they're both from the same high school in Miami.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Oh, like I said, dude, I follow college football hard fucking core, dude. I'm an Ohio State Buckeye fan. So like I'm not mad about I'm not even mad that we lost to
sound
Indiana and
Canadian
Miami
as
at the
fuck
end of
like
the year
that.
because we collapsed because our fucking punk ass offensive coordinator went to USF in the middle of a playoff run, which was like that pissed me off. Like you fucking retard. Like like going there was more important than winning a national championship. Got it. That pissed me off.
Yeah, I don't follow college too much, but with IU making the once in a lifetime run of not losing a single game, I was in it, you know. So, because I used to live in that town, so
the thing is that the whole playoff was bullshit because Notre Dame got fucked out of the playoffs. Like they say that, Notre Dame should have won their football games. They won 10 in a row. And at the same time, they're going to let a 3-loss Alabama team get in the playoffs, which they do. It's ridiculous. Like Notre Dame got fucked out of the play. Them and BYU. I was not happy with that.
do you
Tulane and James Madison in there? It's stupid.
do you follow basketball too, or is it just football?
Nah, I stopped following basketball, especially the NBA, since they became politicized. Like that
Oh, yeah, for
Black
sure.
Lives Matter and racism bullshit. I'm like, what the fuck you mean and racism when the whole fucking league
Well,
is
the
dominated by
NFL
black
had that
people?
problem
The
too.
fuck? Yeah.
The NFL had the
Yeah,
problem with that too.
Yeah, and it's
And the pride
especially
stuff.
those California teams like Rams. They have a lot of that fucking DEI queer initiative bullshit. Like you look at their colors, they threw pink in with their blue and yellow. Like that. It's fucking. I'm just so sick of the politicization of sports. Like, come on, man. Like I could understand like
Hold
Unite
on.
or some
Are they
shit, but
giving?
they go.
Are they giving
Go
away
on.
$85,000 tickets or 85,000 tickets, not dollars?
I'm sorry. What?
Is the NFL giving out 85,000 tickets?
I haven't heard. You're probably talking about the XFL or those
talking about
minor
UFC.
pro leagues.
UFC is giving out $85,000 or 85,000 tickets for free. I put the link in the post.
UFC.
Yeah, it's free.
Are you talking about University of Central Florida?
Ah, it's
No,
right
the
there.
Ultimate Fighting Championship. He's talking about the big bout at the
Oh,
at the
right,
White House.
UFC. Oh,
Oh, that's gonna be free? That's crazy.
Yep.
Yep.
The UFC plans to make
Rock-
85,000 free tickets available for the public for its unprecedented live event at the White House on June 14th. UFC CEO Dana White announced on Thursday the company intends to give away 85,000 tickets for an outdoor viewing experience at the Ellipse in Washington. The flights, which have been dubbed Freedom Flights 250 in honor of the 250th anniversary of U.S. independence, will take place nearby on on the south lawn of the White House. There's a park that's right there, White said. We're going to be ticketing 85,000 people in the Ellipse, and the tickets are free. We'll announce how they're going to be giving them away soon, but you should plan on going to Washington, D.C. for this event. a lightweight title bout between undisputed champion Ilya Topuria and interim champion Justin Gaethje is scheduled to headline the event, which takes place on the same day as President Donald Trump's 80th birthday. Ain't that cute, boys? I was like, two-division UFC champion Alex Pereira will seek an unprecedented third belt when he faces Cyril Gane for the interim heavyweight championship in the co-main event. And then, yeah,
I'll see if Joe Rogan's gonna be
85,000
there.
free tickets.
Free
You know what I
ticket.
mean?
85,000 free tickets.
That's crazy. And they say nothing's for free.
Well, it's just interesting. You know, I wonder if they're gonna like still sell it as a pay-per-view, or if it's gonna be like streamed on. I think it'd be cool to stream on YouTube or something.
Yeah,
It's probably going to
paid
get streamed
7.7
on
billion.
somewhere.
No, it's on
Well, yeah, for
Paramount.
sure. I'm sure it's gonna be streamed for sure.
It's Paramount. Paramount paid $7.7 million for the rights to stream UFC. There's no more pay-per-views. I mean, that was like the greatest thing to happen to like combat sports.
Well, I'm going to miss that pageantry behind the pay-per-views. You know what I mean? Like the pay-per-views was like very unique back in the day. Like, you know, when you want to
Nobody
see
paid
Mike
for pay-per-view.
Tyson or some shit, you know, or Evander Holyfield, you know, there was something special along with that. But despite that,
Well, I think it was just around that time as well, because like WWE pay-per-views were very special around that time too. They felt different, you know, and that was around the same time.
Especially during the Attitude Era, you know, like they had like
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
great storylines, legendary rosters, like The Rock versus Stone Cold on WrestleMania. Those were, or Kane versus Undertaker, or Undertaker versus, you know, like Undertaker versus Triple H. Man, I miss some fucking days.
No.
Nowadays, it's all garbage and generic process bullshit. You
Then
know,
why should you have to pay $100? It was $100 per pay-per-view. Now you get it for $5 a month that you were already paying in the first place.
Well, that used to be, but actually it costs way more now. It almost costs more than that,
Not to mention,
especially like
I
ticket
just-
prices in person.
Who was paying for it? Nobody was. Nobody was. It was so easy to find a stream of the pay-per-view without getting the pay-per-view.
Well, yeah, but that's
So
with anything. You can do that with UFC.
Yeah,
Well, hell.
they're making more money based on it being on a subscription service because you are.
and here's the thing too. Like even like the streaming services and sports affected college football, because you got Peacock now making a deal with some conferences to for broadcasting rights. You know, like legacy. It's like legacy media. You know, like cable shit in ESPN, ABC, NBC. They're getting the
lost
pinch
to
now.
Paramount.
Huh?
ESPN lost UFC to Paramount.
Yeah, and I was getting ready to say, like, ESPN is getting ready to fucking drop the Southeastern Conference because
I wonder why.
because of the revenue. Like because for the longest time, ESPN had contract for broadcasting rights for and also CBS with Southeastern Conference football, and
the entire
and
time-
now it's starting to shift. It's not even the case hardly much anymore.
And
you
the
know?
entire time that they wanted $100 per pay-per-view, I was watching it for free, meaning they didn't make money off of it.
Well, what $100
You
per
know what I'm
pay-per-view
saying?
you're talking about, like football games or like the fighting events?
UFC. I'm talking about the UFC.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure, man. I just wanted
That's
to know
once a
what-
month, 12 times a year. It would have been $1,200 to see every pay-per-view on ESPN. I get to watch it for $5 a month now on Paramount, which means I'm paying $5, not the $1,200. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get it. Economically, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they made the right decision.
But yeah, what I was
Well, Paramount-
referencing back in the day before those streaming services, when you get the pay-per-views, they felt like they were actually worth the money. And really, at most, they would just cost like $50. But nowadays, with everything, and you go through actually go through the streaming service and actually get that to watch the, they call them PLEs now, but you watch those and yeah, especially if you're there in person, like getting front row tickets, you're spending a couple grand, to be able to sit up front, and that's ridiculous. Because back in the day, it definitely was not that.
Also, too, like for the UFC on Paramount, instead of being called pay-per-views, they're now called numbered events. And like, does it really change the significance? Like, a numbered event is like what would have been a pay-per-view,
Right.
but you don't
Yeah.
have to pay.
Yeah, for sure. It's a smart way of doing it because they're getting more money. Like when the WWE Network did their first thing before they sold to Peacock, and then Peacock pretty much sold most of their stuff over to Netflix, and they signed that new deal, and then that's exploding, and then they're creating more events and refining their resources to be able to pay more for tickets. And people are paying it. I don't know why. I just don't get it. Like, to me, I just stopped watching wrestling. I've never really been too big on UFC. Like, I know the big fighters, and same thing with boxing. But I try to stay out of most sports. Like, I always like when people out of Canada explain hockey, because I can only probably tell you one hockey name, and that's it. And then that's the same thing with like soccer. I never understood why overseas why soccer is so big, and then you go into even the smaller quote unquote sports, and people talk about like who talks about cricket? You know what I mean? Like, it's just
UFC is combat sports in general is the oldest sport. It is sport. It is the only original sport. There's no team. It's you and another person, and somebody's walking out and somebody's not.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's very simple. It's almost primal in our nature. It makes sense why people are attracted to watching it, and it's very entertaining. At the same time, the only problem I have with it is it does act on this primal thing where we see like blood sports, back in the day, like the Coliseum and stuff like that. I think that's just it's a newer version of that.
Well, back then it wasn't consensual. This is consensual.
True. That's a very good point.
Yeah, you didn't really have a choice to be a gladiator.
That's fair. I didn't think of that far ahead. But you know what I mean? It's the same kind of concept.
I've thought
People
about
get
this.
in the audience, and
It's my favorite shit.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, it makes sense. It feels very like primal, It's like, why are we doing these primal things?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you.
But I
Garth.
can't lie. It's very entertaining. It's very entertaining.
I like my favorite combat sport, to be fair with you, is boxing. I have nothing against UFC because that shit's fucking hard, man. Like, it takes some real fucking brass balls to get in your underwear and beat some other dude who's training to fucking knock your head
Well,
off.
you can roll around, yeah, and then everybody's like, "Ooh, why are you rolling around?" And it's like, well, actually, jiu-jitsu is pretty complicated, but since you're casual, you don't get it. But it's,
Well, thanks to the Gracie family, that brought, that they took jiu-jitsu and made Brazilian, and that became a staple for MMA. Like, it's like, it's a foundation, like when that first came out, it was unbeatable. What was it, Hoist or Hickson? I forgot the fucking name, but like one of the Gracie brothers, Dominic, who was it?
Hoist.
Roy, yeah, Hoist. Like, he fucking dominated, and his other brother, I forgot his
Hickson.
name, but he was who?
Hickson.
Yeah, that guy right there was a fucking like he was the boogeyman. Like if Hoist got beat like the plan was to get Hickson and then like, all right, you beat him, see if you take this guy, and he was like a sheer freak.
Hoist
But
wasn't
if it
even
wasn't
supposed to be in it.
No.
As far as the Gracie family, Hickson was the one they wanted to push, but he was too big, and they wanted to prove it. So
They wanted someone like Hoist to be in there because he was smaller, and just to prove that you don't need to be a big brute muscle guy to dominate. That was the thing. So Hoist was in there, and whoever beat Hoist, then that will send Hickson in.
But Hoist won 1 and 2, I do believe, but that was when gi and weight classes weren't a thing. Like you could have a gi and weight class wasn't a thing, and you had to fight 3 times in one night because it was a tournament.
Yeah.
And you could bite, eye gouge, kick in the nuts, soccer kick, 12 to 6 elbows. Thank God those are back. Finally, we got 12 to 6 elbows. That never made any sense. Like what?
Yeah, it was literally the Wild West then.
Like, how are you going to do a spinning elbow, but because it's at a 90-degree angle instead of a 12 to 6, that's less impactful. Like,
Yeah, I always liked that UFC was kind of a mixture of stuff. I like I like boxing, but I also like kickboxing. So to have the mix of them and other takedowns and submissions and that kind of stuff, it made it more unpredictable. But it's kind of weird because in the headspace of like, when you start the fight, and especially you're like, oh, this is gonna, these are 2 greats, and then they kind of go at it, and then like one of them gets knocked out in the first like 10 seconds. You're like, as much as you're like, oh shit, like, but at the same time, right afterward, you're kind of like, wow, that was a hell of a fight, like.
That's exactly why I stopped paying for pay-per-views, which is why their current model is way better.
I'll tell you one figure that kind of. I'll tell you one figure who I despise in the scene because he actually takes away the purpose, like it gives a false pretense of what the sport is about, and that's fucking Jake punk ass the fake Paul, man. I hate that motherfucker when he's boxing. Like, I'm so glad he got his fucking jaw broken. All the shit talking and scripted fights he did, he 100% deserved that for. Like I don't mind people stepping into the ring, YouTubers, but don't go around and fighting secondhand fighters and acting like you're a premier fighter because the only thing you got going is Evander Holyfield training you. Like, get the fuck out of here.
You didn't even mean to, but you stepped into my trap. If Jake Paul's going to fight all these MMA fighters that are retired, shouldn't Jake Paul fight in MMA instead of being a bitch in boxing?
Yeah, that's a really good. Yeah, and I know, like, it's either that or people who are retired or people are over the hill and shit. Yeah, it's like it's fucking stupid. Even like his legit. I don't know, man, because his very first fight was against Nate Robinson, and Nate Robinson used to play for the Celtics back in the day when Kendrick Perkins, Garnett, Pierce, and all those guys used to play. And it was funny because he lost his shit, Nate Robinson. Like, he was charging at the dude, and Jake Paul was like, ping. And that was like a legit fight on his end because he didn't lose his cool. But like, when you're fighting Ben Askins and fucking Mike Tyson and a few others and stuff, it's like, come on, man. And he's like, oh, I can do this for a living, man. I'm a legit boxer. Like, you're a legit phony, dude. Like,
Ben
stick with
Askren was a
WWE.
wrestler.
No, he was in
Ben
MMA.
Askren
He
was
got
a
knocked out by Nate Diaz,
Yeah,
remember?
he never had a successful MMA fight. He was a wrestler.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Like, are you talking about like Kurt Angle wrestling or WWE wrestling?
No, like Kurt Angle. He was an Olympic
Yeah.
wrestler, I do believe.
Right. Okay, yeah.
But that was his thing. That's why he had like the worst knockout in UFC history. When Jorge Masvidal, I think might be the record for the fastest knockout. Second to Conor McGregor, Jose Aldo. I'm going off the dome here. I'm not Googling this, but I'm pretty sure.
What really sucks that Crawford retired because he was a hell of a boxer. Now his protege, Shakur Stevenson, is going to go up for a fight. And I can't wait to see watch him fight because when I watched him fight, I forgot who it was, but it was the same Roy Jones and Mike Tyson exhibition in 2020. Like when I first saw him, like, dude, this guy's a fucking future. He's so technical. Like his movements are clean. I can't wait to see him, in his whole career. Long as he doesn't get any serious accidents.
Isn't boxing kind of half the shit? Because I mean, one could then make the argument that, well, then let's just have jiu-jitsu matches, which they do.
Well, boxing is just basically squaring up somebody. You got one discipline you need to focus on, but because you got to focus on one discipline, you got to. There's like that old ancient art. That's like an old argument, like which is more tougher, MMA or boxing, and it all depends on the dynamics that you're looking at. Like objectively, you can say that MMA is harder because you got 3+ other techniques that you need to focus on, and there's more strategy. But in boxing, you can say it's tougher because it's you and the opponent with one set, and then you got to figure out who's going to throw the first punch and how that person is going to strategically move around your technique to beat you with his technique, and it's more.
Do you know the full quote? Hold on. Do you know the full quote of a jack of all trades?
No, I don't.
Hey, Jack, do you want to tell him the quote of Jack of all trades? Like the full quote? Because there's the first half, which is commonly known, and then there's the second half. I think this applies to why MMA is superior to jiu-jitsu by itself and boxing by itself.
Jack, are you there? You might be muted or something if you're trying to talk.
I just didn't want to do the legwork.
Jackie, can you hear me?
I can't understand you.
And hey, Mangos, you're getting called out in chat. You got an America. Maybe we'll put this onto the White House card. America versus Australia.
Vintage, if you want to die in front of your own country, then you go ahead and be a hero. I, on the other hand, will be the revered fighter of America. I mean, like, if you want your funeral that fucking bad, go for it.
I'm pretty sure.
I've been into plenty of fucking fights, so I know how to fucking throw hands.
Oh yeah, Teriak. I forgot to explain. I almost started a grease fire because of those steaks.
Ah,
Jack,
damn,
you
Jack.
fucking dumbass. You make me ashamed to be associated with you, you fuck. How in the fuck you burn your food, you fat fuck? I could do it.
No, he didn't burn it. He didn't burn it.
I didn't burn it. I didn't start the actual fire. Just set off the fire alarm because there was too much smoke from all the grease in the pan.
Oh, now he's backpedaling. You see that, people? You heard it here first.
So talk to me here, Jack. What was the setup? Walk me through it, like from beginning to end, like the whole like what pan was it? Like what was the what did you do when you were cooking it? All this kind of stuff. Walk me through it here, Jack.
So I just cut like a half a stick of butter and I just put it in there, let it cook on high, and then put the steak in there one at a time. I had 2 minutes on each, and I kept putting the butter in there, and I think that was the problem. I think I didn't need to put that much butter in there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called slow and low, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, not with steak though.
Yeah, you want to kind of
Yeah.
cook it fast.
Yeah, you pretty much like you can't cook butter. You can't cook with butter if it's on high. Like you have to use oil at that stage because the oil prevents the butter from being burned, kind of thing. But I would say, wait, what type of pan were you using?
I don't know what type of pan it is. I could send you a picture later, but
what?
It's a stainless steel, Teflon, cast iron.
Like I know the brand name, but I don't know what it uses. You know what I mean?
You
What's the-
fucking asshole.
What's the brand name?
Not gonna help. Walmart brand KitchenAid shit.
No. It's costly. It's my roommate stuff. It's like Pampered Chef.
Probably Teflon.
That's pyramid.
It might be.
scheme.
I don't know. It might be Teflon.
Like,
I don't know.
I know a lot about fucking cooking. You know,
It's non-stick.
cooking equipment. Yeah,
Oh, Jack.
but so
Jack,
yeah, like
buddy.
Teflon is basically you have your aluminum, and then they put the Teflon on there to help make it non-stick. Your stainless steel pans is
also-
basically what the, you know, they had some of them have copper in the center to help heat conduction because copper and aluminum really conducts heat very fucking well. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also keep in mind when you're using butter, you got to be very careful with it. If you're using like the stick of butter, not clarified butter, you're going to burn the milk and the butter, and also you're going to create a violent reaction of the fat of the butter and the water because oil and water don't mix.
Well, and the fat from the steak is gonna reduce too because
You talking about the water from the steaks?
No, the water from the butter. There's milk and butter. And
Okay,
there's
gotcha,
milk and
gotcha,
water and the butter stick, and that's why I say clarified butter. That's where it's a process where you remove the milk fat and the water, and then you just got the butter itself. It's called clarified butter or ghee butter.
Gotcha. I didn't know all that. So
Yeah, and it works, and it makes a great base for holiday sauce.
Yeah,
Well, I guess
so
you
so
can
like-
DM me for cooking tips. Just saying.
I'm a
100%.
chef.
Dart is a connoisseur, not even an expert. A
yeah, but I
connoisseur.
don't want to.
He's
I
that-
don't want to. I don't know how to explain this shit only over voice. I'm not good at explaining shit over like textable stuff.
Bullshit!
is there any
you want
steel
BK,
pans?
motherfucker? The fuck you talking about?
With my
I want
voice.
BK. I don't know how to
My
explain
voice.
things.
I can I can vocally like try to make people understand, but even not, I struggle with that. But like putting it into text is even worse. So however I sound in chat, it has to be worse. Like people probably
Sounds-
think like I got Down syndrome or something. You know?
Well, I'm already concerned for what you were
we've
saying.
all been
that
there,
you
Jack.
know you're wrong.
We've all been there.
But
Do you have any,
it's on
like,
a regular.
silver?
It's every second. You know what I mean?
But do you have any like silver pans? Is there any silver pans in the house?
Silver pan.
Yeah, but they're
it's cooking time in my kitchen. Here
but
it's
they're all-
sizzle. Here
they're
it's
all,
sizzle. It's
what do
about
you
to
call
be in my
Mago,
belly.
shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
So I think they're all just pots. I think all the silver that I brought, because that's what my when I moved out of my house, that's what my mom gave me was silver.
And like, there's no I just mean in terms of the color, because like what you want to get away from is like the non-stick stuff, and you want to use stainless
Yeah.
steel or cast iron. Cast iron's a bit more, it's a bit more effort in terms of like cleaning up and making sure what the fuck's it called?
Yeah, this
what
is-
the fuck's it called?
Like I said, this
You
is
have to,
all
like-
my roommate's stuff, so I just use what he has. You know what I mean? Otherwise,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
gotta
yeah,
buy
'cause
more
what's
shit,
what-
and it's just
The reason
for it.
the reason why I'm saying that the non-stick's not great is because you can't cook. You basically can't cook on high heat with the non-stick. You'll either like fuck up the pan, and then you're kind of like you're playing a risky game because then there's just like all the shit that they use to make it non-stick could potentially be going into your food, and you don't want to be eating that shit. So it's like the only way you can really do it if you're going to be using those pans is you have to kind of do like at max like medium heat. Now it can be done as well. Like if you just throw it onto medium heat, just let the pan kind of like heat up, like for a bit before you put the steaks on.
Yeah, I know about
kind of
that.
stuff.
Yeah.
100%. So like in terms of that, like, but like with the butter, I'd say calm down on the butter, at least for now, because like you can always just like fucking like just take a couple of mouths off, just a couple of bites of the stick of butter yourself and just kind of try it raw, or whatever. It might be.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
I am not
so, like,
doing that. Okay.
Here's a better idea then. Yeah, no. Here's a better, because like a lot of people they think like initially, oh, it's going to be disgusting, all this kind of stuff. But once you get into carnivore, it's actually not that bad. All this kind of stuff. Bacon fat is like what I love to do is I take the fat off the bacon and then just fry up the bacon first and use that, like what you're kind of doing with the butter, to basically use that as the fat in the pan. But regardless, basically what you want to do is like focus on just like buttering the steak afterwards rather than trying to like cook with the butter, if you get me.
Right.
Well,
but would you want? Some people say that because I kind of forgot to do this before I put these steaks on this time, but I forgot to season them with the salt.
Oh,
so I'm just gonna put it on afterward, and just hope that that's good enough.
No,
Jack. What's that? The main thing is it's about your taste, like whatever works for you, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So like what I would say is like whatever suits you better in terms of like either pre-salting or putting the salt afterwards. Just make sure that there's plenty of salt, that you are getting plenty of salt into you. And then, like I said, the tip for kind of trying to add more fat into it is literally just like butter the steak like you butter a piece of bread. Let it melt in, and you won't even taste the butter taste. It'll just be more satisfying, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not if
actually no. One part teriyaki is wrong. No, you always want to season your steak before you cook because you want that flavor. You want that. Yeah, that's the only correction. But you're better off using vegetable oil, like neutral oil or olive oil. And here's another trick too. Two things. You can let your steak get room temperature when you're pan frying. It's perfectly fine. Gordon Ramsay's will say the same thing. And also, if you think your pan is too hot, just take it off the heat. Don't even fuck with the burner. You can just take it off the heat and all that, you know?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I knew about that.
And the other thing, and teriyaki is 100% correct, because here's another good tip about steaks. After you're done cooking, you can let that bitch set for a couple of minutes, let it settle.
Oh, yeah.
And the meat. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's when you apply the butter, and you don't want to do it with cold butter. You always want to do like room temperature butter so it can actually get into the pores of that steak. And there is a flavor profile. It makes it more creamy, and you'll taste that buttery on the steak. It just makes it much more digestible. You know, it's.
Oh yeah,
like,
I remember in my research of this, somebody said put it on a tray, like that you can put a bottom tray to it as well, so it catches everything. And that way it elevates it so all the juices flow out of it. You would think that it would be worse to do that, but they said it actually makes it juicier.
If you see
you can also, and it can also keep the juices. And also, you can just leave it on the plate, let the juices, because that's au jus at that point, and that just becomes a natural sauce to a point. You know what I mean?
What's the temperature though, bro? That's the key
temperature
point.
For what?
The internal temperature that you pull it off to rest it correctly for 5 minutes.
Oh yeah.
Well, it all depends. It all depends what you want. It depends if you want medium rare, medium, and so on. It all depends. Like, if let's say you want to cook it up to a medium internal temperature, medium steak. It all depends how the thickness, but in general, it's going to be 145 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're cooking it, you want to pull it off at 135 degrees. So let the carryover cooking do the rest. That's how you cook your steak perfectly.
Actually, you're wrong, because
I'm not.
135.
Oh God, here we go.
You want to pull it off at
I'm not.
Yes, you are, because it rests and continues to cook, which is the point you were trying to make.
That's the fucking carryover cooking.
Yeah, it's called resting.
No, it's not. It's called, well, it's no shit. And it's also carryover cooking.
Yes,
because
which
the
is
meat
why you
still
pull it off
cooks
10
after you take
degrees.
it off the
You guys
heat.
are saying the same thing.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why. I think he's just trying to rage bait
I
me.
mean, he was right on the 145, so I had to, throw him.
But I think you're
Because
both
he's not
talking
wrong about letting
the
it
aftercook
rest.
of it all.
But you want
He's not wrong about letting it rest. I just was kind of baffled, like, wait, what? And I heard him say, wait, what? But it's neither here or there now.
Unless
Because
you're
he's not
smoking.
wrong. I just was confused for a second. Like I said, I think he was just trying to rage bait me because he does that trolling shit,
No.
Fucking dark side, fucking punk ass, man. Fucking
Does,
Jedi's gonna kick your
I'm-
ass.
I'm curious
on the wrong side
if
of the fence on that one, Darth.
I'm curious if Teriak does this. Do you rest your steaks?
I actually haven't had a steak in a long while, but
Oh yeah, you've been doing the smash
typically-
burgers.
yeah, typically though, like in terms of like resting, it's like that time, like that 5 minutes, I'm just basically cleaning the pan because a good tip, especially when you're cooking with stainless steel, because everyone complains about stainless steel being like a really great pan that will last you a lifetime, but it's just a pain in the bollocks to clean afterwards. The trick or the key is to use the heat. Like, so as soon as you put the food onto the plate, you instantly go over to the sink and use the heat that's on that pan to basically break apart all the shit at the bottom of the pan, kind of essentially.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
know what I mean?
Wait, to watch vids,
Outdoors
I don't give a
central.
fuck if I mispronounce it. You got the point of it. Hollandaise, holiday, I don't give a fuck. You get the point. Leave me alone about it. Fucking technical, having ass fucking
Oh,
definition,
so semantics
pronunciation,
are
fucker. Hey, the law of identity wasn't breached. He just being petty.
Um,
You petty?
but I wanna address the second part of what was really going on because I kind of didn't really finish the whole thing. So I cooked 10 steaks on that pan
Jack, what the fuck are
continuously.
you doing here? What's going on here, Jack? Jack's just getting a full brick of butter, fucking that into the pan. Are you deep frying these steaks? What the fuck's going on here, Jack?
They did look that way when it came out.
It
Like I
does
said, I
sound
set off
good.
the fire thing because there was so much smoke in the air, and I had both doors open and 2 fans on, and it still set that thing off.
Fucking Yaki,
So-
man. Is he frying these
Unbelievable, Jack.
Hey, I'll tell you
This
what,
is
man.
why I shouldn't cook. Now do you understand? It's just,
No, you keep cooking, learn from your mistakes because my wife does the same shit. I call her the microwave chef because she uses the microwave instead of actually cooking. It's like impressive and annoying at the same time because she can cook with the It's crazy, man. Like, no, she can. I tell her all the time, like, you can make your cooking skills 10 times way much better if you just know the basic cooking methods.
yeah, but we're not taught that. That's what reminds me about like school is I wish that was better on to teaching. Like I know you can do extracurricular things outside of that, but
Well, you got YouTube now.
the
YouTube,
schooling
there's,
and
there's so much. There's a lot of fucking cooking good ones that, like I knew how to cook rice, but I used this one Mexican bitch. She actually knows how to cook. Like to fine tune my skill, and I know how to make Mexican rice like a fucking beat. Yeah, it was. I'll keep it there.
Yeah. Jack had a meal of butter with a side of steak.
pretty
Yeah,
much.
That's what
You
I'm
said
getting
butter
from.
was
Also, a
okay,
butter-
so I
a
was like, hey, I'll
buttermilk cake,
use.
too.
So
He had like a
so
butter
what the
shot
rest
next to him.
what the rest of this story is, so there's 10 steaks, right, like I mentioned, and then I almost put
Are you gonna make this
4 half sticks of butter into that pan.
Oh my god, you're making it worse.
4 half sticks of butter? You mean 2 full sticks of butter? Are you serious?
Pretty much, yeah, I stopped. I didn't put that much in there. I did stop.
Well, geez, you should have stopped
I
that
used about
3.5
a little over
sticks
half of
ago.
that. Yeah, I should have stopped. I realized that. I should have realized that when it started aggressively popping. I probably should have recognized that when I looked across the room. I just seen the smoke in the air. I should have stopped. I really should have.
How many signs?
Jeez, I wonder why this is happening.
That you were doing this round. Because so far,
I actually had an additional fan on. I had the little overlight fan on too, but that didn't do shit. It didn't suck it up. But yeah,
you shouldn't.
I think I was stunned, Teriak. I don't think.
This is all that's going through my mind right now. It's just this meme. Just Jack sitting there going, "This is fine." You know what I mean?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Remember that scene? And no. Remember that scene, Mrs. Doubtfire, when he's trying to cook all that food and it starts burning his shirt and shit? Yeah, that gives me that fucking vibes right there.
So I have a question. So there's tiling in the kitchen, and it feels slick for some reason. I don't know why that is. Is it because of all the grease?
Yes.
I heard if you lick it, you get 7 years good luck.
Now I gotta clean the whole kitchen.
Why on earth were you cooking 10 steaks at the same time?
So I just wanted to put it in the fridge. I can just take them out of the fridge, like microwave them, eat 2 a night,
No, I don't. That makes no sense.
None of this. You don't know anything about this.
He's like, who fucking bulk cook? What a fucking loser. That's what he made. No, I know. What a loser.
Chicken and shit, but not a steak. Who bulk cooks steak? That's not a thing.
He's like, Darth, it's like, I know how to cook. Look at my fucking picture behind me.
Oh my god, Jack.
I think he's crying. I feel like he's crying now.
Am I insane on this one? Who bulk cooks steak?
No, yeah, the whole point of like a steak is that it's like you cook it and like you enjoy like the live juice and all that stuff. And like Jack's just like, no, just bulk cook them and then like just put them in the fridge and then I could just like whip one out and then just like start like what
was the plan? Were you gonna microwave it?
Yeah. Yeah, I did that with
Jack,
the last batch that I made.
Hey, Jack, I heard that if you breathe on it long enough, you can cook your steak that way too.
The last batch, he says. What is going on, Jack? Oh my god.
They're already cooked. It's fine, It brings it back to life,
No.
Rehabilitating your steak for consumption. Now that's a new one.
Yeah.
Resuscitating your food.
Didn't you reference Gordon Ramsay too?
No, I didn't reference Gordon Ramsay.
You said like Gordon Ramsay's on the why you put the butter
No,
in
it's some guy on YouTube. I see said that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
you really
You're in the cook and drink it all up.
So there are ways to prep steak for meal prep that don't involve cooking 10 steaks at a time.
And then fucking microwaving them after.
Well, I didn't say I like it that way. I'd prefer to eat them fresh.
Well, why did you do it then?
Because I gotta work. I wake up and go immediately to work. Like I don't have no time to cook a steak before work.
Have you heard of a McGriddle? That would be better than what the hell you're doing.
No, that's what I've been doing is eating fast food all the time. It's not working. I live on a Taco Bell diet. It's not good.
It's not any better. And the fact that you said that
I'm sure my internal organs are. I don't know how they're working. I really don't.
Fair, but all right. So here's the last part I want to clarify. So you said you forgot when you cook these 10 steaks to season them beforehand. So you're going to season them
afterward,
when they're cold.
Well, no, after I heat them up in the microwave and put salt on afterward.
That's where I was going.
God damn it. Oh. Oh,
He just came
that
out
Irish
of like,
whiskey is so good. No, I just took a shot of whiskey.
I'll make him make his drink. That's funny.
No. I just got done seeing somebody fighting for their life an hour and a half ago, and I just needed a couple of drinks.
Oh well, I hope that was a good laugh. Now I'm gonna have to clean up that kitchen. It's yeah. And I get to clean that whole kitchen. It's probably over. That we have couches in there. Those are probably covered.
Well, it's kind of your fault that you have to clean it.
I know. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, damn, that sucks.
It could have been easily avoided.
For sure. Could have been. That's the problem, though. You know, it's like the first one's my roommate made them, and without I mean, I watched him make it, but I don't think I did a 1-for-1 on it. I think he was cleaning the pans in between it and let it sit and turned it down in between, and I just left it going, and that was the problem. I probably should have had the doors open from the beginning and salted it properly as well. The first batch we made turned out good. I did microwave them. We had poured the
batch.
Yeah, we poured
in batches.
we poured the leftover grease over to keep them more juicy, and put them in a container together. And then I just microwaved them, and it tasted really good. And I felt differently. Like I felt great that week that I did the steak diet, where I was just eating steaks and the beef jerky. Like I felt like my head was clear. You know what I mean? And I had heard that guy. I watched that video all the way, and that's what he was talking about.
My man. But to Darth and Mangoes, I think from Jack's story, we finally, gentlemen, know what it's like to feel Italian.
What the fuck are you doing? Get out of my kitchen! Get the fuck out of my kitchen! Out of here! What pasta? Fettuccine.
This is just Jack, just like constantly just like loading another thing of butter. It's like, what the fuck's going on here?
What was that? Nothing.
No, you do not microwave the steak, Jack. What are you doing? Oh no!
Is that the breaking the spaghetti? Is that what it is?
You breaking the spaghetti?
Isn't that how it's done?
No.
Oh God, my mom I even see my mom do it wrong. Then that's crazy.
Ho sentito tac e il mio cuore mi si è spezzato. Tu spezzasti spaghetti e mi spezzasti il cuore.
No! Ok. No! Non ci provare. No. Hey!
Hey, ¿qué
¿Qué
fue?
estás haciendo?
Pues no es nada.
Eso no insulta. Falta de respeto eso. No, a little bit more. Okay, Sara, ma tu sei pazza. What?
It's from
No, Sara, no!
Crimes against
This is like-
humanity.
Exactly.
What's
Bi
the science
favore, Jack. Bi favore.
What makes the difference between breaking the spaghetti and not breaking the spaghetti?
Well, if you have to ask, you don't know what a ZJ is.
I guess I
It's
don't
a
know.
shit the spaghetti, Jack. I still can't even my mind kind of comprehend the story that Jack told us. It was just like, oh yeah, so I nearly burnt my house down. I was like, oh shit, this is gonna be a funny one. And then Jack goes, yeah, I was just lobbing in bruh.
I feel bad
Just
for the
lobbing in, a couple of sticks of butter here, a couple of sticks of butter there. I was like, wait, what the? Are you deep frying this motherfucker? And then he got to the microwave part. So then I could microwave the steak. And I'm like, what is going on here?
Did you realize an animal died for you to set your kitchen on fire, right? And you just
Now I gotta remind my roommate to, he needs to properly step in the kitchen the right way or he's gonna slip. That's wild. That's wild.
Oh my god.
I think maybe Jack maybe should be a vegan.
I told you life needs to be simple for me. They should have marked me lower, you know? I should have been done on disability. Should have done it on disability. I swear. I told him. I was enough self-aware, you know what I mean? I was right on the line, you know?
I could tell you how to make some avocado toast that you can't fuck up.
You know, I've actually never ate avocado before.
Well, it won't set your house on fire.
That is true. That is true. That is true.
No, watch. He'll come on tomorrow, and he'll be like, "Guys, try to make some avocado and toast," and the toast just went up in flames. I said, "Okay, Jack, what did you do to the toaster?" Well, you know, I just had a couple of sticks of butter, threw those in.
Damn.
You know, I was making it.
You said I could add butter, so I just.
Yeah, what you do is you add all the fucking butter in your house, throw it in the toaster, and then take that toaster, throw it in the oven. You'll be good.
Some butter, Jack, not a fucking kilo of it.
The funny thing is, I asked my roommate if I should put a half in there with each steak, and I think he said yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you shouldn't be asking him questions.
Hey, he's the one that owns these pans. You know what I mean? I just cook on them.
You can't blame him for giving you shitty info. You listened to the shitty info. You could have easily.
No, I think there was a different way. Like I said, he did it because it turned out a lot better. Like even just from appearance of mine.
Was better when you microwaved it or when you ate it?
That's when I ate it. Is when I microwave it. Well, I actually tried one the time we made it, and that was really good. But the microwave wasn't obviously as good as that, but it wasn't too far behind, to be honest. Like, it was nice and juicy still and everything. It wasn't, hard or difficult. It was like having a steak at a restaurant.
Your descriptive words of eating a steak lead me to believe that you don't know anything about this. Like, those are not words I would describe when eating a steak that I didn't microwave. That is.
What?
It did sound like it was going to gay places.
Your descriptors are shit. That good steak. You're saying it wasn't.
It did sound like it was going to gay places. To be fair with you, you're talking about how hard or soft and shit, and yeah, like.
Well, I'm saying when you microwave it, if it's tough,
that's
if it's been like sitting or it isn't like does it have the juices anymore? It's going to be hard to eat. It's going to be tough.
Do you know how a microwave works, Jack?
Yes, I do.
How does it work?
Radiation.
Correct.
Yeah.
It heats up the liquids, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Specifically the liquids to heat
Yeah.
up the things that aren't liquids.
Yep.
Therefore, the liquids evaporate.
Okay.
Meaning it wasn't juicy. This is why you don't microwave steak.
But why was it still juicy? Like that's
It
what we're
wasn't.
not explaining.
You are delusional and think it was juicy. Nobody has ever microwaved a steak and said it was juicy.
It wasn't as juicy, but it was still juicy.
Yeah, well, my ass.
I'm sure cooking it right out and just eating it, it's gonna have more juice. I'm not denying that.
But Jack, like, have you ever had like a proper like medium rare, you know, like nice and juicy and pink in the middle, like the juices,
Yeah.
like and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff?
Yeah.
And you'd say like is that the same as like the microwave? Like,
No, I'm not saying it's one for one.
not
That's
even
not my claim at all. What I'm saying is they're still both juicy in their own way. Like it's less juicy. I will acknowledge that. But I'm just saying there's still juice as a part of it. Like it's still juicy. Like, you know, like it still has some juice to it. It's not as good. It's not as juicy, but it still does have some juice to it.
yeah, it's got some.
in your mouth.
This guy, this motherfucker.
This is why I like talking about food. It always turns this way.
It'll be like steamy, Jack, but it wouldn't be like juicy with like the fat and stuff.
Now, steamy sounds pretty hot.
I'm telling you, it was. I don't know.
So when you put the meat in your mouth, do you enter in your mouth slow or fast?
Shut up, Mango.
This motherfucker. I told you. Put the chubs away, gentlemen.
That when we're on Molly and when we're horned up, might not be horned up. You are horned up. Oh, please. You can have a fucking chub right now.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Mangoes.
I'm offended this is even a question.
You got a chicken in there? What was that?
Jack,
got a
Jack,
hen?
you have to make your own case here. I can't save you, Jack.
What are we talking? What is going on?
So
Should
does
we
that mean that you
microwave
take the
steak?
butter and use it as?
I'm not saying it's great to do. I'm just saying, like, I don't have time to cook a steak before work. What else could I do?
You did cook it before work, though.
So I could take it to work. I'm going back to
so-
sleep. I should be asleep
Yeah.
right now, but I'm up here trying to explain why I put steak in a microwave.
Yeah.
No, you're trying to explain why you almost burned your fucking house down, Jack. Okay, let's not detract from where we started. Okay, we haven't forgot where we started, Jack.
Well, shouldn't that be the problem? Should I cook 10 steaks at the same time?
No.
No.
No. I obviously know that now. Yes, I know. I get that. Yes,
Does that catch
I
on
understand
top?
that. It's been beaten to me. I understand. Okay. I realized
so
when
Jack-
it was going on. It's a bad
So
idea.
what you want to do here, Jack? I think I might actually have the remedy. Okay, but to Dart's point, number one, all right, get the crowns out. Number 1 point: don't fucking cook 10 steaks at the same time. That's number one. Okay, so how do we alleviate that? What you want to do is right. Just before you go to bed or when you have time, maybe when you get home from work or whatever, like literally eat as much steak as you possibly can. Like even though like not like too much to the point you're getting sick or whatever, but like till you're like really like full and it's like, oh, I couldn't even eat another bite. Once you get to that stage, then you're done. And then try to go through the next workday without eating. You know what I mean? Because this will get you into the intermittent fast and stuff. And then probably when you get home that next day, you'll be fucking starved and all this kind of shit. And then, like I said, you basically do the same thing, and then, like you try to eat as much as you can, and then get into that rhythm, and then you don't have this whole thing of like trying to microwave steaks. You know what I'm saying? Because
Well,
like
didn't
I'm
you
not
say-
gonna lie. Yeah, go ahead.
Didn't you say in between there that you could like get like beef jerky or something and just snack on that or something in between times you get actually like, you know, hungry, you know what I'm saying, in between, you know, because at first I think you'd probably do that, but then you'd probably try to wean out of that even.
Well, in my
But-
experience, you kind of don't think about it anymore.
Well, I know you obviously drink water, like you replace it with water, but and that will keep you full somewhat for sure. But you know, as far as like lower high blood pressure stuff, like what do you do in that case? Is that where the beef jerky comes in?
Yeah, like bacon is probably your best bet. Like if you want to do the like cook 10 pieces of bacon at the same time and all that kind of stuff, and then have that just like I said, just like bring it to work with you in your bag or something like that. And then if you're feeling that like you genuinely need something, then you have the bacon there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I bought 3 pounds of bacon. I also bought 12 eggs.
When you
So
cook it, when you
My
cook
man.
it, all right, it's really high in fat, and fat catches on fire. So slow and low when you cook the bacon.
oh, I knew that with bacon. Yeah, I knew that.
Well, why wouldn't you apply that to steaks?
Because we cooked them on high last time. I just think he changed it in between and like lifted the pan and let it sit, and
high to sear it.
I
then
just
you
kept
cook
it. I just kept it going. I think that was my problem.
But
And
bacon-
and I used too much butter. I think that was the two things I really fucked up.
Yeah, you don't say. Because
Yeah, I know that now. Obviously, like I said, I gotta clean my kitchen. So
catches on fire.
Might have to scrub the whole house. You know.
All right. Here's one of the cooking laws of logic. Fat catches on fire. Butter is fat. Bacon is fat. Steak has fat. It all catches on fire.
To be fair, that was my very first time ever cooking meat by itself. So
Yeah, but this is why we do it, Jack. Do you know what I mean? We like because think about it this way: you learn a lot of shit. You're gonna improve over time and all this kind of shit from it as well. And like I said, worst case scenario, we got a funny story. You know what I mean?
So yeah, that was a funny story. Yeah, you might want to clip that out, right?
I know my tone sucks. I'm not trying to beat you up.
No. Everybody has to
also
learn.
don't
Don't get me
like
wrong, but it just felt like a stupid mistake, and I realized it as it was happening. But I didn't do anything to prevent it. I literally was that meme. I was just like, "Yep, this is yeah, it's fine." You know, just pulling up, just rocking with my tea. You know.
So Teriyaki, when your pan is on fire, how big are your flames when you're cooking your steak? It's like, Jack, wait, what the fuck's going on here?
Oh shit!
I mean, if it's flambe, that's one thing. But
So I
got a
must
point.
I must add another part of the story too that I forgot.
Okay.
I was
Make
also
it worse.
smoking
Oh
during
my
this
God.
to add to the smoke.
Oh my fucking god! How are you still alive? How are you still alive, Jack?
You're too high to taste this chicken, my guy. You should have kept that one yourself.
I'm literally just picturing Jack in like a wife beater with a fucking joint hanging out of his mouth, just lobbing bricks of butter into the fucking pan.
That's probably what caught it on fire.
Oh shit! Oh,
hold on. You know the rule that you don't go into a grocery store hungry, right?
Yeah, that tends to be my problem.
Mhm. You don't cook with the munchies because you'll make bad decisions.
Yes. The thing is, when I started, I was fine, but I had it with me, and I was like, yeah.
Okay, you almost set a whole fucking place on fire. There's no.
I'm hoping my neighbors didn't actually. That's what I was worried about during the whole thing when I set off the alarm. Luckily, it was pretty much. I was almost done at that point. I don't know how that thing lasted that long, to be honest. It's amazing, really.
I'll backpedal a little and say don't cook when you have the munchies, because I mean, if you have the munchies, that's why you're cooking. But at least learn how to cook it before you have the munchies. Like maybe give it a go once or twice.
Yeah. There's things. I would definitely go back and change things for sure.
Yeah. Have you heard of Guga Foods?
This would do what?
Guga Foods, Guga.
Guga. No.
He's got a YouTube channel about cooking steak, and he's the master. Do
Gotcha.
yourself a favor and watch maybe one or two of those, and see if.
See, that's the thing that I struggle with when it comes to learning more about things. It's never. That's it. This plays into like motivation. I'm just never interested. Like I never can get interested into something.
He'll make you interested.
Maybe just not to do that again. Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, interested in not kill a whole bunch of people.
Yeah. I mean, I have two houses that are close to me. If I definitely went up, it would probably catch the other stuff. But I live really close to the fire department and the police department, so we're good. All right. So
sure.
No, I really live really close to there. They could be here in less than 2 minutes. I'm also really close to the train track.
Is that the argument to set your shit on fire?
Yeah, I have all the excuses to escape. Just see you later. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm just giving you shit. I love you. I don't want you to die. The fucking cooking
No,
tech.
no. If I noticed things were going squirrely, I just, like I said, I shouldn't have. Yeah, I shouldn't have cooked 10 steaks in a row, and on the same high, and put the amount of butter that I did in there. I should have definitely used less butter.
Wait, you were using one pan and doing them one at a time?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was just the same pan. I just kept it on high and just kept throwing the butter in there and then throwing the steak in.
The more questions.
Fair, like that's a common mistake that like I had when I was like first getting in and all that kind of stuff. Is that like you'd be surprised in terms of you think, oh, like you need to go like high heat and all this kind of shit, but it's like even just like medium heat and just like waiting for the pan to heat up, and then like basically like
well, it was a step below high. It was a step below high. Is where I had it.
But like literally just put it halfway down, and it's like try how that work, and then work your way up kind of thing. Because probably like I'd say it's like one of the biggest skills as a chef is literally just heat management. You know what I mean?
Which I figured I'd have this problem, with the heat. But like I said, the big mistake was just I think I should have just added even just a tad less, or even few off, maybe just one or two, like a stick for cooking half of those steaks and then like letting it sit or something. You know what I mean? Like there's probably different ways to do it. I just wanted to get it done because I just wanted it over with.
Yeah, I get you. Like the like I'd even say like try to just like cook without any butter. Like the next time you're doing, just cook the steaks like just by trying to use the pan, because it's non-stick. So it's like the main reason why you use like oil or butter is so it's like it doesn't stick on the pan kind of thing. So if you're using non-stick, just focus on the medium heat, and then just use just cook the steaks like with no oil, no butter, and then once you're plating up the steaks, then just basically just kind of butter them like you'd butter toast kind of thing, and just let the butter melt into the steak, and trust me, bellissimo, Jack, bellissimo. We got Shiva back as well. Welcome back, Shiva.
Hello.
Oh god, here comes another roast.
Are you going to be live for a bit? Because I'm just making some coffee.
About 45 minutes left. Just over 45 minutes.
What are you talking about? Steak.
Yeah, Jack.
No. Welcome to the
Jack,
party.
would you mind retelling your story? So it starts off where Jack almost burned his house down, Shiva. And like I said, it just gets more curious and curious the more he talks. So Jack, the stage is yours.
No.
What did you do, Jack?
He almost killed a whole bunch of people.
So I cooked 10 steaks in one sitting.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a pan I was cooking on it was just a little bit below high, and I put a half a stick of butter in with each steak for a little while until I realized it was too much. It started getting really smoky in there as I was cooking the steaks, and I was storing them because I microwave them later at work because I usually just wake up and go to work.
It gets worse.
It gets worse. It gets worse.
Sorry. Look. Sorry. Let's just back this up a second. Did you just say you microwave your steak? Is that not?
Yeah,
like,
that's why he has the thing up there that said. What?
Shouldn't people be chasing you with pitchforks?
They probably should be. Yes, that's probably a good analysis. But that's why he has the thing up. Should we microwave steak? Obviously, the answer is no.
How did we get to from microwaving steaks to burning your house down?
Okay, so as I was cooking them, I kept, like I said, I kept putting the butter in, and I just had the same pan going. I didn't move it. So every steak I added, I kept, once I was done with each steak, I'd put them in storage, let them sit. And I got through probably, let's see, 2 1/4 of stick of butter in there. And I realized that was too much butter because it was starting to aggressively pop at me. And like I said, the smoke in the air set off the fire alarm. And so I opened all the doors and kind of let it, luckily it was at the end, and I kind of just shut it off and let it simmer the last steak. But it coated the ground with grease, so now it's slick in the kitchen.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
had you considered using less butter? I know you're an American, but that's always an option, right?
yeah, they already told me how I could use better butter. Yeah.
Oh,
so-
better butter.
Or no butter.
or no butter. Yeah, I could just use no butter, but
But generally, once you add the butter, wouldn't you have turned the heat down a bit?
yeah, that's probably
searing
that's
at
what
that
I
point,
should have
yeah.
done. Yeah, that's what I should have done. Yeah, I should have done that, but I didn't do that.
So yeah, you should definitely start watching Guga, although only watch him if you like watching someone do things to steak that they really shouldn't do.
Agreed.
Like things
That's
like, I mean, just off the top of my head, dry
But the
aging it in
control-
mayonnaise.
Yeah, but yeah, that's anyways, yeah, I wake up and I go to work, so I just put them. I have like individual things I can put them in, and then I take them to work and like microwave them. So
Just for future reference, Jack, we do have a word for a half of a stick of butter. It's called a quarter of a stick.
okay, a quarter stick, yeah. But, I've been up for forever, and I'm ripped. So I'm just.
So hang on. So did something actually catch fire, or is that just people memeing?
No, nothing actually caught fire, but I did set off the fire alarm, and like I said, there was a lot of smoke in the air. It was kind of alarming because I had.
Are you going to be the one to clean the kitchen floor?
Oh, I clean everything around here, so yeah, it was on me no matter what. But yeah, I had 4 fans running, one in my room, and then 2 out there. The head fan was running, and there was a ceiling fan that was running, and then I had both the doors open, and yeah, it still wasn't dispersing the smoke fast enough to set off the fire alarm. So there must have been quite a bit.
Right, and that must have been quite rancid smoke as well.
And then I was smoking while I was in there too, so that didn't really.
Whilst you were cooking.
Yeah. Yeah.
What kind of savage are you? Oh, don't mind the ash. It's just some more potassium. It'll be fine. What were you smoking? Like cigarettes?
No, not cigarettes. No, it's something a little bit
weed?
stronger.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're smoking weed. Do you
Yeah.
think? Do you think that there might be there might be a correlation worth examining here?
A little bit.
I mean, I'm not saying there's a causation, but
Yeah.
it definitely seems to be a
I did.
correlate.
The thing is, I didn't start that way with the first steak. It just as I was, I had it nearby, so I just once in a while, in between, I'd take a little,
The end goal
So-
was still to microwave steak.
No, I don't know. You would take a little what? Take a
just
what?
little hits here and there. You know what I mean?
Oh, right, on your weed. Were you smoking?
Yeah. Bong.
A bong?
Yeah.
The first time I smoked a bong, I ended up lying on the floor, spread eagled, hoping to God that I wouldn't fall off.
I had a similar experience the first time I hit a button.
I'm a seasoned smoker. I pretty much do it every day.
Sound like it. Doesn't sound like it.
Well, like I said, I was already making bad decisions before I was even, the sober process was already dumb enough as it was. So I don't think I heard anything by doing that, other than adding to the smoke in the room. That was a mistake.
Jack, just so you know, I put a link in the private chat for a steak recipe that won't kill you.
All right.
Unless you forget to turn your oven off.
I'll look at it.
So the amount of butter that you used, what's that in pints?
I don't know. I don't know what that translates to.
You said
whatever half a stick is.
What's it in? Well, what's a stick in? It must be in milliliters, right? A stick, or is it in grams?
Well, a stick is
I think it's in grams, ain't it?
4 tablespoons. Here.
Yeah, so it's about
A stick is
115
a
grams,
tablespoon.
Shiva.
115 grams. All right. So a quarter of a stick isn't actually that much butter then.
Yeah, but he had 10 steaks.
Yeah.
So he
Oh, right,
lobbed
and
in
you were
about
doing it
300
in-
grams of
in-
butter
in-
into the pan.
Yeah, he scaled it up.
in one pan, right? You didn't. Here's a tip for you: either use the same butter or pour it away.
Yeah, that's what that's what I'm saying. I
work.
made several mistakes.
Yeah, because fat catches on fire.
Yeah. Like I said, when it was aggressively popping, I stopped adding the butter in. I
Aggressively
seen
popping.
Yeah. Enough that it got me. Like I got burned.
Hold on, just for safety's measure, you do know that like if you're frying something and water gets involved, that also creates a fire.
Yeah. I didn't add any water in there.
Okay.
I knew
Next
that.
time, what you should do to put the fire out quickly is just dump a bag of flour onto it.
Yes.
I don't know if that's good advice or bad advice. I don't.
No,
don't know.
that's really bad. That's really
Okay.
bad advice because it'll make your house explode.
Oh well, I'm glad I know that. I need to move the flour from above the pan.
Yeah, flour's really flammable. No, you think I'm joking?
No,
I'm not.
I believe you.
Like-
I don't deny it. I didn't deny it at all. There's weird combinations out there. That's why I've always been weary about just cooking or doing anything sciencey, because I'm just afraid that I don't know enough.
That's not
you know?
sciencey. That's just like basic shit.
Oh yeah, no,
cooking
for
isn't-
sure. Yeah.
Cooking isn't a
it is
science; it's
science.
an art.
Yeah.
Cooking is a science.
Unless you're baking, that's a fucking science.
Yeah.
No, cooking is a science. Don't listen to them. It is a science because
Isn't it
you're
a soft
changing the
science?
molecules and the structure of the food that you're cooking. It is.
Yeah,
that's what
but
it calls
wait,
food
mangoes.
science.
On that basis, licking hot dog buns is a science.
Now you're just making shit up to sound smart.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
I feel exposed.
Well, that was a throwback joke, you know.
Oh, right. You of course you would think about licking hot dogs. That's my job. I'll give you some hot dog flavored
no,
water,
that's
Sheila, if
not
you
what I
want.
said. That's not what I said. I didn't say you licked the hot dog.
Yeah, sure.
I said you
backpedal.
licked the buns. I said you licked the buns. There's a difference.
Hey, what if I like to motorboat a girl's ass? What's it to you?
I mean, what if you like to motorboat up a girl's ass? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Is this? I don't know what that means.
It means that if she gets
what's
nice,
going on here,
juicy
Mangoes?
booty, it's mine.
Right, but where does the motorboat come into it?
It's an innuendo, meaning that I'll stick my nose up in her ass and motorboat her like you would with titties.
I don't really understand how the word motorboat is being used in this context.
you're not the much. Don't worry about it. Don't think about it. That's all I got to say. Just do not think about it.
Can someone help me out here?
Meaning.
Like if I explain it, I'm pretty sure you're not going to get it.
Well, it depends. Can you explain it in the most
Okay.
graphic terms you
Okay.
can?
All right. I'll see if you can understand this. So you know how like a guy would motorboat a girl's tits, right?
No, right. So here's the problem. I need you to explain what motorboating is without using the word.
I'm doing that, dude.
So yeah, but if you start by saying, you know, when a guy motorboats a girl's tits, well, that's not very helpful.
You don't know what motorboating tits is?
That's.
Oh my God! It's where you stick. All right. Listen, motorboating like a girl's tits. It's like you're sticking your face in her fucking cleavage, right? And then you go. You get it?
And you like doing that. And you like doing that with guys' asses.
No, like I say, you're making shit up to sound smart. Okay.
I'm not the one who brought motorboating into this.
I said a chick's ass, you deaf bastard.
I have a good prompt for the wheel I just thought of. If you want to hear it, Teriak.
Hit me with it.
Is motorboating a competitive sport?
Mama.
Depends on if your mom knows what motorboating is.
Oh shit!
But Mangoes, as the resident hot dog bun licker, maybe you can answer whether it's a science or an art form.
I don't know, man. I feel like I'm in a trap now. Like if I explain myself, I'm pretty sure you're not going to understand it. Because I explained to you what motorboat is, and you're still confused. So what other thing that I can explain that you're going to be confused with?
No, now that you've understood motorboating, I understand what you're talking about.
Oh.
What made you think that I wouldn't understand what you were talking about once you explained it?
Because when I explained to you the first time, you seem like you're really confused about what it entail about motorboating.
Well, no, because your first explanation started with the sentence, you know when a guy motorboats a girl's tits.
I'm surprised you lived this life I'm surprised you lived life this long not even knowing what motorboating means. I'm genuinely surprised.
Well, I suppose it's probably not that common a phrase over here.
Fair enough.
I thought of a prompt too. Are you okay with ketchup on the hot dog as long as the bun is tight?
What?
It's a thinker.
What does it mean to say the bun is tight, given that it's open?
I came up with the
Is it like spring-loaded? Spring-loaded
Spring-loaded?
bun. You like a really glutinous bun. Yeah.
I can't believe this.
I can't say a lot of things, but one thing I can say is I didn't almost set my house on fire by cooking 10 steaks.
Come on, let's hear it. Let's go back. I thought I was all in the clear. I thought I was home free. No more.
I had to divert
Bring it
from
right
my
back.
divert from my prompt idea. You know, I thought it was a good one.
Just use that in the deflection. It'll completely catch him off guard. That is the perfect debate tactic. Just tell him about Jack's story about how he almost burned down his house. And that will completely...
To microwave steak.
Completely...
That's the best part. The end goal was to microwave steak.
It was delicious. I don't...
All right, I've got a prompt for you. I've got a prompt. Who would win in a debate, Andrew Wilson or Batman with prep time?
Andrew Wilson is Batman.
So you're saying that Andrew Wilson dresses up as a furry and beats people up at night time?
Wait, Batman's not really a fairy, though, is he?
Doesn't he dress up as an animal?
Well, my thought process was that Batman always has a contingency plan for everything. That's what
Does he
makes
have a
him-
necessity plan, though? Does he have a necessity plan?
A necessity plan?
Sorry, that was a logic joke.
So, you mean a contingency plan?
I'm not convinced that Andrew Wilson isn't Batman. How about that one?
I mean, are you saying that he is Batman?
No. I said I'm not convinced he isn't.
Wait, does that mean that you think Batman is real?
Maybe.
Do you believe in God?
I don't know. Do you?
No.
No, I do. But I mean, I can
Okay,
play
that
secular shit,
tracks. That tracks. Because there is research that shows that, or seems to indicate that kids who are brought up in religious households are much more likely to believe that fictional characters are real, like Harry Potter, than kids who are brought up in non-religious households.
I never said that I believe in that.
What, Harry Potter?
I don't know shit about Harry Potter. I'm old.
No, but you just said that you thought Batman might be real. He's
But
fictional,
Batman's
you know.
fictional. I agree that
Yeah.
Batman is fictional. I thought it was a hypothetical.
What do you get if you cross a joke with a rhetorical question?
Jack trying to microwave a steak.
Yeah.
What? What is going on here?
I don't know, but I have to work.
I'll tell you what's going on. I'm lobbing humor gold your way, and there's just fucking tumbleweeds coming back. I might as well be in a desert.
You said you're going, Darth?
Yeah, I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, no, Darth. Appreciate you stopping by, bro. Any shout outs you want to give before you head away?
No. Thanks for having me up, humoring me.
My pleasure, bro. Welcome back anytime.
See you, Darn.
Oh shit. Oh, I really don't know how I'm doing things right now. How I'm functioning. I'm gonna have to figure out how to, I guess when I get home, clean the kitchen.
I thought you said you'd done that.
No, I didn't clean it.
So are you telling me you've just left a butter smeared floor for a whole bunch of people to potentially slip and crack their heads open on the side?
No, I'm gonna let my roommate know. It's not that slick. Like I walked on it, I didn't slip, but I could tell it's there.
Is it a non-stick floor?
That was a good one. I like that. No, it's not an unstick floor. But yeah, it's like tile. I have a mop. I'll just do it when I get home. I don't know if I've ever told you this, but I'm a custodian, so that's normally what I do is clean. So I just clean around the house anyways. So regardless, it was gonna be me. If he would have made that mess, it would be me cleaning it up.
What's a custodian?
Like a janitor.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
I think we'd call them probably caretakers. Like
Okay.
someone
What do you
who
what do you call
might-
then
might
people
do
who take care of
cleaning.
people then?
Carers.
Huh. It's awful close to the word, I feel like. But,
Well, no, I mean, there's another 2 syllables in the word caretaker. It's very difficult.
True. I know they're different, but I'm just saying they're similar in the wording, you know.
But I suppose they're like a caretaker would be like they might do cleaning, but they might do kind of odd jobs as well, like maintaining the place.
I say I don't think I could. Well, I mean, we do that kind of stuff, I guess, around with my work, but yeah, I'll try not to set myself on fire. But yeah, we do odds and ends. We move stuff around and set up events and some stuff within, like maintenance. Some things that might be considered maintenance job, or like grounds. People working on the ground. But other than that, I mean, we mostly just deal with trash and clean up.
Like a groundskeeper.
Yeah. Sometimes we'll have to do that, especially like football games and stuff. I have to go out there and clean up shit.
American football. Do you ever, which is
American football,
which is just rugby for pussies. But funnily enough, I think you're actually more likely to be injured wearing the protective equipment that American football players wear than not wearing any, like rugby players.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. They don't get as injured as bad over there.
Which is a bit odd, really, because it would seem to me that rugby is just as much of a contact sport as American football is.
Oh, yeah. I've seen some devastating hits with it.
Well, the one big difference is that it all depends. Okay, so like in American football, those pads are used as a fucking weapon more or less than as protection, right? So if you got like a 6'5", 240-pound linebacker going about, let's say, 15 miles an hour, getting ready to fucking truck somebody, that shit is going to fucking devastate somebody. In rugby, there's like physical contact, but the difference is that the difference is that there is no formation in rugby like how there is in football. Like, let's say for an example, in football on the defense, you got your positions called a safety, which is lined up 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage. On the other side, you got a running back that can line up 6 yards behind the line of scrimmage. So you got 25, 26 to 30 yards in between the ball carrier and the safeties, and they're both running at full speed at one another. Like that's where it makes it dangerous, because there's an alignment that allows a gap to where people can have a head-on collision in football. That's why it's more dangerous in rugby, because you can get killed playing that sport faster than rugby.
But a massive difference between rugby and American football is American football, you can literally like just throw yourself at the other person and like make contact, all that shit. If you do that in rugby, that's a penalty. You have to like wrap, like what's known as wrap the arms and make the tackle that way. You know what I mean? So like that's a big part of it. And then because like even when you look at the formations, like the difference between rugby and the formation between rugby and American football is the defense and offense changes depends on who has possession. So when you're like talking about the safety and the running back, that's basically like one role in a rugby match. Like that's what they call the fullback. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then the wide receivers are like the wingers.
All right, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, you would know more rugby than I would, But yeah, I can not argue against it, because that makes a lot of sense, Like like I said, I love American football. It's really a banned sport because, again, you can get fucking killed in that sport. It's no joke. Let's put it this way.
100%.
If you see the hardest hits in football and then you see the harder hits in rugby, 9 times out of 10 it's going to be American football.
Oh, yeah. They get CTE is a huge problem. People getting concussions all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it literally happens I don't know how many times a season. There's plenty of them.
Well, CTE is a long-term effect. It's nothing like happens overnight, you know?
Well, yeah, but a lot of those people that usually end up like it's like a can of worms. You know, they get a concussion and then they're more prone to getting another concussion. They've learned a little bit more about it, especially taking them out. But if you look at early hits in the NFL, dude, people used to clobber people. Like, I mean, just level them. They were stiff as a board, you know? I was like, this is crazy. Damn, what's going on there? Am I exploding? Hey, you mangoes?
Is that no?
Well-
That's you. Maybe your phone's covered in butter.
Are you
That was
talking
a good
to
one.
me?
Yeah, I was talking to you.
So like 120 years ago, football was about to be outlawed or canceled in America because a lot of people were dying. In 1914, Notre Dame, a university here in America, perfected the forward pass. So like back 100 years ago, football, American football was very much like rugby, but it had more violence because you had to run the football, right? There was no such thing as the forward pass that you see today. You know, the quarterback drops back and throws the football to the receiver or tight end. Yeah, there was none of that. So in 1908, they loosened up. They allowed the forward pass, but the stipulation is that it was only within a 3-yard box. So it had to be 3 yards forward of the line of scrimmage and 3 yards back of the line of scrimmage. And in 1914, they changed the rules to allow more flexibility for the forward pass. And Knute Rockne and Guy Duray were two players that played for Notre Dame, practiced during the summer at Cedar Point, Ohio. And when they played against Army, which is another team, they showed that there's a lot of potential in this method called the forward pass, and it actually paved the way. They were like pioneered to what we use today as the forward pass, and that right there saved football, because before that, there's on average 2 people dying in football per year at that time, in that time period, because of the fact of the violent contact. And they used leather helmets too, by the way. You know, they didn't have the shoulder pads and stuff that you see football players wearing today. Like, again, it was much more violent then, because it was more structured again, like as rugby versus then in modern football.
One second,
Yeah.
it took me a while to dig it out, but here's a rugby player versus where is it? Yeah, here's a rugby player versus an American football player in terms of contact. All right. So what's the betting? What's the betting, boys? NFL rugby.
Like, what is it, the hardest hit or just a standard hit?
It's basically like there's this dude and there's another dude on the side, and the dude with the ball is going to run straight directly at the dude that's going to try to tackle him. Do you think the rugby player puts him down, or do you think the American football player bodies him?
I don't know. Some suck at putting people down. So it depends on who it is, I feel like.
Well, let's see what happens, boys.
Watch what happened when an American football player went up against a rugby player.
La vida es un carrusel. La vida es un
Yeah.
What do you think, boys?
The American football player, the one in black?
No, the one in white.
Okay. Yeah, like that. Well, the guy in black had fucking like center point of gravity. He was lower. That's called leverage. Yeah, of course he was going to win. That doesn't prove anything, though.
How so?
Yeah, because because it's about leverage in football and rugby. Even rugby, I'm pretty sure that teaches you about leverage. That if your center point of gravity is lower than the other guy you're going up against, you can move him against his will. Like that doesn't really prove anything. Like
You talking about like using their weight against them?
no, center point of gravity is basically where you have your body center point of the gravity, and therefore, like the guy, you look at his technique, it was flawless. The rugby guy, like he knew what he was doing. It doesn't prove that rugby players are tougher than football players. It just proved that he knew that technique. Like he paid very close attention to what he did. He was textbook. He knew what he was doing, which is exactly what you do. So they both run at full speed, and watch very closely in the moment of contact right there. So he was lower than the ball carrier. So all that momentum shifted on that ball carrier, and that's why he flew up, because he was above the guy tackling him. Like if the ball
I see what you mean.
Yeah, like his shoulder was right there at his chest, and the guy don't know how to run the football. An actual running back would actually get low equally. Watch his legs real quickly. Yeah, he had his left foot in front of him, his right foot in the back, and that's actually the right way to stabilize the impact so you don't fall backwards as you're making the contact. Like honestly, I will give this right there. See, look where his head is at by the hip. That is textbook tackling in football standards. He was really good, and I will give him credit. But all it proves that the guy knew his technique.
What I'm hearing is quite a lot of American cope.
It did sound like it. But anyways, what I wanted to say is they didn't show the other side of this. So would the guy be able to get lower than him and then stop him? Like I wonder if it would just be the same.
That would be the fair thing to do, right? Like
yeah,
because I'm guessing the American football player has the ball.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
So
what it is,
yeah, you would need to run it the other way around.
Yeah,
See if
have the rugby run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's incomplete data.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Incomplete data, Teriak.
We can make
Fix
a
it.
deduction though on at least one side of it and say that at least for that it seemed like it might be more skewed for rugby. But yeah, I'd need the other side of it to see if football can just stop as much. Because I will say when it comes to football in America, it definitely is more defensive. Like if you get in a defensive game, it can be really competitive. But if you don't, it's just whoever can catch the ball, essentially, who can get the most yards, in the American football sense, You going to a windstorm or something, Mangos?
Kind of
storming?
staticky, Mangoes. Hello, Mangoes. Can you hear us?
I'm so confused.
It definitely is his mic. Mangoes, can you hear us?
We're just losing them. They're dropping.
We're losing them. We're losing them. I'm trying to find a video that's because I have this one, for example, right? But this is not telling me who's the rugby player, who's the American football player. You know what I mean?
I mean, you could probably make. Yeah. Maybe I don't know. It's tough. Like I think of the first one you can maybe tell, but the other ones it's a little bit harder.
Because we can do what
Maybe
is
the
the
last one,
biggest
too.
American football? Biggest American football players.
Dude, they're huge. They're massive. Like having a sumo wrestler, they might as well be sumo wrestlers.
Well, bro, you should see the fucking All Blacks. You know what I'm saying? Biggest rugby players.
I don't doubt it.
So, wait, is it doing it in
And then,
kilograms?
and then the third one, do the how big is a sumo wrestler? No, that's it. The biggest sumo
Hey.
wrestler.
Hey, Terry, go in the back chat. I put 2 videos in the back from YouTube, and it shows you why it's really football is really dangerous. It has no music or anything, but yeah, put that on and show the world this. Boom,
Of course,
bitch!
you know who the fittest sportsman
I
is.
wouldn't play any more footage than that.
And that's
Oh no, it's
soccer.
YouTube friendly. Like I got this from YouTube. It's
actual-
friendly.
Actual
Yeah, all
football.
right. Yeah, go ahead, Shiva.
I was going to say, you know who is the fittest of like sportsmen, generally speaking, and that's actual football players.
No.
Yeah, footballers.
Oh,
Not
shit,
American
sorry.
footballers, but you know, like English footballers.
And like, do you just mean like height wise or like height, weight, total? kind
No,
of thing?
just in terms of like stamina, because unlike American football, which seems to be centered around advertising on television stations, you only get one break, right? Like half time, and so the players are continuously like running up and down the pitch. Who's smoking a bong? Is that you, Jack? Have you not learned?
Sorry. Sorry, I meant to put it farther away from my face.
So like the difficulty I think comparing the two is that like, for example, one sec, let me show you this. So it's like you have like this where it's like dude is a defensive tackle and he's like, 464 pounds at 6'6", right? But then
Right.
when you look at the rugby players, right, it's like 6'8", like in terms of like height, obviously and all this kind of stuff, but it's like that dude's only like 330 pounds. But when you put that in perspective of what like Shiva's saying, it's like imagine like the linemen are like it's constant as well. So like the linemen have to be like able to run and shit like that. You know what I mean? So the dude that's 464 pounds here, can that dude even run? You know what I mean? That'd be my question. And then like ball handling skills and all this kind of shit. So it's kind of difficult because like even just like because like one thing that like from rugby is like the big boys or the forwards like they're dog shit at their hands. You know what I mean? Like the backs are usually the ones that are able to do these long wind and pass and all this kind of shit as well. So it's like, to me, it seems like there's much more kind of like going on with the rugby, but like the American football is like more specialized. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that. And that's the thing is like I said, when it comes to defense and those type of things, it's just you look at the old school stuff and it just these kind of horrendous styles, and then they kind of figured out more of a less harm principle into it because it was just too extreme. But that's the thing is it doesn't necessarily make it better in a sense either. So, but I find it entertaining. I've gone to a few games here and there, but I also don't know. I've never really watched too much rugby, so I can't really comment on that. But I'm not a huge sports guy, so I'll watch like some banana ball now, or MLB game once in a while, or
Hey guys, I don't mean to be. I'm sorry, Jack of Blades. I'm heading off, you guys. You guys have a great night. I need to go get some sleep and stuff. So you guys take it easy. Teriyaki, I'll take care. I'll see you later, dude. Jack of Blades, Shiva, you guys have a great day. See you next time.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, Mangoes.
God bless,
Take it
man.
easy, Mangoes.
You too, man. Later.
But yeah, but yeah, I think I watch a couple like basketball here and there. But I'm not, I don't follow up with everything. I used to be big into watching wrestling. Was about the much sports I do. So. Back in the day, I used to keep up with, basketball and even football a little bit more, and baseball.
You got a hot mic, Mangoes.
But Mangoes, what are you doing to us? You literally just say goodbye, and then they just loads up some fucking Netflix or some shit like that. This motherfucker. But I appreciate you. I think you did. Appreciate you, Mangoes.
What's going on tonight, man? You need to hit that clip, man. Hit that.
Yeah. What the fuck is going on?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
But gentlemen, I think it's known when we might as well wrap it up. Start down through the closing thoughts. Shiva, any nuggets of wisdom? Any hot topics on the mind or anything coming up?
No, and no.
Efficient. I like it. Jack?
Nothing really on the radar. Hopefully do some more VKs. I didn't feel like it last week. It just didn't feel like time to go up. I didn't feel like trying to argue, But other than that, eventually I do want to get some more debates put in. Maybe some more Nerds of Reason stuff, or may eventually work towards another Swords of Reason. Clearly, I need to work on my cooking skills. Don't cook the meat so high. Learn to season the stuff beforehand. Let it sit in between or something. I don't know. Cook with less butter, I think, is the most important one I can think of. Yeah. But other than that,
100%.
I had the good time. I didn't expect the craziness of the Iran and the Middle East comment that I made. So I knew people were going to get upset, and I knew that was going to create like some type of fire for a discussion. So that's the only reason I mentioned it. I don't particularly want to do that. Like that's like some extreme case that I'd ever make that decision. But we're just looking at a dangerous time, man. It's like, how long are we willing to wait? On these things, as you said in your debate today. So it's just a more extreme, obviously, case. So you obviously want to do things the right way. So but yeah, having that whole fiasco happen, I didn't expect him to hop in, and then that was definitely in your face style. So I was like, wow, this is crazy. I did not expect this, but I roll with
100%.
it.
Like I said, man, like because you're gonna be put in those situations, and it's a good tester to to test things out and just kind of say, oh shit, like how am I actually kind of like reacting with this and all this kind of thing, you know what I mean? But yeah, like I said, man, like appreciate you coming on as well, especially afterwards. And like I said, man, any other questions or any other like tips or anything like that, just like don't be afraid to reach out or send me a message in Discord or whatever. Because like I said, man, the like you even said it there, like when you were kind of saying like I was doing the steaks for a week and I was feeling much better. And like I said, you'll be able to play around with like do like the minced meat. It should be a cheaper option at least. But like I said, kind of it's kind of one of the things that it's like once you kind of adopt it as like a lifestyle almost, it's like you're kind of saying, okay, like that, like worst case scenario obviously happened tonight, but it's you build upon that and you kind of say, right, okay, next time, maybe like I try it with no butter or whatever, and it's like, oh shit, like it works out better. maybe you do the whole strategy I was saying, where it's like you basically try to fill yourself up as much as possible. You go to sleep, then go to work, and then see if you can last. If not, then okay, right, I got, let's say, halfway through the work day and I needed a snack, so I'll get some bacon, all this kind of shit. Incremental improvement over time, you know what I mean? And that's the main thing. You know what I mean? And like, speaking of the debate as well, we have to do it all over again I guess tonight, I guess, if we're talking about American time. But going to be Atheism is Dead, folks. You won't want to miss it. But ending with the message from To Watch Video saying the machine guy's a LARPer. Obviously, the NFL is fake and gay. That's my final thoughts. Lol. And Tarek still hasn't convinced me to like Israel, but I do like Trump. And that's all I ask you. Don't trust in me. Trust in your president. Trust in Trump. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you all tomorrow.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.